Week number 8 of the college football season. We are predicting all 59 college football games this week. But first, hey, who told you about the Indiana Hoosiers? Who told you about Indiana last week? Keep your points. Indiana wins, and the Hoosiers should be the number 1 team in all of college football. You can have Ohio State. Miami's really good. Don't get me wrong, they're very good. But no, the Hoosiers are number 1 in the country. Bloomington is the new Bama. It's as simple as that. We called it last week. Hoosiers win. I was called crazy. I was told I was crazy for thinking Indiana was going to walk into Eugene and win. They did exactly that. And Michigan State, you're up next. So that'll come later in the video. But of course, all 59 college football games this week. Again, shout out to the Hoosiers. They're winning the entire thing this season, believe you me. We got 59 games this week. It's going to be a long one, so buckle up here. We are predicting every single college football game. And folks, before we get into the video, make sure to hit that subscribe button down below for more weekly college football action here on the channel. We are actually now over halfway done with the college football regular season. So make sure to hit that subscribe button. Again, we predicted every single game, every single week. All I ask for watching these videos, leave a like and subscribe. Also, later this week on the channel, or tomorrow, I guess, we're going to have our NFL predictions for week 7 of the NFL season, daily MLB best bets, and our UFC Fight Night Vancouver predictions were posted yesterday on Greedo Plays MMA. That is linked in the description down below. Rainer DeRitter takes on Brendan All-in-Allen in the main event, again, from Vancouver, British Columbia. Okay, on to the first of 59 games. We are not doing, let me get this out of the way right now, we are not doing the one FCS game, Lafayette versus Oregon State. Now, the Beavs might find a way to lose that one too. I'm not joking. At 7 o'clock on the CW network, there's a chance they lose that game as well, because my goodness, how bad are the Oregon State Beavers? Okay, first game of 59. Let's start things off with Tuesday night CUSA football. Because guys, the CUSA now, for the most part, they are going strictly on Tuesday and Wednesday night. It's just what they do. Maction coming up later in the year, but first, New Mexico State versus Liberty on a Tuesday night. I mean, is there a place on earth you'd rather be than watching this game on your television set? Liberty's a 10.5-point favorite, which is kind of insane, but you know what? We're going to do it. Guys, Liberty has not beaten an FBS opponent by more than 10 points all season long, except for last week at UTEP, and that was the worst college football game I have ever watched. I got a lot of stuff to go over today, but if you want to see my reaction to UTEP and Liberty, go check out Greedo Plays Clips over on TikTok. Did a whole video over there about that embarrassment of a game. Regardless, though, the Liberty Flames are taking on New Mexico State. I think Liberty's going to win quite easily. They're at home. I think they should cover 2. Now, New Mexico State's victories are Tulsa and Sam Houston. Sam Houston's pretty bad, and I get it. New Mexico State is coming off of a bye. Tulsa wins cool. They haven't won on the road yet this year. Their 2 road games, they got annihilated. Now, La Tech's pretty decent. The New Mexico Lobos are pretty decent too, but both of the games that the Aggies play on the road just do not go well for them. A 49-14 loss against La Tech, a 38-20 loss on the road in Albuquerque against New Mexico. I think Liberty's able to win this football game. Ethan Vasco is still all right, I guess. I will talk a little bit about that game against UTEP. It was just an absolute joke of a game. Skylar Locklear and Malachi Nelson both can't do anything for the UTEP offense. The Miners had 1 first down through the first 2 quarters of that football game, and yet Liberty still only won the game by 11 points. They scored a touchdown in the first quarter. They did not score another touchdown the rest of the way out. They kicked 4 field goals after that 1 touchdown. Oh boy. It's just, it's CUSA football. But the thing is, they were on the road there, right? Liberty was on the road at the Sun Bowl. I think they're going to be better at home this time out. I still don't think Liberty's that good. Would I put my hard-earned US dollar or whatever currency you use on this football game? No, don't do it. Do not do it. Because maybe, 6th-year senior and 24-year-old Logan Fife will steal your money. Because maybe he will. I don't know. Liberty should win. New Mexico State's offense is not that good. Yeah, they scored 37 points on Sam Houston. We did bet on New Mexico State that game because that's a game where it actually made sense to bet on the Aggies. Why were the 0-4 Sam Houston State Bearcats favorites to win on the road? That didn't make sense, and obviously we had New Mexico State on a Wednesday, or was it a Thursday night? I think it was a Thursday night. We're going to fade them now, unfortunately, okay? I'm nothing against the Aggies, but I don't really think they're equipped to win this football game. I will say this about Liberty. I don't think a lot of stuff for the Flames, at least their football program's going well this season. They have fallen off heavily since the days of Malik Willis and hell, even Caden Salter, who left last season. Defense, though, is still pretty solid, and their run game is good, too. Von Blue can run it. Vasco, definition of mid. Some nights he'll be really good. Most nights he won't be. But I got to go with the Liberty Flames here. Would I bet on Liberty minus 10.5? Of course I wouldn't. So don't touch it with a 10-foot pole. For now, though, I will go Liberty Flames at home minus 10.5. Now, this game is probably my favorite of the Tuesday slate. Let's go now to some Sun Belt action on Tuesday night. Arkansas State goes on the road to take on the South Alabama Jaguars. Why is Arkansas State a 6.5-point favorite in this game? Can someone explain to me that? They just beat Texas State at home, and now you're getting 6.5 points on the road? I don't see that. I don't see it at all, man. This is a great opportunity for Arkansas State to win the football game. Arkansas State just won 10 days ago against Texas State as their first victory all year long against an FBS opponent. And guys, Arkansas State, I did not think they were going to be this bad this year, right? 2024 last year was really good for Arkansas State. Jalen Rayner played some really good football. They won the 68 Ventures Bowl in a high-scoring affair against Harold Fannin, Connor Bazelak, and Bowling Green. Again, those are two NFL players, don't you forget. But anyways, right? It's a 2-4 start this season for the Arkansas State Red Wolves. Guys, there's a chance they win this game outright. I'm not going to go on record and say that, but I believe plus 6.5 is tremendous value for Arkansas State, and I think there's a chance this line might end up at 7 by game time on Tuesday, because actually, that's tomorrow. These odds are going to be pretty close. Regardless, though, these are great odds for Arkansas State, so take advantage while you can. The South Alabama Jaguars are not good. Okay, yes, they played competitive games with North Texas, and that's kind of, Troy they took to overtime, but they're nothing impressive offensively. I don't think Bishop Davenport's been that good. He throws interceptions. He's not the best all-around passer. Jalen Rayner, I will say, is good for the Sun Belt. His team around him, though, unfortunately, is not that great, but Rayner himself is a tremendous player. They don't really have a run game, but in a game like this, you're on the road, you're going to be airing things out. I really like Jalen Rayner in this spot, personally. I think Rayner's going to be able to come through. It's a weird spot to me. I don't know why they're getting 6.5 points, especially coming off a huge victory over Texas State. Guys, the Texas State Bobcats, I know they haven't seen the success that we thought they were going to at the beginning of the year. Now they're on back-to-back losses against Arkansas State and against the Troy Trojans, who are quietly putting together a really good resume in the Sun Belt. But Texas State can score. And Arkansas State found a way to outscore them in that crazy fourth quarter they played 10 days ago or 9 days ago from when this video is dropping. But where Texas State scored 20 points in the fourth quarter, but Arkansas State scored 31. Because Texas State missed a PAT, and then Arkansas State, with a minute left on the clock, drives down the field and wins the game. And who does that? It's Jalen Rayner. I'm telling you, this is a good football team. Corey Rucker's a very capable receiver as well. He had 8 catches for 102 yards in that game against Texas State. Why are they underdogs against a very mediocre South Alabama team? I don't know. South Alabama is at home, and they've played a lot of their games on the road so far this season. And sure, they played Tulane really close at home. And Kentrell Bullock, again, very capable running back, I understand. But I don't understand these odds at all. I'm going Arkansas State here. I mean, getting 6.5 points here is a gift, in my opinion. It is. And hopefully I'm not wrong come tomorrow, because, again, these games are coming up quick. But I think Arkansas State's able to get it done. I do believe a lot in Jalen Rayner. Again, he's not just a passing threat. He can run, too. He had 92 yards in the victory on the ground against Texas State with 250 yards through the air. He's a very capable quarterback, and he's a very good quarterback for the Sun Belt Conference. I'm going to be going with the Arkansas State Red Wolves to cover 6.5 points on the road in Mobile, Alabama. I just don't understand it. Davenport and South Alabama have not impressed me that much this season. They've been good enough just to lose so far. So again, it's one thing to win. It's another thing to win and have to win by a touchdown. It's too much, in my opinion, that South Alabama needs to do right in this game. I'm going to go Arkansas State to cover on the road. Who wins the game? I don't care. Give me the Red Wolves, though, to cover the 6.5. On to our final game of Tuesday as we go to the Conference USA once more. Western Kentucky takes on Florida International. So WKU, again, is usually what my exception of bad CUSA football. Like, WKU is one of the few teams I actually enjoy watching in the CUSA. Them and, like, Delaware, because Delaware's been a very fun addition. And, well, WKU just beat Delaware in their last game on the road 2 weeks ago. WKU goes to Delaware and picks up the victory 27-24. Now, Delaware, I feel like the Stripes were doing everything in their power to keep Delaware in that game. Definitely. WKU had it won, and then every single tic-tac call went in the direction of Nick Minciucci and Delaware. They get like a 40-something yard field goal at the end of the game, does the Blue Hens, to try to tie the game after WKU pinned them back in their own like 2-yard line. Well, Delaware missed the field goal. So WKU wins it 27-24. Mavericks done a good job at quarterback. Again, I think Delaware's pretty solid too. More on them later. But this WKU passing attack is very good. Obviously, again, Caden Vetkamp goes to FAU in the offseason. They get the Albany Christian quarterback and Maverick McVlure instead, and he's been very good for them. WKU now undefeated in the CUSA, 3-0 in the CUSA, and have to be the favorites to win the entire thing, one would think, right? Especially after La Tech's blowout loss at Kennesaw State. Right? I mean, the CUSA surprises me by the day. FIU, not ready for prime time in this spot. They're not, okay? Who's the starting quarterback? I don't know. I mean, is Jenkins going to play this game? Because he didn't against UConn. It was Jenkins, gets hurt or gets benched, so they go to Joe Pisanski. Okay, because they're losing by so much. It's just, neither of these quarterbacks played well. Man, FIU's in trouble, man. I get it. They played UConn, but FIU's 2-3 this season. The one time, of course, we bet against them and made it a emphasis to bet against them was in the FAU game, and they won. And FAU just continued to get rolled over by Florida International running back Keon Owens. But regardless, though, FIU back-to-back weeks, they've gotten blown out. They've gotten blown out against UConn, who's good. I think UConn's very good, and they're going to be playing Boston College this week, which is a fun game on the road for them against an ACC school. But you also get blown out against Delaware at home. Now you got to go to Bowling Green, Kentucky, and take on WKU, a team that will score, a team that will put a pace on you, a team that doesn't have the best defense, but still, they played that shootout style against Delaware. They go on the road to Delaware, who I get's a first-year FBS program, but a Delaware team that's been extremely good in 2025, and WKU goes in there and beats them. And now FIU's going to WKU, and you expect them to cover 7.5 points? I don't think so at all. Guys, to me, this game screams blowout. That's what I see when I see this game. I think blowout, game's not competitive. WKU is levels ahead of Florida International, especially a Florida International team that hasn't been in a game since September 13th, since, of course, we bet on FAU. WKU is a much more explosive offense. They've won 3 consecutive games against Nevada, who's horrible, I get it, but Nevada, Missouri State, and Delaware, going on the road and winning back-to-back road games is huge in the CUSA. In the span of 6 days, getting 2 victories on the road, sure, again, against 2 new FBS schools in Missouri State and Delaware, but that doesn't matter. WKU, again, 2 huge victories. Mavericks playing his ass off right now, and I have to go with the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers to win the game at home against Florida International. 7.5 points is just not enough. So regardless of what you want to play on Tuesday, because again, our college football best bets come out on Friday. So we won't have best bets, obviously, for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday games. But my 2 favorite bets on Thursday are definitely number 1, still Arkansas State plus 6.5. I think that's tremendous value. But I don't know, man. Minus 7.5 for WKU is really good, too. Love both of those games. I would not touch the Liberty versus New Mexico State game at all. But for now, yes, give me WKU at home minus 7.5. Next up, we go to our first of 2 Wednesday games. And here are the aforementioned Delaware Blue Hens. What a year they've put together so far. I think it's gonna continue. I think it's going to. Guys, is Jack State really gonna keep up? I don't think so. Jack State's defense can be good at times. Their last 2 games really have not. I don't have much confidence in them after their last 2 outings. So they play last Thursday against Sam Houston, and they win the game against winless Sam Houston State, but they win it by 2 points on the road. It took a game-winning 52-yard field goal for the Jack State Gamecocks to win it, again, at Sam Houston. So, good win, but, that's what it takes for you to go out and beat a very bad football team. I'm sorry if I'm being harsh about Sam Houston, but it's the truth. So, anyways, that Jacksonville State victory, not all that great. Caden Creel, starting quarterback of that squad. Obviously, Gavin Wimsatt was getting quite a bit of run at the beginning of the season. They were starting Creel, obviously, last Thursday. you now get a home game against Delaware. I get it again. The Jack State defense has been good at times. Remember that game against Central Florida where they were very effective defensively against UCF, where they covered the spread quite easily in that game. But you get a quarterback in Creel who, again, kind of just does what Gavin Wimsatt does. He's a freshman out of Fairhope, Alabama, but has done nothing that has set him aside or set him apart where you can say, okay, this is the guy at Jack State and he can take over a football game and win it. I don't have that much confidence in him. And sure, both of his starts have been on the road at Southern Miss and at Sam Houston State, but Delaware is going to score, and they are going to not let up. Nick Minchiucci, good arm, very talented runner, especially in the red zone. He's a very talented runner, and he'll let you know when he scores as well. You got Kyrie Duplessis, who's their best receiver. Did not have the biggest impact in the WKU game, but regardless, Joe Silver, again, one of their other backs. Minchiucci in the offseason, right, won the quarterback battle between him and senior Zach Marker. I thought Marker was going to be the starter going into the year, but Minchiucci, the junior, has been very effective as the guy for the Delaware Blue Hens, and it's just a team that scores, man. They'll give up points, sure. They played an overtime game against UConn where they won 44-41. They just came off the WKU game where, again, they had a potential chance to tie the game with a field goal as time expired. And obviously they missed, but man, Delaware's a good squad. They are. They're not a bowl eligible team. Like, a team would need to drop out of bowl season for Delaware to get a chance. It's that whole thing that Kurt Signetti had with James Madison, 4 years ago? But Delaware's just been so impressive this season. And yeah, again, going on the road to Jacksonville, Alabama should be difficult. But I'm looking at a Jack State team that doesn't throw the ball, and that's not a quarterback thing. Like, yes, Gavin Wimsatt's always been a very poor thrower of the ball. We saw that at Rutgers. We saw that at Kentucky. But Caden Creel's not that effective of a passer as well. I get he's a freshman, he's young. But Creel, kind of like BYU, they just want to run all the time. Eventually, team's going to sniff that out. I get it, Delaware's defense is not the best in the world, but it should be good enough to stop whatever Jack State's going to be throwing at them. I get it, the Jacksonville State defense can hold their own, but man, I mean, not a lot of defenses have seen that much success against Delaware just yet. The only team that has are the Colorado Buffaloes, and obviously that's not a G5 game, so it doesn't matter. I've been extremely impressed by what the Delaware Blue Hens have done so far this year, and I think it just continues here on this Wednesday night action, or Wednesday night game with CUSA action. Not Maction, let's call it CUS action. No. I'm not going to say that again. CUS action? Yeah, great. Give me the Delaware Blue Hens to win the CUSA showdown on Wednesday night against Jack State. I think they should be able to get it done. Give me Nick Minchiucci and the Delaware Blue Hens to win -120 on the money line. On now to our next game and our second game on Wednesday. Oh, goodness. The worst college football game of the week. I'm sorry, it is. The UTEP Miners take on the Sam Houston Bearcats. You could not have asked for a worse college football game than this one right now. You can't ask for a worse game. Sam Houston's 0-6. They're coming off back-to-back losses to start their CUSA season. Well, they actually started their CUSA season in week 1, or week 0, weirdly enough. But back-to-back losses in Las Cruces to New Mexico State, and then the 2-point loss to Jack State. Again, strides of improvement, I'll say, for Sam Houston. And what do I even say about the UTEP Miners, man? They're so horrible. Malachi Nelson's been benched. And, I've been a Malachi Nelson defender a little bit. I haven't. But watching that game against Liberty, I kind of was, at least to start the game. And then Malachi Nelson got in the game, and I was like, yeah, okay, Skylar Locklear, I guess, is the better of two evils. Not to call these guys evil, but you know what I mean, right? It's just like, pick your poison. Okay, I'm going to go Skylar Locklear. Okay, I think Sam Houston's going to win. I think they're going to. 2 weeks ago, by the way, they were favorites to beat New Mexico State on the road. And who sniffed that one out? That was me. What happened to Sam Houston, man? They were actually good last year. This is a 10-3 team last season. They lost a lot of guys in the portal, I get it, but starting quarterback's back. Hunter Watson has been with Sam Houston through the entirety of their FBS tenure. The last 2 years. He wasn't there for year 1. But regardless, Watson's been here, and they were very successful last year with Hunter Watson. They have been horrible this year. It's not all Watson's fault, but you're an 0-6 team going in now to a UTEP matchup. This just feels like their shot to win one. Wednesday night, they have a week off after this, and they got a Halloween game at La Tech. I don't think that goes that well for them. And they do get to go to Corvallis. You might win that one considering how bad the Oregon State Beavers are, but this is really your chance, let's be honest. This is your chance to win one. And I think they're going to. Guys, I watched UTEP play, and I'll break down what UTEP does every single drive. Ready? First down, run. It's going to be like 2 yards. Second down, run. Let's get 1 yard. 3rd and 7. So I don't care who's the quarterback. Regardless, again, and Malachi Nelson caught a lot of heat, and Skylar Locklear has too, I guess. Obviously, Malachi Nelson's more of the, national media attention, if there is any national media attention on UTEP. Obviously, former 5-star, went to USC, went to Boise, couldn't start for Maddox Madsen. You know the whole story. But there's only so much you can ask out of a quarterback when every single passing opportunity he gets is on 3rd and 7, or 3rd and 8, or 3rd and 9, or 3rd and 10, because you just don't have confidence in your offense to throw the ball on first down, which is fine if you're getting 3 yards or 4 yards on first down. I mean, I have no problem with running the ball on 1st and 2nd down as long as you get to 3rd and manageable. But if you're getting stuck in 3rd and 7 or longer, what do you want out of your quarterback? He's got to pull a rabbit out of his hat every single time on 3rd and long. It's a play calling thing. Yes, their talent's not great and their O-line's not very good, but it is also a play calling thing too. Like, okay, if you see no success running the ball on 1st and 2nd down, run a play action play. That sounded so like I don't know anything about football. Run a play action play. Run play action. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Now, I just sounded like very like what go team, right? I'm not gonna say that again. That just didn't sound right. You know what I mean? That sounds like very football novice. That's the word I'm thinking of. Thank you. That's just a thank you to myself. Right? But like, where's your play action on first down? Right? If you're gonna run the ball every first down, okay, now you go play action. Maybe you boot your quarterback out. Nelson can run a little bit. Nelson can run. Locklear can run too. Get your guy on a boot to the outside. Throw something in the flats. But no, same thing every single drive. And then when they did try to throw on first down, they tried twice in the first quarter, in the first half. They took shots downfield. I can't stand the UTEP Miners, man. I cannot pick the Miners. I gotta go at Sam Houston. Is Sam Houston all that impressive? No. Would I bet on this game? Probably not, but I'm thinking of because just UTEP's so horrible. Sam Houston, again, Watson's better than both of the quarterbacks at UTEP. Give me Sam Houston State. On to Thursday. One and only game on Thursday. Of course, the NFL is going to be showing us Joe Flacco versus Aaron Rodgers on Thursday Night Football. I'm actually really excited for that. But college football, we've got an action in the American Conference as the East Carolina Pirates host the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. Ooh, is Tulsa bad? They are really bad. Now, unfortunately for them, they've just ran into really good teams in the American Conference, but everyone can score in the American Conference. There is a little bit of a divide in the American, but I really don't think there's that big of a divide. I think everyone's pretty good, and obviously there's an upper tier. The upper tier is Navy, Memphis, South Florida, Tulane, North Texas. And then there's that other like good tier, but you're not elite. I'm talking the FAUs of the world, East Carolina, Army, Temple, UTSA, Rice. And then there's just the awful part of the American Conference, and that's Tulsa, UAB, and Charlotte. Now, I didn't think UAB was that horrible, but they are, and Trent Dilfer got fired, so yikes. But those are the 3 teams in the American where you say, oh, they're bad. Tulsa, UAB, Charlotte. Okay, here they are, the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. Now, it's crazy because Tulsa has 1 win against an FBS team all year long. It's against a team out of the Big 12. It's Oklahoma State. But they did it on the road. Now, I get it. OK State's so horrible. They're just awful. Worst Power 4 team, and it's not even close. But is that not crazy? That's Tulsa's 1 victory against an FBS team all year long. The other one's Albany and Christian, but they went on the road to Stillwater and beat OK State. Now, Oklahoma State just lines up and takes their beating every single game against every single team. But like Connor Wagman, beat them up last week too. But Tulsa, since beating Oklahoma State on the road, goes to play Tulane at home. They lose, then they go to Memphis. They get blown out, 45-7 loss. Baylor Hayes, starting quarterback for Tulsa, freshman, just needs work. That's the simplest way I can put it. Just needs work. East Carolina, they are coming off a loss to Tulane, and they are 3-3. Tulsa's 2-4, but East Carolina is a very good 3-3. Their losses are NC State on the road, where Caden Hauser threw for 366 yards in Raleigh. A loss to BYU, who's ranked to just wait for the Holy War later. Okay, just wait for our Holy War prediction later in the video. Probably in about 3 hours. Just wait for it. And then their other loss is Tulane on the road in Louisiana. That's not a bad loss at all. Caden Hauser's a very capable quarterback in the American Conference. There's a lot of good quarterbacks in the American. Don't get me wrong, right? I mean, I don't know if I want to say no disrespect to Baylor Hayes. I don't think Hayes is really in that, same discussion as guys like Caden Hauser, guys like Byron Brown, guys like Brennan Lewis, I'll say kind of. Jake Retzlaff, Caden Vetkamp at his best, Drew Mestemaker at his best, right? I can't put Blake Horvath, obviously. I can't put Baylor Hayes in that same category. In East Carolina, I know, again, every time they touch the ball, I have a lot of confidence in them scoring. Just what they do. Their run game's nothing impressive, but Caden Hauser is a guy who can pretty easily throw for 250 yards, and he will most likely find himself in most games throwing for over 280 and into the 300s. It's a team that's really good. They've played good teams all year long. Your losses are NC State, BYU, and Tulane. I'll be damned if Tulsa joins that list. Line is 16 and a half points. ECU should cover that. I mean, their victories are a 38-0 win on the road at Coastal, a 28-6 victory at home against Army. Again, remember the last time East Carolina played a Thursday game? They dominated the Army Black Knights. Well, they lost to Tulane last Thursday. But last time they got a Thursday game at home, they blew the team out. Tulsa is just bad, man. They just are. I mean, again, nothing against New Mexico State. I like New Mexico State. I picked them a couple weeks ago. Tulsa lost to New Mexico State. Lost to Navy, got blown out by Navy, blown out against Tulane, blown out against Memphis. I don't know. Baylor Hayes or Kirk Francis, whoever starts. Actually, it was Kirk Francis started the last game. They're both not very good. I think Hayes is better, but this game will not go well for Tulsa. Just trust me on this one. East Carolina will win and cover the 16.5 points at home in Greenville, North Carolina. On to Friday. We kick things off in the Atlantic Coast Conference. The Miami Hurricanes host the Louisville Cardinals. So Miami's ranked number 2 in the country. I am wearing a Miami Heat jersey, not because I am from Miami nor like Miami. I'm just a big Victor Oladipo fan. Anyways, just got that out the way because Miami's playing here. I think Miami's really good though, right? I've been on the Miami hype train a little bit. Now, they are kind of, a team I got to look at and say now, oh, they're right there with Indiana, so I got to pump up the Hoosiers a little bit and tell you that Miami's not as good as Indiana is. But no, the Miami Hurricanes are really great. Okay, I believe Indiana's the number 1 team in the country. I believe Miami's the number 2 team in the country. Yes, they're both better than Ohio State. They are. Ohio State's good. They're not better than these two, though. The Hurricanes are great. Again, as much as I want to hype up Indiana and tell you, oh, Miami's not that good because Indiana's better, well, that is the truth. Yeah, this team's good. It's a good football team. What can I say? It's a very good football team in Miami. Carson Beck has played extremely good football this season. He is, I think, maybe the front runner for Heisman now. I don't know if it might be Ty Simpson now. Even though I don't know what Fernando did to not be the Heisman front runner anymore. Oh, he threw a pick 6. Then he turned the next drive into a touchdown drive. So right now, okay, no, it is Carson Beck. Favorite right now is Carson Beck. Then it's Ty Simpson, Fernando Mendoza, Julian Sayin, and Jeremiah Smith. That's crazy. Marcel Reed in the 6th spot. I'm just saying, plus 430 for the Men Dynasty, Fernando Men Heisman. Come on now. It's Mendoza's award this year. But Carson Beck's played phenomenal football. Again, we always thought that the move from Georgia to Miami was just going to work. He was always really good at Georgia, but Kirby Smart didn't let Carson Beck be Carson Beck. He's Carson Beck at Miami, right? I mean, this is a guy who's going to be an elite NFL. Oh, okay. He's going to be a good NFL player. You saw the success Cam Ward had at Miami. Carson Beck's seen that same success too. Maybe not the same exact numbers, but Carson Beck's Miami's ranked number 2 in the country. Cam Ward's Miami lost 3 games. And the Miami Hurricanes don't have another ranked team on the schedule. They will walk into the ACC championship game against, I don't know who that's going to be. A lot of people think that's going to be USF, or not USF. USF. A lot of people think that's going to be Georgia Tech. I think it might actually be Virginia, where Virginia might be finding themselves in the postseason somehow. But the Hurricanes, I think they're going to either be 1 or 2 in the playoffs. They're going to be the ACC champion. They're so much better than every other team that they play. And again, they have a good offense. Beck's really good. The offense is great. Their defense, though, my goodness. Their defense will shut you down. You can look at the final score of the Florida State game and say, 28-22. It's not actually that close. FSU puts a late run together, but man, the Miami Hurricanes they are a dominant force. That defense is phenomenal. The Louisville Cardinals, haven't talked much about them, but they were coming off a game where they were favored to beat their Virginia Cavaliers at home. They lost it in overtime. Miller Moss, obviously the starting quarterback for Louisville, was supposed to be the successor for Caleb Williams over at the University of Southern California. Moss has come to Louisville, and he's been all right. He's been good, actually. 3 consecutive starts where he's thrown for over 300 yards. Lost to the Virginia Cavaliers, though, again, in overtime, 30-27 at home. This game Louisville is favored to win. They were 5.5-point favorites. I said at the time of that game, I said, okay, I'm going to take Louisville, but if Virginia wins, I'm going to officially buy in to what they are doing this season. And okay, I have now bought into the Virginia Cavaliers. In this game, though, I just don't think Louisville stands a chance. 1, you have to keep up with this offense. 2, you have to score points in this defense. And 3, you got to do it on the road. None of anything I just said shouts to me, oh, Louisville's going to be fine. In fact, they're going to be the opposite. Give me the Miami Hurricanes to dominate the football game from the Hard Rock, minus 12.5. They will easily take care of the Louisville Cardinals at home. Give me the Canes at home to win and cover. On now to our second game on Friday, we move to the Big Ten, as the Nebraska Cornhuskers go on the road to take on the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Nebraska is a 6.5-point favorite on the road, as the Huskers are now ranked. They're ranked 25th, and actually, who's 24? Cincinnati? Only if those two teams have played this year at a neutral site. Now, see, I always use that game as, look how good Cincinnati is, because I've known Nebraska is pretty solid, and I know Nebraska was always going to be around these rankings for a while, so I always use that game to tell you how good Cincinnati was and how good Brendan Sorbsy is, because Sorbsy's great. I didn't mean it that much, though. Like, why is Cincinnati ranked ahead of Nebraska? Who does the rankings? It makes no sense. Just like, I don't think Texas is the 14th best team in the country, but how is Oklahoma 14 and Texas 21? We literally just saw them play. It makes absolutely no sense. Regardless, though. The Nebraska Cornhuskers are ranked, and they go on the road to Minneapolis to take on the Minnesota Golden Gophers. I think they win. What I will say, though, I think 6.5 points is just too many. Minnesota has been a weird team this season. Drake Lindsay at the helm, right? This is a school that has seen NFL talent walk through the door, at least borderline NFL quarterback talent, obviously dating back to Tanner Morgan, and then obviously last year, Max Brosmer from UNH. Drake Lindsay's been all right. I don't know if Lindsay's going to be better. Definitely not going to be better than Tanner Morgan, at least in college. But and Brosmer was really good last year, too. But don't look now. The Golden Gophers are 4-2. It's just the strength of their wins aren't the best. Buffalo win, Northwestern State, Rutgers, Purdue. You win games at home, and then on the road, you go to California and lose, and you go to Ohio State and lose. But you get this game at home. And asking Nebraska to win by a touchdown on the road is a lot. On a Friday night, crowd should be going. And the way Nebraska usually wins, they're competitive games. Maryland victory, very close. Again, great victory for Dylan Raiola and Emmett Johnson. Johnson runs for 170 yards on the ground. He's quickly developing into one of the best running backs in the country right now. But they win close games. The Michigan State game, they won by 11, but that game, again, is relatively close. Again, Michigan State, get ready for your beatdown this week in Bloomington. We'll get to that later. But just asking Nebraska to cover 6.5, I think on the road is just too much. As we've seen already this season, the Golden Gophers are much better at home. At home, again, they are 4-0. And say what you want about the level of competition, and the two best teams they've played this season have both been on the road. But I don't know. Is Rutgers better than Cal? They might be. But obviously, you go to Columbus, you lose by 39 points, you go into Berkeley, and you get smoked by the woke agenda over in California. Other than that, though, Minnesota's looked decent this season. Again, Drake Lindsay has done his job. Your run game isn't the best. I'm not impressed at all. I think Minnesota should be able to keep the game close. Again, it's a Big Ten game on a Friday night on Fox. Nebraska ranked for the first time in a minute. Actually, they're ranked early in the year, but you're back in the rankings, right? You got all this hype around you again. You've only lost one game. You kind of control your own path to the playoffs. Not really. If they win 11-1, but no Big Ten title game, they probably don't get in. But, I mean, there's hope around Nebraska right now, right? So I think they come crashing back down to earth here. I think they still win, but I think they're in a dogfight. I think they are. Minnesota's going to give them trouble at home. Again, it's a Golden Gophers team that just plays so much better at home than they do on the road. I got to go with Minnesota here, plus 6.5 at home in Minneapolis against the Nebraska Cornhuskers. I think Nebraska still wins, though. Next up, we go to the Mountain West, and we go to Logan, Utah. All right, I need to say this right now before I say anything about the prediction for this game and the winner of this game. Do not bet on this until you know if Walker Agget's playing or not, okay? Do not touch it until there is a status on Walker Agget, all right? And I know Walker again came back at the end of that game in Laramie against Wyoming. He came back because his team, his team gave up 14 consecutive points in the fourth quarter, and they needed him out there for a final drive where nothing happened, obviously. So I don't know if it gets playing. This is a guy, when he does play, he can throw for 400 plus yards on a weekly basis. Somehow his team is 2-4. San Jose State's a joke. They find new ways. They invent new ways every single week to lose. But it is what it is. Their only victories this year are a 3-point win over Idaho and a 7-point victory at home against New Mexico. If Walker Agette plays, I'm taking SJSU. I want to make this very clear. If Walker Agette does not play, I'm taking Utah State. Game's on Friday. Do not get close to this game until Friday morning. Just don't even think about the game until Friday morning. Just don't think about it, okay? If the game time decision, just bet Minnesota. Just bet Minnesota plus 6.5 on Friday. Or bet baseball, right? No NBA yet, right? No, NBA is next week, yeah. Bet some hockey. I don't know. Bet Vancouver Canucks money line. Don't do that. They can't score. That's what I would recommend you do, okay? If Agette plays, though, yes, take San Jose State. They have to win one of these games eventually. Oh my goodness, the game last week against Wyoming, they're up, they get an interception with 10 minutes to go. Agette's hurt, but you're up 14 points, you have the ball at midfield, 10 minutes to go, and they found a way to lose. Walker Agette throws for 295 yards. Danny Scudero has 180 receiving yards. I do need to say this now. I think Scudero is good. I don't want to rain on anybody's parade. Danny Scudero, he's good, but he's not that good. He's just a really fast guy who doesn't really have good hands. He's 5'9". He went to Midi in San Jose, went to Sac State first, and then went to San Jose State. I see comparisons to Nick Nash. Guys, it's not even close. It's not. Nick Nash was the best receiver in the country last year, and I will say that. Should have won the Blitnikoff, won the Triple Crown. Scudero might too, but Scudero's thing, he's just really fast and he can beat guys downfield with his speed. But my goodness, are his hands bad. I mean, 7 drops last week? He had 25 targets in the Wyoming game. He dropped 7 footballs. That's not going to cut it. He had 4 touchdowns in the first half. Great. But again, he could have had a lot more. He's dropping. Hey guys, there was a 3rd down in the fourth quarter. Big play in the fourth quarter. Scudero right off the hands. 1st down, easy. He just drops it. Yes, again, his numbers are great. I just think we need to pump the brakes a little bit on Danny Scudero. Danny Scudero will probably find himself in the National Football League, though. I will say that. He'll find himself in the NFL because, yes, he's small. He's 5'9", but he's more, it's going to sound crazy, he's more NFL prospect-like than Nick Nash was. Nick Nash was old and he was not the fastest. Yeah, he's 6'4", but that's not entirely what the NFL is looking for. In terms of being a great college receiver, yes, Nick Nash is better. If Scudero just puts on a little bit of weight and can still be still have the same type of speed, yeah, he's probably going to go to the league eventually. I want to pump the brakes a little bit of calling him the best receiver in the country, and next Nick Nash. We need to calm down a little bit on that. San Jose State's playing Utah State. Was I disappointed by this team against Hawaii? 100%, of course, because it's the only game on, right? I mean, we bet on Utah State regardless of the time, but I get to lock in on one game at the end of the night, and I'm sitting there watching them play Micah Alejado and the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors, and I swear, games in Hawaii are not rigged, but the refs are always in on the games in Hawaii, man. They get these Hawaiian refs. I'm joking, they're not always Hawaiian, but you get these Hawaiian refs. It's on Spectrum. You're watching on the Mountain West Network on Spectrum, and you get the hometown broadcast. I know we're getting close to college basketball season, but there's nothing worse than watching a college basketball game at Hawaii with those bias-ass announcers. You have a bet at 11 o'clock at night, or even worse, when I was doing this on the East Coast, it was even worse. It's 3 in the morning, I'm trying to watch Hawaii college basketball, and we're getting shafted on 1-and-1s, and just keep sending them the line. You're in the double bonus, 5 minutes into a half, and you get these bias-ass Hawaii commentators who just piss you off. I have nothing against the state of Hawaii. I need to get that one off my chest. I hate watching games in Hawaii because I never bet on them too. I never bet on Hawaii. Anyways, maybe I should. My goodness, was Utah State disappointing. They took advantage of a bad onside kick from Hawaii. It was an onside kick from Hawaii that was actually going to work. The ball just stopped before it could go 10 yards in the second half, and then Utah State threw it over their heads and scored a touchdown. Utah State doesn't have an identity. Are we going Bryson Barnes? Are we going Jacob Conover? Barnes is injured, I get it, but they don't have an identity. San Jose State If Agate plays, they should win. But if Agate doesn't play, okay, yeah, San Jose State has no identity because they used both their second and third string quarterbacks when Agate went down, and Tama Simone and Xavier Ward. Ward was on the roster last year. I saw him play at Fresno State when they were platooning quarterbacks too, and they've got a freshman out of Hawaii and Tama Amison. Ooh, they're both bad, man. They're both bad. I think Xavier Ward's a little bit better, even though his numbers don't indicate that. I believe he is slightly better, but yeah. If Agate doesn't play, San Jose State's screwed. I'll go SGSU if Agate plays. If Agate doesn't play, give me Utah State. I'd probably stay away in general. Final game of Friday, we go to Cal Berkeley. Unfortunately, I'll not be able to attend this game. I would if I was free, because I want to see probably the final game in the Bill Belichick era. I'm pissed I can't watch this game. Instead, on Saturday, I'll probably be attending Stanford versus Florida State so I can laugh. But unfortunately, yes, I'll not be able to attend this game, but I think it's going to be the end of the Bill Belichick era in Chapel Hill. I think it's going to. I think they're going to go to California, and I think California is going to beat them by 40 points. Yep, I said it. I think Cal's going to beat them by 40 points. 10.5, that's just not enough. You know what? This is the best bet for Friday. Whoops. This might be on the best bets video. North Carolina has not played well anywhere this season, especially on the road. They went to Central Florida and lost by 25 points. You beat Charlotte, don't care. You lose at home too. They just suck, man. This North Carolina team's so bad. I guess they're starting Max Johnson now, which they should have been doing a long time ago, and they are slightly better with Max Johnson at quarterback. But the Belichick scheme, the Belichick system doesn't work in college football. It doesn't work. They don't, guys. What Patriots team does this remind me of the most? As someone who watched like every, legitimately watched every Tom Brady football game ever. This reminds me the most of the Steven Jackson year. That's 2015. 2015 Patriots. Kind of. Yeah. 2015 Patriots or 2019 Patriots post AB leaving. It's what I'm getting at here is this is what the Patriots would do when, Belichick just hated Tom. He'd say, okay, go hand the ball off on first down, hand the ball off on second down, and then, okay, you get a 3rd and 8. Go make the most of it. And Brady would, again, save Belichick, and that's why the Patriots would still win games. Like, I'm talking about frustration with the Patriots and Bill Belichick, and they'd still win 12 games a season, but they'd play call, and then Brady would get him out of the hole, right? It's the same thing I was talking about earlier, essentially, with the UTEP Miners. Right? But when you don't have a quarterback like Tom Brady to pull you out of a 3rd and 8 hole every single 3rd down, and you have Gio Lopez, who's 20 years old, or Max Johnson, who's older than Bill's girlfriend. Is she old? Is he older? I think he's older. He is. He's slightly older. But he's 24, 25. A college quarterback can't pull you out of that hole every single time, okay? Tom Brady could, because he's the greatest quarterback to ever play the sport. That's my thing with North Carolina. They hand the ball from 1st and 2nd down. They get no yards. They don't have a run game, but they still do it. They insist on doing it. And then, okay, go save us on a 3rd and 8. It usually doesn't happen. Their offense sucks. Their defense just sucks too. It's not good. It's not good. The Belichick system doesn't work in college, man. Jaron Kiwe Sagapulete will dominate North Carolina this week. I know Cal's coming off a blowout loss at home against Duke. Throw that all out the window. You're playing North Carolina, who I want to talk about how bad Oklahoma State is in the Power 4. And yes, again, if North Carolina played Oklahoma State, I actually believe North Carolina could probably go to Stillwater and beat that team. But they're not, again, Oklahoma State is one of very few teams in the Power 4, maybe the only team in the Power 4, that is worse than North Carolina. North Carolina is horrible. They have no identity. Their offense sucks. Their defense sucks. Bill doesn't know what he's doing, guys. He's lost his fastball. And it doesn't help that it's being rumored that he's going to leave. They're going to buy out the contract. They want him gone already. Guys, we're 5 games into this thing, and they're already talking about Belichick being out of here. His only wins are against FCS Richmond and the Charlotte 49ers, who are the worst team in the American Conference. And oh, by the way, they only won it by 17 points against the worst team in the American Conference. They are en route to go 2-10 in the season. They're not going to win a game in the ACC, maybe against Syracuse, but you got to go to the Wireless Dome for that one. Probably not. They're not beating Wake, definitely not. Maybe a 3-9 year at best, but I don't even think they beat Syracuse on a backup quarterback. I'm taking Cal to win this game by 40 points. And yes, this is the end of Belichick. Guys, this is on prime time. North Carolina could get away with this if this was just another game on Saturday. You're the only game on at 7:30 on Friday night in Cal. Yeah, they're going to get blown out, and everyone's going to see it. And Belichick, sayonara. He's gone. He's gone. Cal by 40 points. I'm so confident in this, too. Next up, let's go to Saturday. Kicking things off, huge game in the SEC. Vanderbilt, LSU. There's some big games in the Southeastern Conference this week. This is one of them. Bama, Tennessee is the other big one. Missouri going to Auburn is another huge game in the South this weekend. This is huge, though. Louisiana State going on the road to Vanderbilt. I will say this right now. LSU is extremely undervalued here. Absolutely, I will take Louisiana State. I know they did not do us a good one when they went to Oxford and lost to the Ole Miss Rebels. Weeks, who, by the way, is throwing up in every single game he plays now, but Weeks can get one over on Lane Kiffin. Anyways, Louisiana State last week comes back and wins a defensive showdown against South Carolina. Guys, that's what Louisiana State's going to be every single week. They struggle offensively. Garrett Nussmer, who some still believe is going to be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft next year. I still see, media talk heads and, hell, even commentators when they're talking about, oh, look how great Dante Moore and Mendoza are good, but I still believe in Garrett Nussmer. Are you watching the games? That's all I have to say about that. Are you watching the actual games being played? Regardless, though, Nussmer in that offense still struggles. They struggle quite a bit. By the way, Fernando Mendoza's plus 210 to be the number 1 overall draft pick. We've done it, guys. Holy crap. Mendoza plus 210, Lenora Sellers plus 500, Ty Simpson plus 500, Nussmeier plus 1900, Dante Moore plus 850, Ruben Bain plus 850. Oh my goodness. No, he's going to go to some crap team. No, he's going to go to the Saints. No, he's going to go to the Jets. No. Because Saints, I can kind of deal with. Jets. Zach Wilson, by the way. This is not about the NFL, but the Jets need to apologize to Zach Wilson. Anyways, Nussmer's good, but what's really good for Louisiana State is their defense, man. And one of the best defenses in the country. They will hold you in every single game that they play. Look at all their scores. I mean, I know this is the definition of box score watching. Trust me, I watch the games, but guys, held Clemson to 10 points. Louisiana State to 7 points. Florida to 10 points. Ole Miss, 24. Again, Chambliss had a really good game, and LSU couldn't get off the field multiple times in that game. South Carolina, 10 points. That defense is good. Defense is really good. If Garrett Nussmer can just kind of figure it out offensively, and that offense can figure it out and get keep moving drives on third downs, they're really good. Now again, their schedule's tough. At Vandy, A&M comes into Baton Rouge next week, and then to Bama. They got to sweep that. I mean, if you lose one of those games, you're probably out of the playoffs. Again, the way this picture's looking, though, it looks like a lot of 2-loss teams can potentially get in, just because there's not many undefeateds left. It's Ohio State, it's Indiana, it's Miami, and Ohio State and Indiana will play each other eventually in the Big Ten championship game. I do believe, as long as Ohio State holds up their end of the bargain, because I don't know if they can beat Michigan. But anyways, I don't think Vandy beats LSU. Diego Pavia and company lose at Alabama last week or 2 weeks ago. If you're scoring 14 points against Alabama, that means you're going to score 10 points, if that, against Louisiana State. So then I ask you the question of this. Can Louisiana State score 13 points against Vanderbilt? I know their offense isn't very good, but they can 100% do that. I don't know if there's many better defenses in the country than the Louisiana State Tigers. They are just that good defensively. They hold teams so well, man. It's such a talent-loaded defense. And I believe they're going to be able to hold Vanderbilt this week as well. Again, the offense just needs to figure it out a little bit. But legitimately, I look at this game and I say, okay, if LSU scores 13 points, they're going to win. The way their defense plays, Vanderbilt, again, Pavia, what the Vanderbilt Commodores is just a Diego Pavia carry job every single week. That's what they are. But Louisiana State, they prep for that. They'll be fine. I don't care if the game's in Nashville. Take the plus money while you can. LSU is at great value here. Plus 115 for the Louisiana State Tigers. On the road at Vanderbilt, they will beat the Commodores. Next up, we go to the Atlantic Coast Conference. We go to Durham, North Carolina, as the Duke Blue Devils host the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. This is where the G-Tech, the Georgia Tech reign or run ends. It ends right here. They're good. They're not that good. And we realized that they weren't that good when they barely got by Wake Forest. And Wake Forest decided to go for 2 at home in overtime. Why? Right? That's when I realized, okay, Georgia Tech's not that good. Now, I've always thought they're a little overrated. right? I thought week 1 they were going to win and cover at Colorado. It did happen. We thought they were going to beat Clemson at home. It did happen. Think about those wins now, though. How great are those wins really? Colorado, okay, Colorado just beat Iowa State. Great victory. Clemson, a lot of teams can beat Clemson. And then where are their wins other than that? Temple, Wake, Virginia Tech. Exactly. The Duke Blue Devils have gone 4-2 this year. Their losses are a good Illinois team. Don't care what anybody says. Illinois is a good team. That Indiana just beat by 50, but a good Illinois team that beat USC. At Tulane, that's a difficult matchup. And then victories against North Carolina State, Syracuse, and Cal in 3 straight weeks. Again, the California victory is massive. You go on the road, just Darian Mensah and the Duke Blue Devils. They go on the road, put up 45 points. Mensah throws for 2 touchdowns, 265 yards, and just a really good effort of the Duke Blue Devils. They play great defense against California late in that game, and they just shut the Bears down. Duke's good, and they're catching fire right now. And now they get to play the game at home against Georgia Tech, a Georgia Tech team where if you can figure out that run game, and you can figure out Haynes King, and you can figure out their other backs in Jamal Haynes and Malachi Hosley, who had a bunch of yards last week, had 129 yards against Virginia Tech. If you can figure these guys out and figure out this run game and make Haynes King beat you with his arm, you're going to be fine. Again, I like Georgia Tech. I just think they're overrated. They should not be the 12th best team in the country. They shouldn't be. And sure, again, they deserve to be. It's a slippery slope because they deserve to be this high because they keep winning, but they're not actually they're not actually the 12th best team in the country. Guys, I'm seeing media talk heads say Georgia Tech's going to go to the playoffs. I'm seeing, they're just going to lose to Georgia and they're going to lose to Miami in the ACC championship game, and you got to put them in. No. This is the week where that ends. Duke's going to beat them. I think Virginia's better. I think by far Virginia is the second best team in the ACC. Not to say Georgia Tech's a bad team. It's just they're on the level of, okay, they can get upset on the road against Duke, right? If you figure out that run game, Haynes King is not that dangerous through the air. And Duke can score. We've seen it now. Darian Mensah has figured it out with Duke. Yes, they ran into their tough games at Tulane and early in the season against Illinois, but those are good teams, man. Tulane's one of the best teams in the American Conference, one of the best teams in the G5. Illinois, again, has a win over USC this season. Illinois' only losses are the Indiana Hoosiers and Ohio State. Illinois, if it was top 30, Illinois would be ranked 26th. So I don't really hold that against Duke. I think, again, they'll be able to shut down that option attack and the all-around running attack from the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. And I believe the Duke Blue Devils will get this one done at home. Again, being in Durham is going to help too. Minus 130 for Duke at home against the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. On to our next game, we go to the National Championship game rematch from 2023. We have the Michigan Wolverines at home in the Big House hosting the Washington Huskies. 5.5 is too many. It's too many points. Are we watching what Washington's doing right now? I was extremely impressed with the Maryland win. We cashed with Maryland's spread, but that was a game Maryland was up 20-3. Washington scores 21 unanswered to win the football game and win it 24-20. From that moment on, I've been sold on the Washington Huskies. I am, and I can be high on the Washington Huskies too because they don't play Indiana this season. No, I'm joking. But they don't. So, yeah. Who won last year though, right? Who won last year? And the Hoosiers go to Seattle next year. I may go to that. But anyways, Washington is a 5-1 team this year. They did play Ohio State really tight, but the win that, again, sold me was the Maryland victory. And last week on Friday night, Damon Williams throws for 402 yards and runs for 140 yards against Rutgers. Oh, yeah. Over 500 all-purpose yards for Damon Williams. He's everything Washington fans say he is. It's the truth. He's a sophomore, and he's already an elite quarterback in the sport. Now, will he stay at Washington is a whole other thing, because there are going to be teams down south that will be calling for Damon Williams. There will be. Ole Miss will be calling for Damon Williams. After Chambliss leaves, they will... I'm telling you, Lane Kiffin will want Damon Williams next year. There are going to be other teams in the Big Ten who have more money, Penn State, who are going to be calling for Damon Williams. But he's a talent, man. Damon Williams is really good. So I'm still on Washington. Michigan, man, coming off a bad loss at USC. A game where they just got, I don't want to say embarrassed, but lost by 20-plus points. USC wins at 31-13 at the Coliseum. Michigan's now 4-2 this year. They kind of still control their own path to the postseason, though. I mean, as bleak as it looks, they could win out, beat Ohio State, and definitely get in. Probably. But can they run the table is the question. Honestly, it's a very favorable schedule. I don't know. I think Washington can beat them this week, but I think by far, again, the points is the best option here. We are given 5.5 points for the Washington Huskies, a team that's right there with Michigan. And if this game was in Washington, it's a game that I'd expect Washington to probably win. Right? Last year, these two teams didn't meet in Seattle, and Washington got their get back for obviously losing the national championship game in 2023. Different circumstance, obviously, right? Different quarterbacks, obviously. Will Rogers, and I don't know, was that a who was starting? Was that a Jack Tuttle start? I think it was a Jack Tuttle start from Michigan last year. It was not. There was no orgies that game for Michigan, or there was not an orgy on the field. Just like how there's no orgies in Vegas right now. With Alex Orgy, just to clarify that. Bryce Underwood's played all right. Is he worth the money? I think eventually he will be. Right now, again, Underwood, it's just he needs time, and that's what I said at the beginning of the year too. I thought they should have gone Mikey Keene. You have a very capable veteran quarterback who's won a lot of games, and a very capable quarterback in the G5 at Fresno State, and Mikey Keene on your roster. And you say, we're just gonna go Bryce Underwood. Okay, that's fine. It's just expect these growing pains, and that's exactly what's happened this season. That's fine. I mean, Underwood's still a very great talent. I think he'll be even better for his sophomore year. But they are 4-2, and I think they're going to struggle with Washington. I think Washington's going to give them a really tough out. The Michigan defense is good, but USC just put up 31 points on them. And I get it. Going to the big house is a lot more difficult than getting Michigan to come to your place. But I think Washington's able to hold their own. Again, Damon Williams is everything that Washington fans say he is. And Jonah Coleman, after not having a great game against Rutgers, is still very capable too. Coleman's actually been kind of shut down as of late, but that's fine. Again, it just puts everything now on Damon Williams, and he has shown up and he has exceeded expectations in 2025. I'm taking the Washington Huskies to cover 5.5 points on the road at Michigan. Don't really care who wins the game. Could go either way. Next up, let's go to an ACC game against UConn. UConn here is a 2.5 point underdog on the road at Boston College. Boston College is embarrassing. They suck. Okay, their best moment of the season was when they went to East Lansing and they almost beat Michigan State. Like that's their one shining moment this year. They almost beat Michigan State, made me kind of believe in Boston College to the point where I was taking them to cover 9.5 points at Stanford or 13.5 points at Stanford. Regardless, it didn't go our way when they did that. I was in attendance and I was not a happy camper. Boston College then goes and plays Cal. In Boston, they let Cal go cross country and beat them. Oh boy, you suck. Then you go to Pitt and lose 48-7. And then you go play Clemson and lose 41-10. You're not that good of a football team. Their offenses get the ball to Turbo Richard. If Richard can't get going, we don't know what to do. Lonergan, their quarterback, he needs time. He's still a sophomore. He'll get better as time goes on. Lewis Bond's good, their top receiver, but I think UConn's beating them, guys. Give me the independent UConn. Joe Fagano and the UConn Huskies just find ways to win. They score a lot of points, man. Fagano, he's a threat on the ground. He's obviously a big threat with his arm. Last week against FIU, or 2 weeks ago against FIU, Fagano, 355 yards. And don't forget about Cam Edwards. Cam Edwards in 6 games has 637 yards. Had that huge game against Ball State where he had 194 yards on the ground. But they're going to give Cam Edwards, in an ideal game, in a close game, they're going to give Cam Edwards the ball 20 times. That's what they haven't done in all their competitive games this season, against Syracuse, against Delaware, against Ball State. Guys, if you look at what UConn's done this season, they are 4-2, and their 2 losses are in overtime. A 27-20 loss at Syracuse, and then a 44-41 loss at Delaware. Both their losses are overtime games on the road. UConn's pretty solid, and you got a team now that's built momentum, 3 consecutive wins. I get the game against Ball State's closer than you would want it to be. The game against Buffalo was kind of close, but Buffalo's a tricky out. And then you blow out FIU. That's exactly the momentum you need. And now you're coming off a bye week to take on this team, a horrible Boston College squad. It's kind of a weird game that's just, put in the middle of the schedule. But I guess I'm taking UConn here, guys. I like what Fagano does. And I look at the Boston College offense. They've been so stagnant in the last 2 weeks. They were horrible, I thought, in the Stanford game in the second half. Cal game, they were just disappointing. And in the last 2 weeks against Pitt and Clemson, they just haven't shown up. Pitt puts 48 points on them. They beat them 48-7. Clemson wins the game 41-10 just last week or 2 days ago. And again, their offense is just so, here comes Lonergan. All right, can you get the ball to Turbo Richard? No. Okay, Lewis Bond, where's he at? Oh, he's not open. We don't have anything else. They don't play good defense either. We've seen it. Their defense sucks. Offense sucks. UConn will score. They've put up 50-plus points twice this season. They put up 40-plus points multiple times this year. It's just what they do. UConn can put points on you, and they can keep putting points on you. And I get it. Again, their only losses are on the road this year. I have no fear about them walking into Boston College. I saw Clemson put up 41 points at Boston College. Am I comparing UConn and Clemson? No. But it's not like this team's... BC's a 1-5 team. They're a 1-5 team, and they've won one game this year, and it was against Fordham. The Fordham Rams. Come on now. Taking the UConn Huskies. Joe Fagano faced the franchise over at Connecticut. I'm taking UConn to win the game on the road. Plus 110. Keep your points. Give me the Huskies. Next up, we go on to a matchup in the Big 12. The Houston Cougars are 1.5-point favorites at home against the Arizona Wildcats. I'm going to be going with the Houston Cougars. Connor Wagman, man. Connor Wagman's playing good football this year, right? Gets basically hung out to dry at his last school, obviously in the Southeastern Conference at Texas A&M. He's been very good in the Big 12, and Big 12 football really suits Connor Wagman because he can air it out. And really, well, the secondaries in the Big 12 are not as good as the secondaries in the SEC. Connor Wagman, over 300 yards last week against Oklahoma State. And I get it, going to Stillwater is not what it used to be because Oklahoma State sucks. But it's impressive nonetheless. Houston goes on the road and they get it done. They win the game huge, 39-17. Their only loss this season is against Texas Tech. Texas Tech is beating everybody. Texas Tech is blowing out everybody. There's no shame in that, right? Texas Tech, I don't know who beats them in the Big 12. I'll say it now. Nobody's beating Texas Tech in the Big 12. Texas Tech pretty much has an automatic shot right now to college football playoffs. They will go to the playoffs. Yes, they got a game against BYU later in the year. They will handle BYU. They will probably get their rematch against Utah, I believe, in the Big 12 championship game. More on the Utes later. But Texas Tech, they're on a straight path to go to the postseason. Brenton Morton's hurt. Oh no, here comes Will Hammond, who's a very good quarterback, just waiting on the bench. He's a redshirt freshman for Texas Tech, who actually has experience playing college football games. Yeah, Tech's a problem. It's A&M. Tech's a problem. Anyways, Houston's 5-1. Only loss is Texas Tech. Yeah, the Oregon State overtime game sucked up until overtime, up until the comeback, and then, all right, you're back on with Houston. It's just a team that when they want to score and when they want to get their offense going through the air, they're really good. That's what Connor Wagman can do for you. Again, this is a guy with Southeastern Conference experience, and Houston's taking on Arizona. Arizona got robbed in the BYU game, I thought. BYU got every little call late in the game. I get it. There were some targeting calls and some roughing the passer calls early in the game that BYU wasn't too fond of. But as the game went on, guys, Brigham Young had 7 plays to score in the fourth quarter with a minute left from the 5-yard line because they just kept tacking on penalties. And obviously, right, Brigham Young wins it in double overtime, and more on BYU later. Arizona let that game slip through their hands, though. I get it. You didn't get the the favor of the whistle, but man, such a winnable game. It was. It was such a winnable game, and there are playmakers for Arizona, but you're coming off, a bad loss like that against a ranked team, an undefeated ranked team that you thought you could win. Bear Bachmeier goes 12 for 29 for a touchdown and 2 picks. You think you have it, and you still find a way to lose. You're taking on the Houston Cougars and a quarterback now who, again, different stylistic game, right? Brigham Young is so dependent on their run, regardless of if it's Bear Bachmeier, if it's LJ Martin, who are two very good runners. Again, Bachmeier, that's all he does. He's a running back playing quarterback, wearing 47. But it's a different matchup, and I think it's a better matchup for Houston against Arizona. Well, we weren't really comparing. It's a tougher matchup for Arizona to play Houston because, guys, on paper, Brigham Young's supposed to be an easy game. I don't care what the rankings say. I don't care what their record says, right? I get it. They are one of very few undefeated Power 4 teams left. There are, there's 7 of them, I think. Ohio State, Miami, Indiana, A&M, Ole Miss, Brigham Young, Georgia Tech. There's 7 of them. And then there's Memphis, too, undefeated. But whatever, right? Those 7 are perfect. BYU's not that good, and they're not even close to the other teams. Georgia Tech. They're not that good either. So what I'm getting to is Houston should beat you up if you lose to BYU on your own home field. You had Brigham Young, who is so vulnerable to get beat right now, man. They are not that good. They are so one-dimensional, and they're so easy to beat. You lost them on your own home field, and now you got to go to Houston and play the Houston Cougars, a team that's going to score as well, and a team that's going to actually throw the ball over your head with Connor Wagman, who can also run too. Obviously not like Bear Bachmeier can, but yeah, this is an easy victory for the Houston Cougars here. Absolutely love this play. After being all in on Arizona last week, well, again, this is how we got to do things with college football. We're now all out on the Arizona Wildcats. Minus 120 for the Houston Cougars at home. They will win the game against the Wildcats, again, in Houston. On to our next game. We move now to another matchup in the Big 12. Let's stay in Texas for a Battle of Texas. The Battle of Texas. No, it's not. But a battle of two teams within the state of Texas between the Texas Christian Horned Frogs and the Baylor Bears. TCU is favored to win this game slightly. They are 2.5-point favorites at home against Baylor. A little interesting because these two teams share a most recent common opponent. TCU just played Kansas State. They went on the road and lost that game 41-28. And my goodness, did TCU look horrible in that game. Couldn't hold on to the football. You're fumbling. You're throwing picks. Just an all-around joke. All right, that's what that game was for Texas Christian, okay? Kansas State did not beat you. You beat yourself. But anyways, they lost 28-41 against K-State, and they're taking on a Baylor team that just beat Kansas State 35-34 in Waco. So I guess, again, Avery Johnson and K-State has kind of turned it around after losing at home to Army and whatnot. But anyways, you now get Baylor and TCU. TCU is actually not that bad. They just need to clean up the mistakes. That's ultimately what it comes down to for me. They're actually not that bad of a team. It's just if they can, stop turning the ball over and stop fumbling and stop throwing picks, they are pretty decent. I still believe enough in Josh Hoover. He's a guy that just stands back and kind of slings it. You got Eric McAllister, who will be playing on Sundays in a couple years, maybe next year. Is McAllister? Is he a junior? I think he's a junior, right? Or is McAllister a senior now? He's a senior, so he will be playing on Sundays next year. I can't take Baylor. I can't. Baylor has screwed me too many times this year. Week 1 against Auburn, game against Arizona State. Sawyer Robertson and Josh Hoover kind of do the same thing. Okay, they just sling it the entire game. The thing is, Texas Christian at least has a little bit of a run game. Baylor does too, but they've really gone away from it the last couple weeks, right? Lead back's Bryson Washington, and Washington does have 557 yards this year. Again, it is something in the back pocket, I will say, of the Baylor Bears, but it's nothing they can rely on. It's not. I know Texas Christian can rely on that run game if they need to, I think. I mean, hell, Barnes had 12 carries for 81 yards last week. They just, again, could not hold on to the football. And it was a bunch of 4-yard rips, 5-yard rips. It's nothing crazy. But I mean, Texas Christian's in that game early, and they just let it slip away as the game goes on, man. I mean, it's a 7-7 game. Last drive essentially of the first half. You get the ball back, and it's just, oh man. Fumble recovery for a touchdown. They were disappointing last week. I think they're going to bounce back here, though. Games in Fort Worth, right? In Fort Worth, Texas. You get Josh Hoover at home. Again, Robertson may make less mistakes than Josh Hoover will, but I think lacks the talent Josh Hoover has in terms of the talent around him. I think Josh Hoover's got better guys. I do believe the Texas Christian defense is better than the Baylor defense. The Baylor defense has, they will let everybody throw on them, and they will let everybody move the ball against them. I think Texas Christian should be able to, or at least TCU's offense will see a lot of success against this poor Baylor defense. Again, both defenses aren't the best, but I believe TCU's is better, and I think TCU should be able to get done. On top of that, games in Fort Worth, not in Waco. Got to go with Texas Christian to get this one done at home. Minus 2.5 for the Horned Frogs. Next up, on to the American Conference as we go to Tulane versus Army. Tulane is Tulane's a 10.5-point favorite here in this game. They're 10.5-point favorite at home against the Army Black Knights. And yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense that they are. Tulane's a good squad. They're a really good squad with Jake Retzlaff. I say it all the time. Again, them winding up with Retzlaff was so huge because they could have got stuck with TJ Finley. They were going to get stuck with TJ Finley, who's now at Georgia State. And my goodness, the game Georgia State played last week against Appalachian State was atrocious. More on the Panthers later in the video from Atlanta as they go on the road to Statesboro, Georgia, to take on Georgia Southern. Again, skip maybe 2.5 hours. You'll see that video or see that portion of the video. But anyways, don't skip, though, because we got Tulane. The Green Wave are 5-1 this season. They are 2-1 in the American Conference. They lost a game to Ole Miss on the road. It's a game that I thought they were going to be very competitive in. It was. It was a game that I thought they could compete in, and they didn't. They got blown out at Oxford. Other than that, though, the Green Wave have been really good this season. A 23-3 victory against Northwestern, a 33-31 victory at South Alabama, a win against Duke at home. I just picked Duke to win against a ranked and undefeated Georgia Tech team. And a big victory for Tulane in their last game against East Carolina. I think highly of the Pirates, man. I think highly of Caden Hauser, who played his best game as a Tulane football player, is Jake Retzlaff. Guys, Jake Retzlaff hasn't really been able to expand the offense too much, right? It's a lot of short passing opportunities. It's a lot of, quarterback run plays, essentially. He went after it last week, though. He did. Against ECU last Thursday, 26 for 36 for 347 yards and 2 touchdowns. Yeah. That's the Jake Retzlaff I know from Brigham Young. That's the Jake Retzlaff who's probably going to transfer back into the Power 4 next year and get a very big opportunity in the Big Ten. That's what he is, right? I hope it's not like a Wisconsin, but I can see it. Him at Wisconsin next year. He should not do that, right? Penn State will be calling. Again, Penn State's going to be calling on everybody after the season. Who knows what's going to go down with them. But last game against ECU, you see kind of an abandonment of that run game. And all right, we're just going to sling it with Jake Retzlaff. And it worked. Retzlaff throws for 347 yards after a 242-yard performance against Tulsa. Again, Retzlaff's playing his best games right now as a Tulane Green Wave. Played a really good game against Duke. But right, I mean, it's an evolving game out of Retzlaff right now. And I like it a lot out of the Green Wave. For the Army Black Knights, back-to-back victories over UAB and Charlotte. I mean, for as good as victories as those could be, or I guess are, I don't know. Like I said earlier, there are very clear tiers in the American Conference. Not to be harsh, but Charlotte and UAB are in the trash tier. There's a reason why Dilfer just got fired from UAB. There's a reason for that, right? Charlotte doesn't move the ball. Army, they've got both their quarterbacks, Cale Helms and Dwayne Coleman. Both of them can move it. Noah Short, obviously very involved in the run game too. Hayden Reed as well. The thing is, they haven't beaten an elite team yet in the American. When they played a somewhat elite team, they lost to North Texas. They played a good team. Again, I'll make the tiers, right? Elite, good, trash. I'll say Army's part of the good tier, but when they play another good tier team, they lose at East Carolina and get blown out on a Thursday night at East Carolina. Noah Short ran for 127 yards, but they still lost. When they played an elite team out the American, North Texas beat them by 7 points in overtime. It was a game that, yes, Army had a chance of winning at the end of regulation. They settled for a field goal, and they had a chance again to potentially get into the end zone, but they did not. It's just they're not better than Tulane, man. Tulane's such a good team right now. I don't think Army's able to keep up with the scoring because Tulane right now, they're hitting their stride at the right point because they hit their stride now as they're getting on to the tough part of their schedule. A part of their schedule where, I mean, don't look now. Again, every elite team right now is in play to go to the playoffs still in the American, except for probably North Texas because they just took a loss to USF. But Tulane's potentially could still get in the playoffs. Memphis could, and Navy could. All of them in USF, obviously, right? All of them can still get in. Tulane this week, they have Army. They go to San Antonio to the Alamo Dome to take on UTSA after that on the night before Halloween. And they got to go to Memphis on November 7th. That's a game that could potentially put Tulane in the college football playoffs this season. I'm serious. The American Conference has some certified hoopers this year. Tulane's one of them. Give me the Green Wave at home against Army. I believe they should cover, and they should win by more than 10 points. That's literally what covering is. Nice. I got away with words, don't I? Next up, let's go to the MAC. Central Michigan goes on the road to Bowling Green, Ohio to take on the Bowling Green Falcons. Bowling Green with a big victory in their last game on Saturday against the Toledo Rockets. Set aside Drew Pine. Lucian Anderson III starts the game at quarterback, or plays most of the game at quarterback, throws for 92 yards, and gets the victory for the Bowling Green Falcons. Did get the start at quarterback. They also, got the start at quarterback. Pine injured, I believe. Anyways, Bowling Green wins the game 28-23 against a good Toledo team. Tucker Gleason's guys, I've been off and on about them, I'll say. At one point in time, expected to be really good. But anyways, Drew Pine injured, though. I believe he's not back yet. I don't think so. Again, Pine's their guy, but Lucian Anderson plays a big game. I don't think Pine's back yet. When I said I believe Drew Pine's injured, I mean, like, he's still injured. I think he is. But anyways, Bowling Green wins the battle on the war on I-85. Is that what it is? Like, is that tough in Ohio? Like, I'm serious. Like, I've been to Ohio. I've never lived in Ohio. Like, is that like a thing that like was that North Ohio? Like, do people really care about the war on I-85? Like, I don't know. But good win again for Lucian Anderson and Bowling Green, right? He does the he does the Fernando Mendoza at the end of the game. He runs out the back of the end zone in victory. You know, and Bowling Green's done it, right? They beat Toledo at home, and that's great, right? They were 10.5-point dogs at home. They were plus 320 underdogs. That's great. You're now building some momentum, and I believe with that momentum, they should win and cover against Central Michigan. Guys, the MAC, I will say, and this is where it gets tricky when you get the Tuesday games and the Wednesday games when they are the only games on, because my goodness, are MAC games so tough to pick. Because random stuff happens. I mean, going into that game, do you think a backup quarterback's going to go out and beat Toledo, who's a very capable team at the MAC? No, probably not, right? I mean, the MAC is so unpredictable. The Chippewas are coming off a loss to Akron in a game where they didn't play that well at all. And then Akron then got blown out last week. It just, ooh, man, it's a weird conference, man. It is. Central Michigan's still starting Joe Labus. Not wowed. Their only win in the MAC is Eastern Michigan. Now, their best win of the season is that they went to San Jose State and won, but as we have seen now with SGSU, right, the Spartans continue to I'm serious, they create new ways to lose games, right? They just, every single week, they're going to find a new way to lose. So I don't know how much I can put in now to a Central Michigan victory over SJSU. Again, great, you did it. But other than that, your wins are East Michigan, and we know how bad the Eagles can be sometimes, and then Wagner, who's an FCS school, obviously. Bowling Green, again, if it's Lucian Anderson, if it's Drew Pine, I don't know. I'd assume it's probably going to be Lucian Anderson. I'm going to buy in a little bit here. That's a great victory they just picked up. After losing their first MAC game to the Ohio Bobcats, you get that game at home against Toledo, and you get it. And now you're back at home against Central Michigan. I'd assume they cover here. I would, right? I mean, again, Anderson did not play a great statistical game, at least throwing the ball. But running-wise, he's a very good threat. 19 carries, 85 yards for Lucian Anderson so far in the season. I mean, he's a guy who can hurt you on the ground. Passing wise, you know, I mean, I guess they had a huge touchdown. One of the receivers, RJ Garcia, threw a 73-yard touchdown to Cameron Petaway. So again, a lot just went Bowling Green's way in that game, and they had to pull out every single stop to beat Gleason and Toledo. Regardless, though, a win is a win. They should beat up on Central Michigan, though, because again, they're not going to have to pull every trick out to beat the Chippewas, because the Chippewas just aren't that good. So I'm going to be going here with the Bowling Green Falcons at home against a new era of Bowling Green football without Bazelak, who's there for a while, without Harold Fannin, who is obviously a top pick. I'm going to take Bowling Green at home to win and cover the 5.5 points against the Central Michigan Chippewas. Next up, we stay in the MAC for Miami of Ohio and Eastern Michigan. So I do want to say this now, like, there's a reason, if you watch our best bets every single Friday, there's a reason the MAC barely makes appearances. Because you just don't know what to expect. It's such a weird conference, man. Plus UMass. I'm going to go plus 12.5 for Eastern Michigan, but take that with the lightest grain of salt, okay? I wouldn't bet on it. Miami of Ohio is 2-0 so far in the MAC with victories at Akron and a win at Northern Illinois. This is now their MAC home opener this season, as they've only played 2 games at home all year long. A shootout loss to UNLV 41-38, and then a victory over Lindenwood 38-0. Miami of Ohio obviously led by starting quarterback and former MAC champion Daquan Finn. Was Daquan Finn. He's back and he's playing, and he's been pretty good. I've always said Daquan Finn, his style is meant for the MAC. We saw it at Toledo. He left to Baylor, was originally the starter over Sawyer Robertson, but quickly got benched for the better Sawyer Robertson. But the MAC is the appropriate place for him. I think Eastern Michigan can keep this close, because all of their games recently have been kind of tight. 12.5 points. That's what Miami of Ohio is getting here. Eastern Michigan has not lost to a MAC team by 13 points yet. Their last 4 games, a 34-31 victory against the Louisiana Raging Cajuns, and I get it. The Raging Cajuns are not very good, but then a 24-13 loss at Central Michigan. Okay. A loss at Buffalo by 1 point. I get it, an injured Buffalo team, but still only 1 point on the road. And then they beat Northern Illinois 16-10. Now, NIU is the definition of a bad football team. Right? There's only so much that Iowa style can get you, and I say that because they have a run game and They don't really, they play good defense, but they can't throw the ball. I want to believe in EMU with Noah Kim. I just can't. I don't know. I'm picking them here, but like to say I'm confident in the Eastern Michigan Eagles would be an absolute lie. That's what it is. Dante McMillan had a good game for EMU last week. 23 carries for 104 yards. Noah Kim again throws it for 147. It's a typical Northern Illinois football game that they let just fall out of their hands, man. I mean, they were up 10-6 in the fourth quarter. EMU with two big scores to win it. Touchdown to start the fourth quarter. They tack on a field goal for insurance late in the fourth quarter, and Northern Illinois is not able to get back in the end zone. Not able to score after. Miami of Ohio is good with Daquan Finn. I think Eastern Michigan can cover here. I think they can. Daquan Finn, again, very capable quarterback, dual threat guy. He can hurt you from different angles. He leads Miami of Ohio in both passing yards and in rushing yards this year. But I think EMU can stay tight. They've done nothing but that so far in Maction play so far. Again, I would not bet on it. There are so many better games to bet on this week. But if you had to force me on a pick, sure, I will go Eastern Michigan spread in this game. I'll go EMU plus 12.5 on the road in Oxford against the Miami of Ohio Redhawks. Next up, we go to the 9:45 start time game. Only one. Typical SEC. They always have a game that starts at 9:45, and here it is on the SEC network. The South Carolina Gamecocks host the Oklahoma Sooners. So Oklahoma last week, oh my goodness, a disastrous Red River showdown in the Cotton Bowl against the Texas Longhorns. It was supposed to be the game that was going to break Oklahoma through. You get unranked Texas, and I was saying for weeks that they were going to get that game, and unfortunately they didn't. Oh man, I was flying the flag high for Oklahoma, and we got exactly what we wanted. We got John Mateer starting, and Mateer played so poorly, man. Obviously the hand was bothering him, but he was making horrible decisions with the football, and it was just a bad night. It was just a really bad night for John Mateer. Bad day for John Mateer. They're now back, and they're going on the road to take on the South Carolina Gamecocks. A South Carolina team that's 3-3 this season, a team that can be summed up by they have a really good quarterback who sometimes shows up, and the rest of the team isn't very good. Obviously that quarterback is Lenora Sellers. When I was mentioning earlier the favorites to go number one in the NFL draft, Lenora Sellers is right there with Fernando Mendoza, or with Dante Moore, with Ruben Bain, right? Ruben Bain's a monster, by the way, for the University of Miami. But anyways, Lenora Sellers is a talent. The team around him, though, leaves a lot to be desired. South Carolina is 1-3 this year in SEC play, losing to Vandy, losing to Mizzou, going and winning at home against Kentucky, and then a loss last week against Louisiana State, and they just got boxed by the Louisiana State Tigers. And what I mean by that is LSU played the LSU style of game where nobody scores, and we're just going to find a way to scrape across 20 points, and that's all we need to claim victory. So again, good victory for LSU, but South Carolina now finds himself at 3-3, and Oklahoma is coming into town now. I don't know. Mateer obviously was not 100%. Regardless of what they tell you that, he was 100%, he was not. Watch the football game. Mateer was not at 100% in that game. They did not want to go back to Michael Hawkins after the poor game, I will say, Michael Hawkins had last year in the Red River Showdown against the Texas Longhorns. They wanted to go Mateer. Mateer was healthy enough, and they paid for it. They lost. Now, again, how are they higher ranked than Texas? I don't know. I believe that Texas, again, I don't think Texas is the best, but I just saw the game, so Texas should be ranked higher than Oklahoma, but that's fine. Again, rankings don't always make sense. We can't always get what we want, I guess. Can't always be accurate. But Oklahoma now goes on the road to take on South Carolina. I assume Mateer is going to be better this week. He has to be, guys. John Mateer, again, before the injury, John Mateer was one of the Heisman favorites. Mendoza was there, Dante Moore, Ty Simpson. Yeah, again, John Mateer was right in that realm. And obviously, after not getting to pad his stats against Kent State and after a poor performance in the Red River game, the biggest audience he's going to play in front of this season, in terms of TV audience probably. I don't know, they play at Bama too. And they go to Rocky Top. Anyways, he laid an egg and he threw some bad interceptions. Okay. They get South Carolina. Oklahoma, guys, to beat Texas, they didn't have to play a perfect game, but they had to play a really good game. Against South Carolina, I don't believe they have to play a perfect game. I don't even believe they have to play a good game. I believe they need to play a mediocre game to beat South Carolina. That's the lack of confidence I have right now in the South Carolina Gamecocks. They're just not that good. Lenora Sellers is trying, but there's not much around him with this team right now. They have taken a huge step back from last year. Guys, there was talk last year that South Carolina got robbed in the postseason race. A lot of people believe that they should have gotten in over Southern Methodist. Obviously, Bama was in the mix too, but, you know, and my goodness, the way SMU has fallen off this season. More on them later. But you know what I mean, right? Like, they were right there last year, and this year, ooh, it's been bad. I think Oklahoma wins. I know, again, you can be disappointed about Oklahoma last week. That's fair. I think they'll bounce back here. I think Mateer's only going to be better. Defense is still solid. The run game should get going in this one against South Carolina, I believe. And I'm going to go with the Oklahoma Sooners to go on the road and win this game against the South Carolina Gamecocks. Give me Oklahoma minus 4.5 in SC against the Gamecocks. Next up, we go to the Big 12. UCF hosts West Virginia. Does anyone get excited for West Virginia football? If you do, I don't know how you do it. Because I look at West Virginia on the schedule, and I'm just like, oh, great. WVU football. It's hard to get excited for it. It is. I'm sorry, but it is hard to get excited for West Virginia Mountaineers football right now. Starting quarterback right now, Khalil Wilkins. Is he your best quarterback you can go to right now? I don't know if he is. I mean, again, no Nico Marshall, so you're going Khalil Watkins right now. You also have Scotty Fox Jr. as one of your other quarterbacks. Maybe you go to him. Guys, nobody on the roster is that good in terms of like available options right now. They don't have a really good they don't have a good quarterback anywhere. UCF has been losing a lot. They're still better than WVU though. But like, believe you me. Last week it is Cam Fancher getting the start, and Fancher played all right, I guess. Kind of 28 for 49 passing against Cincinnati, right, in a matchup that was supposed to be the matchup of former Indiana quarterbacks Taven Jackson versus Brendan Sorbsey. Taven Jackson gets injured the week prior, so they have to go to Cam Fancher, and Fancher gets a start. Again, will Jackson be back for this game? I don't know. Here's the thing, though. I don't really care who starts at quarterback for UCF this game, regardless if it's Fancher or if it's the former Hoosier and Taven Jackson. They will have enough to beat West Virginia. West Virginia's offense is horrible. Is UCF's offense bad too? It is. But, I mean, WVU, yeah, they won guys, they put everything they had this season into winning the Backyard Brawl, because in every game they have played other than the Backyard Brawl, they've been horrible. Watch them play. Ohio, 17-10 loss. Yeah, they win the Backyard Brawl, but then at Kansas, 41-10 loss. Utah, 48-14 loss. Brigham Young, 38-24 loss. And sure, are those good teams? They are. And is UCF on the level of a Kansas, of a Utah, of a BYU? They're not. I still don't think WVU wins, though. 7.5 is kind of a lot, but considering what the Mountaineers are playing with right now, it's not that crazy, you know? The best offense West Virginia has had the last couple weeks has been Khalil Wilkins running the football. It hasn't been his arm. It's not been the passing game. It's not been anything that they can get out of the backfield, at least running the ball with a Jalen Henderson. Guys, Khalil Wilkins is already their leading rusher. He's played 2 games. If that doesn't tell you West Virginia's in a bad spot with their football program right now, I don't know what does. He's played 2 games, and he's already their leading rusher. Wow. And UCF's on a backup quarterback, too. Again, we'll see if Jackson plays, but at least I know, again, UCF has a run game if they need to go to it. Like, Miles Montgomery is very capable out of the backfield. He's a guy who averages 5 yards a carry right now. You got Jaden Nixon as well, who changes it up, too. You got 2 good backs. Montgomery's obviously the main guy, and again, Cam Fancher or Taven Jackson doesn't matter. Both those guys will have enough to beat the West Virginia Mountaineers. A WVU team that does not have a defense that can carry them, does not have a good offense in general, can't score, can't do anything right. What do they even do? What do they even do right? That's the question I will ask. Exactly. Give me the Central Florida Knights to win the game at home. Again, it has not gone well for UCF after they demanded respect. Our name is not Central Florida. We're UCF. Okay. Give me UCF to win the game at home against WVU, and they will cover the 7.5 as well. On to the 11 o'clock hour and on to the MAC. Guys, we need to give it up for Kent State. Okay, and we will talk about UMass in a second. These games are scheduled back to back, so we get to talk about some elite football right now. All right, yes. It's that portion of the video. Kent State, shout out to them last week. Finally got a victory, man. I mean, I knew they were gonna do it. I kind of regret not putting it in the best bets. I just did it because there was so much going on at the 12 o'clock hour, and obviously I was locked into the Indiana game, and I'm telling like I've not been more locked into a college football game in a very long time. I don't know if ever than Indiana, Oregon. I mean, I was, I'm sitting here and like I've only reacted that way to like Tom Brady football games, and I'm out here like I'm like Kurt Signetti, like I'm standing there, I'm yelling at my TV like the refs can hear me. Anyways, so that's why I didn't put Kent State UMass in the best bets. But we thought Kent State was going to beat UMass. I mean, UMass, I keep doing it. Oh, it's just, I don't know, it's engraved in my mind. Not ass, but UMass. Anyways. Kent State dominated Massachusetts, man. 42-6. It's the best performance we've seen out of Kent State in 2.5 years. They finally, I guess, have decided on Drew DeShields being the quarterback. Devin Cargman is still with the system. They've got they've played 5 quarterbacks this year because they get blown out in every single game. But Kent State finally did it. They won a game against an FBS opponent. Ensures UMass borderline FBS, kind of. But good on Kent State for finally winning one. You now get rewarded by going on the road and taking on Toledo, a team that is, probably fuming that they just lost to Bowling Green on the war on I-5, or no, that's USF. The I-85. What is the trophy? The I-85 battle. I need to look this up. I'm sorry. I-85. I'm typing into Google. I-85 battle. No, that's Carolina Panthers, Atlanta Falcons. What is the rivalry called between Toledo and Bowling Green? Is it not I-85? Okay, I'm just not gonna find it. It's fine. I didn't know the Panthers and Falcons. What? Okay. Anyways, maybe Google just got that wrong. I don't know. I know it's a rivalry though. You gotta think they're pissed off, right? You lose essentially because you can't close the game. You're up 21-0, and Bowling Green scores 28 consecutive points on you. I mean, and the icing on the top of the cake, too. I mean, to tie the game, Petaway catches a 73-yard touchdown from another receiver, R.J. Garcia. And then Bowling Green, then it goes right down the field right after. You turn the ball over, and they have Bowling Green's got the ball on the 6-yard line. Punch it in, or the 1-yard line. They punch it in to win the game, right? It's just, you got to be pissed if you're Toledo. So they're going to take out all their aggression on Kent State. Is that the best way to approach a game? No. But again, here's my rule, guys. You don't bet on MAC games. Unless you absolutely love them, don't bet on a MAC game. I would not bet on minus 24.5 for Toledo. They should blow out Kent State, and the comp I'll make is they blew out Akron 45-3 at Toledo, right? And for as bad as Akron is, I still think Akron beats Kent State this season. They do play. They play every year. It's in Akron, I believe. That's on a Tuesday night. Oh, can't wait, right? But Toledo, they've struggled on the road quite a bit this year. They've lost every road game they've played, actually. They lost to Kentucky, lost at Western Michigan and Kalamazoo, and lost at Bowling Green. Home games, though, guys, they beat a good Western Kentucky team at the Glass Bowl in Toledo. Morgan State, who cares? Akron, 45-3. It's just a team it's night and day what Toledo does on the road and at home. And here against Kent State, unfortunately for the Golden Flashes, they got to play Tucker Gleason in the Glass Bowl. So I'm going to be going with the Toledo Rockets to win this football game and cover 24.5. But again, I just want to give a lot of credit to the Kent State Golden Flashes for finally winning a football game, first time since 2023, where they have won a Division I football game against another FBS opponent. So good on Kent State. We're cheering for you to win another one this year. But 2 wins, that's the most that you've gotten in years. And obviously the team that you beat, give it up for the UMass Minutemen. How is Buffalo only 16.5-point favorites here? Buffalo, okay, this might be the MAC game where I'll tell you, okay, go bet on this MAC game. What are we doing here? Oh, Buffalo only beat Kent State by 3 points. They only beat EMU by 1 point. There's not a worse team in college football than the UMass Minutemen. I can joke about how bad Oklahoma State is and how bad North Carolina is. There's some bad teams in college football. Charlotte's really bad. And Northern Illinois is really bad too. There's not a worse team than UMass. I mean, watch UMass play football. UTEP's really bad too. Sam Houston's really bad. I fully believe UMass is the worst team in the country. And that was 100% confirmed when you lose to Kent State. Again, guys, I thought Kent State was going to beat UMass. I didn't think they were going to win by 30-plus points. 36 points, to be exact. Again, let me make myself clear. I thought Kent State was going to win. I did not think they were going to win by that much. What do you even say if you're UMass? You're 0-6. You just lost to a team that hasn't won a MAC game in 2.5 years. What do you even say? AJ Harrison's the starting quarterback. I think they're going to remain with him. He, I guess, played all right. Brandon Rose is also on the roster. He was the opening night or opening day quarterback for the Minutemen. But you don't move the ball offensively. You can't throw the ball. You can't run the ball. And your defense is the worst. The only team that hasn't scored more than 21 points against you is Western Michigan. You lost to FCS Bryant earlier on in the season. Oh, man. And I get it. Buffalo doesn't blow anybody out, which is weird because last year they did. I mean, hey, CJ Agbana, what a talent he was. Starting quarterback, though, Tyquan Roberson is back for Buffalo. He was out 1 week, or 2 weeks actually, so they had to go to Gunnar Gray. Gunnar Gray, who was their senior backup, who was with Buffalo last year and, of course, did not beat out Roberson this offseason, who was former Penn State quarterback and whatnot, former K-State quarterback. Regardless, though, Buffalo still has a very talented offense. I'll say the two skill players all the time, man. Al-J Henderson, Victor Snow. These guys are really good. They are. And Buffalo is just a fun team to watch. Now, when you bet on them and you need them to cover, then they're not that fun. Now, they beat EMU 2 weeks ago. They got by. They won it by 1 point. So good on them for getting it done. But again, they did not get close to covering that game because they're supposed to blow out Eastern Michigan. I'm telling you, though, they will blow out UMass, okay? UMass is not competitive with anybody in the MAC. If they're not competitive against Kent State, who are you competitive against? Maybe Akron, but then they go to Akron later in the year too, so probably won't win that game, right? And Akron's actually winning games now in the MAC as well. All right, so like if you can't stay competitive with Kent State, who the hell are you competitive with? You couldn't even beat Bryant, the Bryant Bulldogs. 16.5 points. Well, Western Michigan is a defense-first team and only scored 21 points against UMass, and they still covered 16.5. Kent State hasn't won a football game again in years against an FBS opponent. They won by 36. This is automatic, guys. It's automatic. Give me the Buffalo Bulls on the road in, Amherst, Massachusetts, I believe it is. I think it's Amherst, yes. In Amherst, Massachusetts. Give me the Buffalo Bulls to easily take care of the UMass Minutemen. Buffalo wins the football game at minus 16.5 on the road. Again, this is automatic. Next up, we go to the Big Ten. Northwestern. What a victory last week. Not so happy Valley, eh? I mean, oh man. James Franklin, the reason James Franklin got fired, there's more than obviously just losing to Northwestern, right? It was the, accumulation of losses and big game losses that James Franklin had, obviously. But Northwestern was the cherry on top. It's just hilarious. It's just hilarious. Yeah, I mean, go on Northwestern. Go on them. They're a 4-2 football team. Northwestern is 2 games away from going bowling this season. Now, they're going to get this one. They'll beat Purdue. What's their 6th game? What 6th game do they get to go bowling? Nebraska on the road, SC, Michigan at home, Minnesota at home. That's the game. November 22nd, Minnesota at home. That's the game Northwestern's going to need to get so they can sneak their way onto the Pinstripe Bowl or the Fenway Bowl. That's the game. Illinois on the road, no. Or the Detroit Bowl is probably what Northwestern's going to get. Shout out to Gavin Stone, man. Gavin Stone. I was just going to say a guy that got overlooked at SMU, got benched for Kevin Jennings. People wrote him off, and I called him the wrong name. I called him Preston Stone. My goodness. Shout out to Preston Stone. I called him Gavin Stone, who's the pitcher on the Dodgers. Yeah, Preston Stone's done all right this year. Is he the best skillful quarterback? No. Is he the best statistical quarterback? No. He's won games. And Northwestern goes on the road to Penn State, and they take out the Nittany Lions as plus 800 underdogs. Unbelievable, man. It's only in college football. And it sucks for Penn State, right? Drew Aller's out for the rest of the year. He's done playing collegiate football, obviously, right? We'll talk about Penn State in a little bit. They're later on in the video. But I have nothing else to say but what a victory. Like, absolutely. What a victory for Northwestern. So what do you do now? You have to carry that momentum. You have to carry it. You got to beat Purdue. Have to. Preston Stone, again, has done a great job just being a game manager. For the Purdue Boilermakers, they've lost a lot. Again, complete 180 in terms of the record, right? Northwestern's 4-2. The Boilermakers are 2-4. Purdue wins their first 2 games of the season. They beat Ball State. They beat Southern Illinois. 4 straight losses. USC, Notre Dame, Illinois, Minnesota. I will give Purdue credit here. They fight and they put up points. They do. I mean, their quarterback, Ryan Brown, he's going to launch it. They put up 17 points and still lost by 16 total to USC. They put up 30 points against Notre Dame in South Bend, still lost the game by 26 total points. They put up 27 points against Illinois, lost the game 43-27. They put up 20 points against Minnesota, lose the game 27-20. My point with this is they've done enough just to lose every single week. They're going to do enough just to lose this week against a Northwestern team that has all of a sudden found the most momentum and the most confidence you can possibly find. Going into the season, Northwestern did not think at all they were going to have a damn chance to walk into Happy Valley and win. Well, they did it. And there was a time and place where I was really concerned about Indiana going to Happy Valley. And it was a hot take that I said, oh, Indiana's going to walk into Happy Valley and beat them. Now that seems like a sure thing. What a world we live in. Can't wait to talk about Indiana in a couple of games. Actually, yeah, that's a couple of games up now. Anyways, I got to go Northwestern here, man. Not because I'm not a big fan of Purdue, but the Wildcats have played good football recently. Their defense has been very good. Again, they did beat UCLA prior to the coaching change and prior to now Nico looking like a competent college football quarterback, but the team plays good defense. Again, Preston Stone is a game manager and a decent game manager at that. And I think they just do enough, man. They've won 3 straight games. They've got momentum on their side. Purdue's so accustomed to losing. They go on the road, they lose, they put up a fight, but they lose. Now you're going to get kind of shut down by a good defense, I think, in the Northwestern Wildcats. And, I don't think Purdue's really ready to win a defensive battle. They haven't played that all year long. It's just a different style of game. I mean, I'm telling you, Northwestern Iowa football in the Big Ten, that's that region of Big Ten football that's just different. It's just different. Purdue's not ready for it right now. Northwestern's going to win the game at home in Evanston. I'm taking the Wildcats to win and cover the 3.5 points at home. Next up, we conclude the 12 o'clock hour with a pretty good game, man. I like this game in the Sun Belt. Troy goes on the road to Monroe, Louisiana to take on the UL Monroe Warhawks. How about the Troy Trojans, who have quickly ascended is the right word. They've quickly climbed the ranks of the Sun Belt. 2-0 in the conference after a huge victory in Buffalo. They go beat South Alabama in their Sun Belt opener. They go on the road and win the shootout against Texas State 48-41. That's a good Texas State team. I don't care. Texas State is 1-2 now in the Sun Belt, 0-2 in the Sun Belt. That's a good victory. How about Tucker Kilcrease? Oh man, Goose Crowder, yeah, that job's not coming back. It's Tucker Kilcrease's job now. 415 yards and 5 touchdowns for Kilcrease for the Troy Trojans last week in overtime against Texas State, on the road at Texas State. Back-to-back overtime victories now for Troy. They win at home against South Alabama, and Kilcrease has the game of his life against Texas State. Their leading rusher had 18 yards against Texas State. Does that matter when your quarterback can throw for 415? And how about DJ Epps? 255 yards total this season. 150 of them come in that game against the Texas State Bobcats. It's time to buy in on Troy, guys. I didn't think this was going to be a position I was going to be in this season, but yes, here I am, week 8, and I'm buying stock on the Troy Trojans. Obviously, just to win the Sun Belt, maybe. They're not going to beat Southern Miss, though. That's going to be a good game, though. Like, I'm looking at the schedule right now. We're going to get last week of the season, November 29th, Southern Miss versus Troy. Let's hope 9-2 versus 9-2. Winner goes to the Sun Belt Championship game to probably take on James Madison, because the Sun Belt East is not very good. That's some good stuff. Now, Old Dominion was supposed to be the chosen one up there, but then they just proceeded to lose to Marshall and, Del Rio Wilson, but it's okay. It's fine. It's all right. I like Troy in this spot. I like Troy to beat UL Monroe. Again, a sneaky good game because UL Monroe plays decent defense. You have to play them in Monroe, Louisiana, but a team that really struggles offensively with Aiden Armetta at quarterback. Armetta does nothing all that impressively. Braylon McReynolds is a good running back, I'll say, but a running back that's been shut down the last couple weeks. And UL Monroe's played difficult teams. They go to Coastal and lose to a Chanticleer team that at the beginning of the season, I thought all hope was lost for them, but all of a sudden now they're 2-0 in the Sun Belt, and maybe they're kind of alive. And then UL Monroe before that went to Evanston, Illinois, and played Northwestern. But again, guys, that's just the style of ball they play up there, right? It's just that's their style. You don't go to Northwestern and you don't score points against them. Again, Purdue's going to find that out very shortly. So UL Monroe had a very good victory against Arkansas State, but back-to-back losses since then. I get it both on the road, but Troy's playing their ass off right now. I mean, I did not expect them to score 48 points on Texas State. I don't think anybody expected that, let alone win the game outright. 7.5-point dogs, sure, that's one thing, but to go on the road and get that one done and win it, in a game, by the way, that you're losing 28-7 in the first quarter, you're losing 14-31 in the second quarter, you keep fighting back, you keep climbing back. Kilcrease again with a touchdown to DJ Epps. They're down by 8 with a minute left. Kilcrease finds Epps in the end zone, and they go for 2, and what is it again? Kilcrease to Epps. First overtime, again, Kilcrease to Epps. Texas State doesn't score with Brad Jackson. Ball game. How about the Troy Trojans right now? I'm believing. UL Monroe's offense will not be able to keep up. Aiden Armetta, not ready for the spot. And not ready for Tucker Kilcrease and what, Troy's going to be putting up on the other side of the football. Give me Troy to get it done on the road. I'm taking the Trojans. -6.5 on the road against UL Monroe. Again, Troy right now, I believe, is an elite squad right now in the Sun Belt. On to the 12:30 games. And unfortunately, we have to get this one out of the way before we get to the real topic and the real highlight of today's video. And that's obviously the Indiana Hoosiers. Ohio State versus Wisconsin. Ohio State wins by more than 27 points. They're going to get mogged by Indiana today, though. That's one way to put it. Why does Ohio State get the CBS spot and Indiana's on Peacock? I don't have Peacock. I'll be watching the game legally, though. Yeah, I'm gonna sign up for Peacock just to watch. Yeah, that's what they want me to do. Yeah, I'm gonna sign up for Peacock just to watch the Indiana game this week. That's what I'm gonna do. You got me, NBC. You got me. Or Comcast, whoever owns Peacock. Why is Wisconsin even in the Big Ten anymore? No, that's harsh. But this team's so bad. They're so horrible. Thankfully, Indiana will get their crack at them later in the year in Bloomington. That'll be fun. Because Indiana and Kurt Signet is going to put up 70 points. I think he's going to want to put up on this team, and it'll just boost Fernando's Heisman campaign. God, the Badgers get Ohio State, Oregon, Washington, Indiana, Illinois. Holy crap. And then at Minnesota, they're going to go 2-10. Wow. They win their first 2 games against Miami and Middle Tennessee, Miami of Ohio, obviously, and then 10 straight L's. Yikes. Yikes. They switched quarterbacks, right? So it was Billy Edwards, gets injured, then it's Danny O'Neal, and then now you go to Hunter Simmons, who is from Southern Illinois. He's a grad student, essentially, and, he's just slinging it, I guess. He's not that great, though. They need to go back to Billy Edwards, in my opinion. But it doesn't matter who they start. I mean, they could bring back Russell Wilson. I know, again, Russell's looking for a job somewhere. Maybe they could just, finagle some eligibility left here for Mr. Unlimited Russell Wilson. But, yeah, they don't stand a chance this week. Ohio State's not better than Indiana. Okay, they're not. But, yeah, they're good enough to beat Wisconsin. Tell me, though, quarterback play is going to be the difference. Quarterback play will be the difference when Ohio State plays Indiana at Lucas Oil in the Big Ten championship game. I need to start looking now so I can get a flight over to Indiana for that game. That's what I need to be doing. That's actually a great idea. I just came up with by myself. Why haven't I been thinking about doing that? And I do that, and then Indiana somehow slips on a banana peel, and then I'm showing up for Ohio State versus, I don't know, Oregon. No, it would take a lot actually now for Indiana to not make the Big Ten title game. Regardless, though, Ohio State's going to completely beat the hell out of Wisconsin. Again, it doesn't matter who starts at quarterback for this team. It can be Hunter Simmons. It can be Billy Edwards. It can be Danny O'Neal. They're getting belt in this game by Ohio State. They're getting belt to ass is what will happen. I'm still not impressed with Julian Sayin. I'm not. I don't know how Julian Sayin is the 6th highest guy to win the Heisman right now in the odds. If anything, yes, Jeremiah Smith from this team, sure. But Jeremiah Smith, 500 yards a season? It's a good team. It's a really good defense. They're not better than Indiana, but they're sure as hell better than Wisconsin. Because Wisconsin's the worst team in the Big Ten right now. Maybe Penn State, but no, Wisconsin is just very horrible. So give me Ohio State. Now, this is why we're here. Come on now. Let's go. Indiana, man. Oh, my goodness. IU, the number 3 ranked team in the country. Guys, last season, early last year, when I told you Indiana was going to go to the playoffs, and I came up short of my prediction that they were going to beat Ohio State and win the Big Ten, but we were right on the fact that they were going to go to the playoffs. And I've been right about a lot of things about Indiana sports. Okay, not to toot my own horn, but I did call the Pacers run to the finals. Okay, if Halliburton's Achilles doesn't tear or doesn't explode, Pacers were the NBA champions. Okay. Don't forget. I also did call Indiana Jones rising to prominence. I just want to put that out there too. So, just saying. And last year I did tell you the Indiana Hoosiers were going to go to the playoffs. And this year I told you they were going to beat Oregon and they're going to win the national championship. So again, we're just making strides. We're just continuing to do the things with Indiana, right? I can't believe they're ranked third in the country. So when I said last year that they were going to go to the playoffs and they're going to win the Big Ten, I believed it. But like seeing them as the number 3 team in the country. I mean, seeing them last year when they were, 6 against Ohio State, 5 against Ohio State, I think it was 6. That was insane. 3 is, oh my goodness, man. I think they were 5 last year when they played Ohio State. 3 is, wow. They should be 1. They should. And they will be 1 by the time the season's over. Like, I don't know if they're ever going to let them jump over Miami. Like, Ohio State, I know Ohio State's going to lose to Michigan. So, Indiana will jump them eventually. It's okay. It's just crazy to see. And what Cignetti has built at Indiana, it's absurd. It just is. I like how Penn State fans think that they're going to get Curt Cignetti. Like, if anything, he's going to re-sign again with Indiana in the offseason, and they're going to rename Memorial Stadium Curt Cignetti Memorial Stadium. Or Memorial Stadium at Curt Cignetti Field. I'm so serious. Or Curt Cignetti Field at Memorial Stadium. I'm serious. Like, he's going to get a statue outside of that stadium, and he should get a statue. This is what they should do is out in Bloomington, outside of Memorial Stadium, okay? I used to be able to look out my window and see Memorial Stadium all the time, kind of, like the parking lot to Memorial Stadium. I was really looking at kind of Assembly Hall. Anyways, it should be Curt Cignetti, Fernando Mendoza, Curtis Rourke. That's what should be in front. Maybe Elijah Surratt too, but that's a lot of work. I would go Cignetti, Mendoza on one side, Rourke on the other. Mendoza's the guy who's going to win the Heisman this year and take Indiana to the new heights, but they don't get to the spot if Curtis Rourke doesn't take a chance from Ohio last year and come on and be the starting quarterback. So I want to make that known. Again, Curtis Rourke, this is not possible without him. Canadian legend Curtis Rourke, and now Fernando Mendoza. Oh man, they beat Oregon. I told you they were beating Oregon. I said it. I put it out there, and it happened. It's insane. It's insane. Because part of me was like, is the Ohio State thing gonna happen again? Nope. They really did it. If they lose to Michigan State this week, they're minus 4,500 favorites. Now they'll win. Like, undoubtedly, Indiana's gonna win this football game. Michigan State's gonna get belted this game, man. I mean, I'm serious. I know what Cignetti wants to do this week, and he's gonna try to put 70 points on this team. He's gonna try to. Michigan State offers nothing. Okay, UCLA, who's getting better, goes to East Lansing, and they put up 38 points on Michigan State. Now, is Aiden Childs going to start? Is Alessio Milovic going to start at quarterback for Michigan State? I don't know who it's going to be. I assume it'll probably still be Aiden Childs. It doesn't really matter. They're both not that great. And Milovic, to, again, his defense, he's 19 years old. He's a redshirt freshman, I believe. Michigan State started the year 3-0. They've lost 3 consecutive games to USC, to Nebraska, and to UCLA. First 2 losses, okay, but I mean, I don't care how, re-energized the UCLA Bruins are. You cannot lose that game. You cannot lose that game. And they did. They got blown out at that, too. It's not a competition. And now you got to play the best team in the country. That's a problem. That's a problem, man. Fernando Mendoza, he's elite. There's not a quarterback in college football I'd rather have than Fernando Mendoza. There's not a quarterback I'd rather have. Elijah Surratt, there's not a receiver I'd rather have in spots than Elijah Surratt either. I mean, the ability that Mendoza has, he stretch the field the opposite way with Elijah Surratt one-on-one against the corner. I mean, Surratt's dominating in Eugene, right? There's not a guy I'd rather have. There's not a combo I'd rather have. It's phenomenal, man. And Omar Cooper is the best number 2 receiver in the country. I mean, the one-handed grab he makes on that 5-yard out route, unbelievable. What a team, man. What a squad. Michigan State doesn't know they don't know what's coming to them this week. They've had it bad at USC. They've had it bad against UCLA. You're going to Bloomington. By the way, don't forget last year, Michigan State, this was the game last year. Indiana was 8-0. Their first big road test was Michigan State. They went to UCLA, passed it, went to Northwestern, passed it. And then, okay, their big first road test is Michigan State. In East Lansing, they go down 10-0 right away. I think the game was on NBC. They go down 10-0. Curtis Rourke was injured. He came back for that game because they played Taven Jackson against Washington. And oh no, what's going to happen? Yeah, Indiana put up 47 consecutive points on Michigan State last year after they went down 10-0. I'm not concerned. Not concerned at all. I mean, I have no doubt in my mind that they won't dominate Michigan State here. 26.5 points. I mean, it's crazy to see. I mean, Indiana is a 26.5 point favorite. I don't care how bad Michigan State has been in the past. The Indiana Hoosiers are getting 26.5 points or need to cover 26.5 at home. It's insane, but they're going to do it. They're going to do it. Michigan State has talent. They don't know what to do with that talent. Jonathan Smith's on the hot seat, I believe. That's just my opinion of matters. I don't know. I see on Twitter, Michigan State fans are fed up. So Indiana minus 26.5. They're telling Jonathan Smith to take his ass back to Corvallis. We go on now to our next game, and we go to the Southeastern Conference. We've got the Arkansas Razorbacks at home taking on the Texas A&M Aggies. A&M's really good. A&M's very good. 6-0 team this season. Obviously, the win over Notre Dame is only looking better. They win the game by 1 point. Sure, they win it because Notre Dame can't execute in a point after attempt, but how about the Aggies right now? I mean, you have to like what they're doing. Back-to-back victories, or 3 straight victories after beating Notre Dame, right? They passed the Notre Dame test in South Bend, and they then go on to win 3 consecutive games in the SEC. They beat Auburn. They beat Mississippi State. They beat Florida. And now they go on the road for the first time since going to South Bend and winning. They have to go to Fayetteville, Arkansas. Now the Razorbacks, they're like Purdue. They do enough to lose every single week. Taylor Green's a really good quarterback. Taylor Green is very capable. Green is a senior, obviously. Wish he was a little younger. I wish he had another year, obviously, former Boise State quarterback. But Green's very capable. He's obviously the driving force to this Arkansas team. They've got some playmakers. Mike Washington, Omega Blake are 2 other playmakers that they have in the offense. It's been, not enough. I mean, they've lost so many close games. They lose to Ole Miss on the road by 6 points. They lose to Memphis on the road by 1 point because of a fumble, but still, they lose to Tennessee on the road by 3 points. And now they return home to take on Texas A&M. The problem that they face here, though, is that, again, and by the way, you hosted Notre Dame and lost 56-13, which should show you kind of how good Notre Dame is playing and how well Notre Dame is playing right now. But this is the point I'm going to make here. Ole Miss is good, Memphis is good, Tennessee's good. A&M's better than all 3 of them. A&M's better than Notre Dame, barely, but they're better than Notre Dame. And Notre Dame went into Fayetteville and beat them by 43 points. A&M's going to go into Arkansas and beat them by at least double digits. I won't say, they're going to beat them by 42, but they will beat them by double digits. If Notre Dame's able to do it, A&M's able to do it. I'm not going to play, sports math like that. Again, A&M beat them, so that means, Notre Dame beat Arkansas, that means A&M has to beat Arkansas. No, it doesn't work like that, all right? Sports just doesn't work like that in general, obviously, right? Matchups make fights. Styles make fights. I get it. The way A&M's playing right now, their defense is clicking, and the offense, Marcel Reed, again, is an elite quarterback in college football. The A&M offense is moving. And look at their schedule. They have a test next week in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. That is one hell of a football game. I think that's probably where game day is going to go, even though game day should be going to Bloomington next week for the UCLA matchup. Game day should have gone to Provo this week for undefeated Brigham Young in the Holy War against the Utah Utes. But, it's SEC game day, so that's all they do. So that I can almost guarantee you they're going to go to Baton Rouge next week. But A&M's firing on all cylinders. It's a really good football team. Arkansas, again, has done just enough to lose, but they've done just enough to lose against, good teams, but not great teams. Notre Dame's a great team. Texas A&M is a great team. A&M will dominate Arkansas this week. Taylor Green, again, there's only so much he can do with this squad. A&M's the much better team. A&M goes on the road and covers the 7.5 points. Next up, we stick in the SEC and a huge game. In Athens, the Georgia Bulldogs host the Ole Miss Rebels. 5 versus 9. Now, Ole Miss opens as a 6.5-point underdog in Athens. And honestly, I get it. I know why they're a 6.5-point underdog. It's because of last week. I mean, I don't know if we can really consider you a top 5 team in the country if you're beating Washington State by only 3 points. Guys, that was a 32.5-point line in that game. I mean, you couldn't even bet Wazoo money line if you wanted to. And Ole Miss was in a dogfight with them. You know, I mean, there was very limited time and very little time at the end of the game, but Wazoo did end with the football in their hands, and sure, they were like 60 yards off of the end zone, but Ole Miss let them stay in the game. It can't happen. It's horrible. I mean, again, like, you expect more out of a team that just beat LSU in the way that they beat LSU, in the way that they beat Tulane 2 weeks prior, and you only get by Wazoo by 3, and a bad Wazoo at that. Obviously, they are the best team in the Pac-12. The Pac-12 obviously consisting of 2 teams. But now Ole Miss has to turn to Georgia. So that's why Ole Miss is a 6.5-point underdog. It's because of that win. Yeah, you win. I don't know if you can really ask for a less impressive victory than what Ole Miss got against Wazoo. Lane Kiffin said it himself, too. I mean, they're interviewing Lane Kiffin at halftime, or coming out the locker rooms at halftime, and Kiffin says, yeah, we need to get Trinidad to cut all this D2 stuff out, because he was doing D2-type stuff in that game early, right? And obviously, Ole Miss ended up winning. Kawan Lacey had another big day on the ground. You just can't be that close. Now, again, I did think, all right, Ole Miss playing Wazoo. It's a random game. It's not an SEC game, and you're just overlooking this team, because what do you have next? At Athens, at Norman, 2 huge road games in the SEC. I think that has to be kind of the case. Now, again, a team can say they're not overlooking an opponent. Players can say they're not overlooking an opponent. But when you know those teams are on your schedule and you're playing Washington State, who's been blown out in back-to-back weeks or has been blown out continuously throughout the season, you're really not that concerned, and you're just trying to get to that next big game. I think they're going to be okay. I think they're covering 6.5. Guys, Georgia last week should have lost to Auburn. I mean, I don't know how the quarterback sneaks not a touchdown. Kirby Smart gets gifted a free timeout because, oh yeah, I'm just clapping my hands. Yep, I'm clapping my hands. Really? They should have been down 17-0 at halftime. 17-0 at halftime. They win the game 20-10. Georgia got extremely lucky, man. They survived. And Kirby said it himself. I mean, Kirby said it after the game. There's a clip of him saying, I think along the lines of, we escaped, or we stole one. They did. Kirby's not saying that he literally stole it, but, they barely survived. They got out of it. You can't rely on that against SEC teams every week, though. I think they beat Ole Miss. I'm not confident that they beat Ole Miss, though. The best play here by far is plus 6.5 for the Rebels. Guys, Georgia, last big game they had against an SEC team, Alabama in Athens. They lost. They're playing catch-up the entire game. Now, again, is Bama better than Ole Miss? Undoubtedly. 100%. Bama's better than Ole Miss, I believe. We will probably not see that game this year. But, Ole Miss and Bama. But I don't think Georgia, again, is just going to straight up blow out Ole Miss. I think Ole Miss is going to stay in the game. Am I a little questionable about Trinidad? Sometimes I am. He's a good quarterback, but again, there's a reason he was playing D2 ball until his senior season. And I'm not here to knock the guy, but there's a reason for that, right? He's done enough so far, and here's another huge game. They passed the LSU test, but there is a difference. Winning at home against LSU in Mississippi, and then going on the road to Athens and playing in that environment. I think Ole Miss covers. That's not an Ole Miss play. It kind of is about Ole Miss. At the same time, though, I don't think Georgia's that great, though. I don't think they are. Gunnar Stockton hasn't really done it for me yet this season. Truthfully, I don't know. I think they could use the quarterback they had last season. I'll just say that. You had a quarterback named Carson Beck who was really damn good, but you decided to let him go. So I'm going to go Ole Miss plus 6.5. I've seen Georgia in a big spot before. I was really confident they were going to beat Bama a couple weeks ago. They didn't. I have to lay off the Bulldogs for now, all right? I'm going to go with Lane Kiffin's guys. Give me the Ole Miss Rebels to win the game on the road. Cover on the road against Georgia. Not taking them to win. Don't care about the final outcome. I just need Ole Miss to cover. Next up, rematch of the ACC championship game. From Clemson, South Carolina, we have the Clemson Tigers hosting the Southern Methodist Mustangs. Going SMU. I think SMU is almost now underrated. I think that's what they are. Guys, they lost 2 shootouts to 2 good Big 12 teams. Now, 2 confusing Big 12 teams, I will say, because I literally talked about both those teams playing against each other earlier in the video. Obviously, I'm referring to the Baylor Bears and the Texas Christian Horned Frogs. But in back-to-back games since losing their second game of the year to TCU, SMU has beaten Syracuse and beaten Stanford. Now, both those games have been in Dallas, and here's a test in Death Valley. But guys, going to Death Valley does not have that mystique aura about it that it used to have. And I know the word aura now is considered cringy and whatnot, but that's legitimately what going to Clemson used to be. And there was aura around it. It was a tough place to play, and I'm not saying that it's not still a tough place to play. But if I'm a Southern Methodist, I'm not outright, sitting there and, shaking in my boots that I got to go to Clemson. It has been done multiple times this year. Teams have walked into Clemson and won. Syracuse did it. LSU did it. Why not SMU? I mean, that's what I'm thinking going into this game. Why not Southern Methodist here? Why can't SMU win this game? I mean, they're not the same team that they were last year. They lost guys in the portal. Trust me, I think SMU is going to be fine long term. Like, they have big money donors. All right, there's a lot of rich people around SMU. They're going to find talent. I think they'll be fine. They're going to be a powerhouse in the ACC, in my opinion. Has Kevin Jennings taken kind of a step back? Not entirely. I think the team around him has taken a step back, and Jennings has dealt with nagging injuries so far this season. But asking Clemson to beat this team by 10 points? No. Guys, Clemson beat Boston College and North Carolina 38-10 and 41-10. If you give SMU those opponents, I mean, the final result's the same exact thing. And yes, even at Chapel Hill and even in Boston, yes, those final results are the same exact thing. I mean, those are the 2 worst teams in the ACC. And, I mean, don't take my word for it. Look at the standings. I mean, those are the 2 worst teams in the conference. Technically, FSU's 0-3 too, but FSU's not that bad. I don't know. Hey, I was told I was crazy for taking Pitt last week. Come on now. Florida State's got a running back quarterback. Just saying. Watch out for the Stanford Cardinal at the very end of the video today. Skip another 2 hours if you want to see that. No, don't, because we got SMU Clemson right now. I'm not big on Clemson, man. I'm not. Okay, you beat North Carolina, you beat Boston College with Cade Klubnik. Awesome. Sure. You won 2 games. Like, congrats. The Troy victory, I guess, is becoming better because Troy continues to win. But that was before Troy turned to Tucker Kilcrease. Guys, what happens if Kilcrease is playing that game for Troy and it's not Goose Crowder? What happens? Does Troy win that game now? I mean, those are questions I have to ask. Clemson loses to Syracuse at home. That was before, obviously, the Angeli injury. You lose at Georgia Tech. I don't give a damn that you beat North Carolina. I don't care that you beat Boston College. SMU's going to score on the road, okay? And I get it. This is not the same Southern Methodist team that played Clemson in the ACC title game last year, and sure, they lost it. But it's not the same Clemson team either. And this is what happens when you don't believe in the transfer portal. Adapt or die. That's what it is, man. Klubnik's been disappointing this year. I'm old enough to remember when Cade Klubnik and Arch Manning were the 2 favorites to win the Heisman Trophy this year. That went great, didn't it? That went really well. I'm going to take Southern Methodist to cover on the road. The winner of this game, again, like I've just mentioned with Ole Miss and with Georgia, I don't care who wins. Okay, it can go either way. It's football. Southern Methodist, though, is not 10 points worse than Clemson. Okay, their offense will be able to keep up. Kevin Jennings will keep that team in the game. And it's getting to the point now where SMU's underrated. Now, they'll go to Miami in a couple weeks, or actually Miami has to go to Dallas in a couple weeks, but I still don't think that goes well for SMU. But this team is underrated. This is still a sneaky 9-3 team this season, and a team that's going to find themselves in a Citrus Bowl or something, or the AC doesn't go to the Alamo. They'll find something that legitimately, they might be a Pop-Tart Bowl team this year. They're not having a bad season, okay? Kevin Jennings is still solid enough. They're going to cover 9.5 against Clemson on the road. Next up, we go to the Mountain West. Air Force looking for their first victory in the Mountain West this season at home against the Wyoming Cowboys. What a game, man. Air Force just played on the road at UNLV, at Allegiant Stadium. Air Force has a chance to tie the game with the field goal as time is expiring, and they miss a chippy. It's a 42-yarder, if that 40-yarder, and they miss it to send the game into overtime. It was 48-51, and Air Force missed the game-tying field goal. But what fight out of the Air Force Falcons, man. I mean, Liam Zarka. I keep saying it about Liam Zarka. This dude is, this is the future of Air Force football. Liam Zarka is a sophomore. He'll be around. And this guy's throwing for over 150 yards. He's running for over 125 yards. This is a good quarterback right now in the Mountain West. It is. And a very good, option quarterback. Very good Mountain West quarterback. Owen Allen, too, running the ball fairly well. 17 carries, 192 yards for Air Force last week. And everybody got going in the run game, essentially, right? I mean, Air Force, how many total yards of offense? 600? I think about 603 total yards of offense for Air Force last week. They couldn't win. The problem with Air Force is their defense is atrocious. And Anthony Calandri and UNLV took advantage of that. Again, we talk about Air Force's 603 combined total yards. UNLV had 597 total yards. So if you're counting, 1,200 total yards in that game last week at UNLV. Insane stuff. And we will talk about UNLV later in the video and how they are huge underdogs at Boise. I get them being underdogs, but I just don't think people understand how good Air Force truly is. Air Force in every single game they played this season has been right there. They score a bunch of points in every single game that they play, and they just, again, can't close. Eventually, they're going to win a shootout. This is the shootout they're going to win. Guys, I'm getting really excited for when Air Force comes to San Jose State. I'm hoping it's a late night game on Saturday because I don't like day games. I'm probably maybe the only person that says this. I love going to 7:30 games. I hate going to 3 o'clock games. I hate going to noon games. I hate going to 4 o'clock games. I love 7:30 games. It's just the truth. Unless there's UFC on. If there's UFC on, I don't want to go to a 7:30 game. But November 8th, when Air Force plays San Jose, there's no UFC on. Well, it's a fight night in the Apex, so don't care. Randy Brown and Gabriel Bonfim. Regardless, Air Force, they are so fun to watch, man. They are. They're so fun to watch. They put up a lot of points and they just don't get the best of them. 49-30 loss against Utah State, 49-37 loss against Boise State, 44-35 loss against Hawaii, 34-31 loss against Navy, 51-48 loss against UNLV. They just put up points. That's what they do. Wyoming last week, they pulling out their ass against San Jose State. Yes, they pulling out of their ass. San Jose State, if Walker doesn't get hurt, Wyoming does not win the football game, but shout out to Caden Anderson. They come back and they find a way to do it. They scored 21 consecutive points in the fourth quarter to win the game against San Jose State. Again, very lucky. Extremely lucky. Good on them, but, I mean, a lot of luck in that one. It is. It's just poor play and poor time management and poor clock management and just honestly, poor coaching by the San Jose State Spartans. That's the thing about SJSU. I mean, their coaching is very poor sometimes. Wyoming, okay, to beat Air Force, you need to score 45 points at least. I'm so serious. And going to Colorado Springs and beating this team, yeah, you need to score that many. Wyoming's not doing that. And yes, the Air Force defense is horrible, so you're able to move the ball again on offense against them, but you actually have to be perfect. And it is again the goalpost for being perfect is different against Air Force because of how bad their defense is. But I don't think Wyoming's able to score every single time they touch the ball. I know, again, Air Force defense is not very good, but I'm going to take the Falcons here. They're finally going to get 4.5-point favorites. I'm going to go with the Air Force Falcons at home in Colorado Springs against the Wyoming Cowboys. And here is that other game in the Mountain West. Why is UNLV a 12.5-point underdog in Boise? Why? I do not understand this at all. I don't get it. Am I missing something here? I know why they're this big of underdogs is because Vegas is looking at the line that UNLV just put up against Air Force. They look at the final score. They beat them by 3 points. Oh, that's a 1-5 Air Force. Yeah, what happened when Boise played Air Force? They only beat them by 12 points. They beat them 49-37. Okay, well, UNLV was in a tight one. Air Force. How about Air Force is getting better? Guys, UNLV is the last hope out of the Mountain West to go to the playoffs. After Fresno State lost to Colorado State last week, the Bulldogs have been eliminated from the postseason. I actually thought there was a chance, man. I was getting real excited potentially for the opportunity for Fresno State to host a playoff game at Valley Children's Health Stadium. I was getting really excited for that. Nope. Thanks, guys. Go to Colorado State and lose to Jackson Brosseau and the Rams. Yeah, great, nice. You beat them last year when they had actual NFL talent on that team, but you lose to them now. Way to go, Fresno State. Anyways, I don't know why Boise's this big of a favorite. I get it. Going to Boise and winning, going to the Smurf Turf and winning is extremely difficult to do. I mean, no team has done it in years. I mean, who's the last team to go to Boise and win? UCF, I believe, is early 2023 was the last team. That was when Taylon Green was still with Boise, and this is going to be a throwback for UCF. It was Plumlee, right? Yes, John Reese Plumlee was the starting quarterback of UCF that season. Right? Ashton Genty's sophomore year at Boise State. So again, going to Boise is really difficult to do. I mean, it's one of the toughest places now to play on the road in all college football. I mean, it's up there now. I think it's in the top 3 of biggest win streaks at home. Boise's up there. They're behind the Indiana Hoosiers, which is just insane. Indiana's that high now. And I think Alabama is also very high on that list. Boise's good, but I mean, I don't think they're that good. Will they beat UNLV? Yeah. Games in Boise. Again, they don't lose in the Smurf Turf. I think Boise should probably win the football game. But saying that, they're going to cover 12.5 against the undefeated UNLV, I don't think so. Guys, I think UNLV is better than last year. I think so. They were really good last year, man. They hosted Boise and they lost by 5. They then played them again in the Mountain West title game, and Hodge Malik Williams and company went there and lost by 14 points. But UNLV was good last year. They're good this year too. I know, again, they had John DeJesus, they had Ricky White back then. But, man, their run game is really good now. Jaden Thomas, absolute monster. Calandria, obviously, Anthony Calandria, former Virginia quarterback, now at UNLV. He's doing his thing as well. And just asking Boise to cover 12.5 just seems like too much to me. It just does. 12.5 points against another elite team in the Mountain West. I get it. There are cracks in the armor, if you want to say, for the UNLV Rebels. Sure, I guess. They've played competitive games all year long. They've played shootouts all year long. Look at their 30-23 win against, well, that's not really a shootout. Their 41-38 win over Miami of Ohio, 51-48 victory over Air Force. Sure, their defense might not be the best. At the same time, though, their offense is scoring. And I get it. They were in a shootout against Idaho State in week 0. That's just, they have been in shootouts all year long, but part of being in that shootout is, okay, we are going to score too. And being a team that just plays games like this, it forces your opponents to, forces your opponents to have to play perfect games too. We just talked about it with Wyoming, right? Wyoming has to play a perfect game to keep up with Air Force this week. Boise's got to play a perfect game to keep up with UNLV. I don't think UNLV wins, but asking Boise to win by 2 scores and 13 points, too much, man. Too much. I think Boise wins, but give me the UNLV Rebels on the road plus 12.5. Again, they are the last hope for the Mountain West this season in the postseason or in the playoffs. Probably not going to get there, but I'll be taking UNLV plus 12.5 on the road. Next up, we go to the Sun Belt, Fun Belt. Let's go to Boone at North Carolina. How about the App State Mountaineers, man? I mean, I know if nobody got me, Appalachian State does. What a squad. App State the last 2 weeks have just cashed. And I should have made Wake Forest the best bet last week against Oregon State, but I did not. But how about Appalachian State? Because 2 weeks ago, they beat Oregon State at home, and then a win last week on the road in Atlanta against Georgia State. Does Georgia State have problems? 100%. But for Appalachian State, making the quarterback switch to J.J. Cole was the best thing you could have done. A.J. Swan was healthy, but they go J.J. Cole instead, and that's exactly what needed to be done. J.J. Cole, again, another very good game for App State, the best game he's played in his collegiate career. 310 yards for 4 touchdowns, and throwing the ball at a 65% completion rate. That's your quarterback. Nothing against A.J. Swan, but the 6'7 quarterback, J.J. Cole, that's your starter. The Coastal Carolina Chanticleers, 3-3. They've been trading wins and losses throughout the entire season. They start the year losing to Virginia. They barely get by the Charleston Southern Buccaneers in their second game of the year, but they win. And then 2 East Carolina, or at home against East Carolina, L. 2 South Alabama, win. Get blown out at ODU, and then they hosted UL Monroe last week, and they beat the UL Monroe Warhawks 23-8. All right, good for you. Coastal's 2-1 now in the conference. They, I guess, will be bowl bound. I know, again, we still have a long way ahead. I'm looking at their schedule right now. I think they can beat Marshall. I think they can beat Georgia State. I don't know where that third win comes, though. Never mind, I take that back. They're not going to go to Georgia Southern and win. They're not going to go to South Carolina and win, and they're not beating JMU. Anyways, the Chants, I'm happy for them. Like they're remaining competitive. They switch quarterbacks every single week. It was, it was supposed to be Emmett Brown this season, but Emmett Brown, obviously, career-ending injury, essentially. Tad Hudson's gotten run. Bryson Graves threw a pass last week, oddly enough, who's a receiver, I know, but he threw a pass. No, Samari Collier was their leading passer last week. He went 5 for 15 for 37 yards. What? Collier's a runner. I mean, he's a senior quarterback who's an option guy, essentially a mobile guy, but he doesn't really throw. But he is another one of their quarterbacks. Again, MJ Morris was the starter to start the year, but he played so poorly, they benched him, and Tad Hudson and now Collier get run. It's weird. I don't know. They're on the road now, and again, Coastal has traded wins and losses throughout the year. Going to Appalachian State's going to be difficult, especially the way Appalachian State's playing right now, man. I mean, this might be... Are they the best team in the Sun Belt East? I mean, they're probably not better than JMU. It's a shame they lost to Southern Miss earlier in the year, but Southern Miss is really good too. Like, I think right now, again, it's the three best teams in the Sun Belt are pretty easily JMU, Southern Miss, and Troy. And then App State, I would say, is number 4, especially an App State team with J.J. Cole. I'm telling you, this guy makes a difference. Nothing against A.J. Swan, but J.J. Cole is playing tremendous football. Like, you can tell, he's a talent. 6'7" guy, sophomore. He's only going to continue to get better. But Appalachian State gets Coastal this week. I expect a blowout. Just the way Appalachian State's been playing. Look at the victory at Georgia State. Coastal, they don't have an identity right now. They're still trying to figure it out in week 6. And they are a 3-3 team. They beat UL Monroe. But again, you can afford to be that bad against UL Monroe because the Warhawks don't have an offense. And the Warhawks don't move the football. So you can afford to be very mediocre legitimately everywhere against that team because that's just how mediocre UL Monroe is as well. So I'm not concerned about App State in this game. They've looked great over the last couple weeks, and they've treated us great as well. So I'm going Appalachian State here to win the football game and cover the 12.5 points at home in Boone, North Carolina, against Coastal, minus 12.5 here for the Mountaineers. Next up, we stay in the Sun Belt, and surprisingly close odds here. This is easy James Madison, guys. It is. It's easy JMU. After what I saw last week out of the ODU Monarchs in a surprising loss, we're completely off them now. We are. Has JMU been very unimpressive at the same time? They have, but they still haven't lost. I'm telling you guys, college football, it's a long year. It is a tough game. It's a tough sport to look at, obviously. It's a tough sport to be in, obviously. It's football. But you get in the game of college football, right? It's win in advance. It's what it is, right? And sure, would you love every team to be like Indiana or Miami, Indiana and Ohio State, and blow everybody out every single week, and you be that dominant force in your conference, and you're the hunters every single week. When you're playing us, you're gonna get blown out. Would you love to be that every single week? 100%. Obviously, that's what every team inspires to be. Sure. JMU hasn't been that this year. They are right now undefeated. They're 3-0 in the Sun Belt, but they've done just enough to win as of late. The Georgia State win, they go to Atlanta, they win the game by 7 points. For reference, we just talked about Appalachian State. They went to Atlanta, Georgia, and beat Georgia State by about 30 plus. JMU last week hosts a very mid Louisiana Raging Cajuns team who is struggling to find an identity on offense. They went to Lunch Winfield as their quarterback, obviously with the Walker Howard injury. And JMU is down early. They're down pretty big early. They come back and they win it. They're really down 7 points, but still, you're down 14-7 and you come back, you win 24-14. Not ideal, but again, it's college football, it's win in advance. And I have enough belief around James Madison that, again, all they do is win. It's the legacy, I'm telling you, that Curt Cignetti built here. Curt Cignetti built a winning program at James Madison. They've done nothing but that, and that's win since Cignetti officially signed on here, and obviously he's left since. But Alonzo Barnett's still a very capable quarterback. They've got a very good running back too, and Wayne Knight last game ran the ball 20 times for 111 yards. But I'm telling you again, that offense starts and ends with Alonzo Barnett. They have Matthew Sluka too. They mix it up sometimes. Sluka doesn't really get much run anymore, but if you don't know Sluka, again, former UNLV quarterback, former Holy Cross quarterback, primarily a runner, came to James Madison. I don't know why he came here. There's definitely spots around college football where he could have started. He could have enrolled in the Air Force. No, I'm joking. There would have been spots for him to start in the FCS and definite spots. Where else could he start? At the top of my head, he could have started at Nevada this season. But he goes to James Madison to be a backup his senior season. I just don't understand the move. But anyways, he's backing up Alonzo Barnett, and they will use Sluga sometimes as a pure runner. But James Madison, again, has just found ways to win. It's win in advance in college football. Just find ways to get it done. They take on an ODU team who I was super high on before last week, right? I was saying Old Dominion still had an outside shot at the postseason. Their only loss all year long was to the Indiana Hoosiers, and at that, it was a very competitive game against the Indiana Hoosiers. They lost by 13 points, and sure, their only points were scored basically with the first and last plays of the game, but the final score shows you lost by 13 points to now the number 3 ranked team in the country on the road in Bloomington. So Old Dominion wins 4 games in a row. They beat NC Central. They beat VTech on the road. And I know VTech's not very good, but still, a win is a win against the Power 4 squad. You beat Liberty. You beat Coastal. And then you go into Marshall and you get blown out. I mean, how is this possible? I mean, I'll be honest with you, I didn't watch the game live. It's a lot of college football on. I was monitoring it, and I've seen the game since. Yikes. Couldn't stop Carlos Del Rio Wilson. I mean, you let Wilson do everything he wants. He's running the ball all over you. When he needs a big conversion through the air, he gets it on you. You let him do everything. Carlos Del Rio Wilson has 220 yards passing and 100 yards rushing. 4 total touchdowns. You let him do everything on you. Yikes. It is the worst game I've seen Colton Joseph play in the Sun Belt. I mean, I've seen Colton Joseph play a better game against Indiana, you know? Big touchdown pass early in the first quarter for ODU, and the offense is very limited since. I mean, guys, they tie the game at 7-7, and they find themselves going into halftime. They're kicking a field goal at the end of the half. They're down 27-10. That's in Huntington, West Virginia at Marshall. Now you're going to JMU. I get it. JMU has not been the most impressive team. They are not blowing people out. I completely understand that. I get it. They're finding ways to win, though. And once you set that precedence of, okay, we just win. We don't care how we get it done. We win games. You get a team like ODU's coming into your place, coming off a loss. Now you know they're beatable. And for JMU, I mean, they've been the top dogs in the Sun Belt for quite a bit now. Again, since the Signetti days, since hell no, when they came up from FCS, they've been the top dogs in the Sun Belt. That has not changed. I'm taking the James Madison Dukes to win at home and to cover the 2.5 points as well. But you know what? Keep your points. I'm betting minus 125 on the money line. James Madison at home. They will defeat the Old Dominion Monarchs. Minus 125 is good enough for me. On to our next game, and we move now to another game in the Sun Belt. There is the aforementioned Marshall Thundering Herd. So we're going to build upon what I just mentioned in the last game with JMU and Old Dominion and just apply it to this game too. Marshall's at home against Texas State. Texas State's a 3.5-point underdog after losing back-to-back games to 2 teams we've already talked about so far in this video. I'm talking about Arkansas State and Detroit. Now, again, I picked both those teams to win this week, but you're coming off back-to-back losses, and I like Texas State. I like Brad Johnson, but now you're going on the road to play Marshall, and Marshall's getting 3.5 points. Guys, the bet here is not plus 135 for Marshall. No, we're going to play the plus 3.5. We're giving a field goal at home for Marshall, and yeah, I'm going to take that. I think that's great. I love it. The Marshall Thundering Herd, that victory again over Old Dominion. What Carlos Del Rio Wilson does in that game, I mean, that's big time. For a Marshall team, I talk about it all the time, but I feel like it's so important. This was the Sun Belt champion last year. They were the best team in the Sun Belt Conference. They were primed to run it back, junior-heavy class, and the coach leaves to go to Southern Miss. And everybody else follows. I mean, they are in the same conference. They don't play this season, which would have been very funny if they did. But Braylon Braxton and all those guys from Marshall, that Marshall team last year that, of course, won a championship, they all left. They all went to Southern Miss. And some of their best players, like A.J. Turner, their lead running back, he went to Minnesota, right? Christian Fitzpatrick, their main receiver, went to Oklahoma State. I mean, they lost everybody. And yet you find a way to go out and beat a team that some people think are going to the postseason, going to the playoffs. You find a way to beat Old Dominion. And the move from Zion Turner to Carlos Del Rio Wilson in week number 3 was the best move the Marshall Thundering Herd could have made. Looking back on it, again, it's a spectacular move. They were struggling with Zion Turner. You were the first victory in Missouri State FBS history in Division I football. with Zion Turner at quarterback. You go to Carlos Del Rio Wilson. You're 3-1 with Carlos Del Rio Wilson. Your only loss is a double overtime loss to Louisiana. But still, on the road at the Raging Cajuns, okay. They've played well with Del Rio Wilson as the quarterback. They are 1-1 now in the Sun Belt, and you host Texas State. A Texas State team with Brad Jackson, who we know can score, but a defense that's going to give up points at the same time. I expect a shootout. That's what I expect here. Over-under in this game is 65.5. Checks out. It's not the highest total of the week. I believe the highest total, is it the TCU game? No, it's 65.5. There's a higher total than 65. I've seen one. Regardless, I'll get back to you in a second. Yes, it's USF FAU, 73.5. There it is. We'll talk about that one later. Playoff hopeful USF Bulls, right? But I think Marshall's going to continue to put up points. I've seen Texas State lose back-to-back shootouts. I know they can win shootouts too. Like, I watched them go to San Antonio and to the Alamo Dome, my goodness, and score 43 points against UTSA. Brad Jackson can get it done, but man, the confidence Carlos Del Rio Wilson's playing with right now, his ability to run the ball, you include that with Michael Allen's ability to run the football, makes for a scary duo, man. Michael Allen ran the ball 20 times for 140 yards in the double overtime loss to UL Monroe. Marshall's putting it together. The defense still leaves some to be desired, but same can be said about Texas State. And oh, by the way, games in West Virginia, games in Marshall, at Marshall. Give me the Thundering Herd, man. I'm going Marshall at home, plus 3.5 against the Texas State Bobcats. Let's go on to our next game, and we go to the American Conference. Here they are, the Charlotte 49ers. Woo! Again, so we detailed our tier list, essentially, of the American Conference at the beginning of the video. The elite tier, the good tier, and the ass tier. Here are the ass tier zone Charlotte 49ers. Again, I don't want to be too critical of these teams, but unfortunately, it's just the truth. That's where Charlotte ends up in at least the landscape of college football right now. All right? You've won one game all year long, and it was a shootout at home against FCS Monmouth. Yep, your losses are App State in the Dukes Mayo Classic, 34-11, North Carolina, 20-3, Rice, 28-17, USF lost, 54-26, and you just went to West Point last week and lost to Army, 24-7. Again, difficult team to deal with, I get it, but Charlotte does nothing good offensively. They have nothing going for them. They've got two quarterbacks, Grayston, Loftus, and Zach Wilkie. I don't know who they're playing on starting this week. You know what? It doesn't matter. I think Wilkie's a senior. I think Loftus is a senior too. Loftus is a sophomore, excuse me. Wilkie's not. He's been around for a minute. He's still a junior. I guess so. This guy was at US. This guy was he was the Southern Miss starter in 2022. He's still a junior. Temple will run this team out the building. I don't care the game's in Charlotte. I've seen too many times at Charlotte this year. I say this a lot, but it's so true. So many teams in college football don't have identities on offense. In terms of, what do I mean by this? Well, okay, they don't know what their offense is. Like, they don't even know who their quarterback is. You know, Charlotte, right? Connor Harrell's a starter, right? Harrell's a starter, but now, again, he's out. Had a really big game against Monmouth. Threw for 382 yards. And, okay, we have Loftus now. We have Wilkie. Who's our guy? We don't know. And that's the number one thing that you can always see with a team in terms of, the number one thing you can look at for a team. And you can point out and say, okay, this team doesn't know what they're doing. This team doesn't have an identity on offense, is when they have two quarterbacks. There's nothing wrong with, like what JMU does with Alonzo Barnett and Matthew Sluka. They do different things. But when you have two quarterbacks who do the same exact thing and you play both of them, what are you trying to accomplish? If you have one quarterback who, let's just say you have a quarterback that, I don't know, you have a quarterback that you like that can scramble, that can, make throws on the run. He's a quick, elusive quarterback who can throw on the run. And you have a guy who's, a taller guy who's a bruiser, who, he's more of a power runner and a bigger arm, and you use both of them, sure. I have no problem with that, right? But when you have two quarterbacks who kind of just do identical things, or at least don't, one doesn't set each other, aside from the other. I mean, guys, Grayson Loftus and Zach Wilkie, they're both 6'3", 215. They're both the same exact height and weight. They do the same exact thing, and you play both of them. That just tells me you don't know what you're doing. And sure, they're both close. Sure, I guess. One of them's got to be the starter, one of them's got to be the backup, okay? In any sense of, in football, any level of football, there is always a starter and there's always a backup. Charlotte's playing 2 guys as their starter. Again, until Connor Harrell's back, I can't believe in Charlotte. Temple, very often on team. Evan Simon starting quarterback. Guys, Evan Simon, I looked at the stats right now. I didn't know he's having this good of a season. Now, okay, Evan Simon will have games where he doesn't really do much because they're getting blown out against like Oklahoma. He doesn't do much, but Evan Simon does protect the football. Evan Simon this year, you take away his game against Oklahoma, which was really bad. You take away the game against Georgia Tech, that was very bad. Evan Simon's averaging about 250 yards a game with 13 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. So Evan Simon's playing good football. Temple's one of these sneaky teams in the American. Are they in the good tier? No. Are they in the elite tier? No, they're in the good tier. They just played a really competitive game against Navy, who Navy obviously undefeated in the American, potential playoff hopeful. Temple, well, I'll say is Temple's better than Army. Better than Charlotte, obviously. Evan Simon, again, against bad teams, Evan Simon wins. Temple is right there to beat Navy. I mean, Navy's backed up. They're on their own 50-yard line, down by 6 points, and Blake Horvath runs 51 yards with 20 seconds left to win the game on a 4th and 1. It's a monumental collapse, right? Temple's right there. They're better than Charlotte, believe you me. The 49ers have no identity. Give me Temple minus 12.5 on the road. Next up, we stay in the American Conference. Again, the American's fun this year. I wish the American played more weekday games. I just do. Because for as much as like American football I can watch live, like again, I try, but at 12:30, I'm just gonna keep it honest with you. And again, I try to watch as many games. I try to watch every single game after the fact, at least. I try to watch the highlights of every single game. Sometimes it's hard with, Akron, Ball State. Like, it's just like, okay. Anyways, so that's how I'm in tune with all 136 teams of college football, 138 teams. But it's hard for me to watch American football at 12:30 when at the same time I'm watching Georgia Ole Miss, I'm watching Michigan State, Indiana, I'm watching Texas A&M and Arkansas, and I'm also getting ready for Texas Tech, Arizona State. Like, I'm just saying that's how my Saturday is going to be. Also UFC is going to be starting pretty soon too, and it's a lot of stuff to watch, right? So it's hard for me to really key in on a fun game like this. North Texas UTSA. That's why I loved the North Texas USF game on Friday night, because that entire night was dedicated to American football, American athletic football, right? And then late night we got Fresno State, Colorado State, right? But that's where that game was great. It's a standalone game on ESPN in the American Conference. Put some respect on the AAC. But a game like this that is fun, North Texas UTSA, this is a game that could benefit so much with being on a Thursday night. Let's run an American doubleheader. You got Tulsa, East Carolina at 4:30. Okay, let's run North Texas and UTSA like at 6:30 or 7:30. Who cares? Run it late night. Because it's a good game. 2 Texas teams. UTSA, really good run game. It has cooled down quite a bit. I was really high. I'm still really high on Robert Henry. His pace has gone down one hell of a bit recently, just because teams have kind of figured him out. He doesn't necessarily get the same volume he used to. But still, this is a good UTSA team with a really good run game. Owen McCown, very good quarterback in the American Conference. I'm telling you, UTSA, they just need to win 6 games. They're going to be a very fun team in bowl season, assuming not all their guys leave for the portal or not all their guys opt out of the bowl game. And this is going to be just a random game that you see on December 28th, probably before Christmas, December 19th, and you're watching UTSA play, I don't know, Texas State, and they get into 2 6-6 teams. They get into like a 50-50 something shootout. That's like the type of game that I can really get excited for bowl season, right? You may be excited for the playoffs, and I am too. But UTSA versus Texas State, cinema. Anyways, Owen McCown, Robert Henry, fun offense for UTSA. Tough matchup on the road in North Texas though, because North Texas, they do score quite a bit. They got outpaced by South Florida. It was a game that was right there for them. Do not get me wrong, right? USF tried to put themselves in bad positions in that game, in bad spots in that game, throwing interceptions, fumbling the football. North Texas just could not take advantage. I think Mestemaker's good. I think he's really good. But North Texas, again, just kind of let that game slip. And especially in the second quarter and into the third quarter, they ended up losing the game 63-36. It's a hilarious game, don't get me wrong, right? USF fumble recovery for a touchdown. Dude turns around, starts like waving to the, not really, but starts like, taunting essentially the North Texas Mean Green team. They didn't go to class at North Texas on Friday. They canceled classes. Now, again, most colleges don't, most big schools don't have classes on Friday, at least, many. But anyways, they canceled every class on Friday, so everyone can go to North Texas versus South Florida. They got 63 points put on their head. Wow. North Texas should beat UTSA. I think it's a really high-scoring affair. I just think North Texas's offense is a little bit better right now, especially the way UTSA has been playing recently and the way teams have kind of figured out Robert Henry. Drew Mestemaker, he's a work in progress, I'll say. Mestemaker's good. He will continue to be better. He's only a freshman, and he's seeing a lot of success as a freshman, okay? Mestemaker, I can almost guarantee you, his final, college will not be in the American Conference, okay? Mestemaker will be playing in the Big Ten, will be playing in the SEC in a couple years, okay? I'm pretty certain about that. He's good. He's really good. I'm going to take North Texas to win the game at home, -6.5. Disappointing loss last week for them, but USF's really good. What can I say? Next up, let's go to the MAC. So, this game's getting completely lost in the shuffle, right? Like, when am I going to get the time to watch Ball State Akron live? I'm not, okay? I'm sorry. Ball State is a 1.5-point favorite. It's even. Akron versus Ball State. Take your pick. I'm going to go Ball State. I'm going to go Ball State at home. That's why. They're at home. Two teams are really evenly matched. Akron does represent, the pretty bad tier of the MAC. Same with Ball State. Neither of them are very good. Now, both of them own a win in the MAC. And again, that's just how weird the MAC can be. And that's why I wouldn't really bet on the MAC unless there's a specific spot that you really like. Just because anybody can lose against anybody. Anybody can beat anybody, really. I mean, the best team in the MAC, I guess, right now is Western Michigan. I guess. Who just beat Ball State last week 42-0 over in Kalamazoo. It's a really good Broncos team with an offense that's continuing to get better with Brock Lowry and a defense that is, very, very good, really good. Held Michigan State to 19 points, something like that, 23 points. I guess Buffalo's really good too, I guess. I don't know. The MAC's weird. Ball State's win in the MAC, though, is Ohio. An Ohio Bobcats team that beat West Virginia this season. Akron's victory in the Mountain West is Central Michigan. Right? But, I mean, both these teams have won. Akron, for the longest time this season, had literally the worst offense in college football. And no, I'm not over-exaggerating. They had the offense that was dead last for quite a bit this year in college football. Since they have figured it out, kind of. Ben Finley got injured. Ben Finley is back, and they've been better in Ben Finley's second stint so far this year, I'll say. Or I guess he's back. I don't know. They're kind of figuring it out. Jordan Gant's a pretty good running back for them. He's, ripping for 100-plus yard days. I think Ball State wins this game, though. It's just the game's at home. It's in Muncie, Indiana, I believe. Muncie, Indiana. I lived in the state for a while, and I never made it all the way to Muncie. I don't know what I could have done over there except for to go to a Ball State game, but, I had the Hoosiers before Kurt Signetti. Ball State should win. They do nothing to wow you. Kyle Kelly's okay, I expect a low-scoring game that I could flip a coin on, honestly, but I'll take the team that's at home. Okay, so that should tell you the level of confidence I have here with two low-level teams, but that's usually what I do when I get two low-level teams. It's not flip a coin, because that's not what we're doing here. We take the team that's at home. These are two teams that are very comparable, two teams that don't have good offenses. I would say Akron's offense is actually playing a little bit better right now with Gant and with Ben Finley. But, I mean, Kyle Kelly, I guess, can kind of work for this team, Ball State. Kua Ashley, their best running back's been pretty good. And again, Kyle Kelly's a dual threat. But when we do in a game like this, usually two very evenly matched teams, just take the home team. Akron's got to go a state over to Muncie, Indiana. Take Ball State at home, okay? I would do not put U.S. currency on this. Don't put any money on this game. There's no point. Okay. Next up, we go to the final game of the 12:30 slate. Yes, we are still on the 12:30 slate. Northern Illinois goes on the road to take on the Ohio Bobcats from Athens, Ohio. Again, MACtion is so weird. It's the final MAC game of the week, I believe. Yes, it is, okay? And am I excited about that? Kind of, because it's so hard to get good reads on this conference, man, because it doesn't make sense. NIU versus Ohio. I expect Ohio to blow this team out, but I've come to not expect anything anymore out of the Mid-American Conference. Okay, on paper, Ohio should blow out NIU. They should. They should blow them out. But I don't know. NIU's been so bad, man. They do get to play UMass later in the year. That'll be hilarious. They'll probably blow UMass out. NIU, again, I think I mentioned them earlier, and I referred to them as like the Iowa of the MAC, but they're the Iowa of the MAC that can't score at the same time. Like, at least Iowa, very good running attack. They can put it down your throat, pause, and they can just keep running it and keep, I was going to say something stupid. They can keep shoving it down your throat until you don't want it anymore. That was the stupid thing, and I just said it anyway. It is what it is. Again, if you're sitting here and watching a Northern Illinois Ohio prediction and haven't skipped ahead to the big games, thank you, right? And you got to hear me say that, I guess. I don't know. Regardless, though, Northern Illinois, they don't do anything well. They've gone now to Brady Davidson as their starting quarterback. Freshman out of Columbia, Missouri. Has not been good recently at all yet. The Ohio Bobcats lost to Ball State on the road. How does that happen? Parker Navarro, a very talented guy. Team that went to West Virginia and won. Navarro in the senior season, I thought was going to maybe win the MAC this year, but I guess not. But you know what? One loss does not eliminate you in the MAC, even though Western Michigan is 3-0 and Buffalo's 2-0 and Miami of Ohio is 2-0. Like, no one's really eliminated from the MAC yet except for Northern Illinois and UMass. So I'm going to take Ohio here. Because, again, Northern Illinois is part of that really dog crap tier. They don't move the ball. They benched Josh Holst, their original starting quarterback. He wasn't doing anything. I mean, guys, I'll list you right now all the scores for NIU Husky games this season, okay? By the way, again, this game's in Athens. It's in Ohio. So here, I'll list you every single score NIU's had this year. 19-17 victory over Holy Cross. Okay, Holy Cross's best days are kind of behind them. I'm not completely tapped into FCS football because it's a lot for me to tap into. But yeah, Holy Cross, the Crusaders are 0-6 this season. They have not won a game in the Patriot League. They're losing to Yale, losing to Rhode Island, losing to Fordham, Harvard, New Hampshire. What? Like, I mean, come on. They lost. So NIU beats them by 2 points. Guys, Holy Cross does not have Matt Sluka no more. All right, their best days are behind them. The Sluka days, that was something. When Matt Sluka was throwing for 2,000 yards, running for 1,500 yards, those were the days, right? Yeah, shout out Jalen Coker too, by the way. Panthers receiver, yeah, he was on that same JMU team with Matt Sluka. So just saying, they used to have talent, but that talent is not there anymore. So Northern Illinois beats Holy Cross by 2 points, loses to Maryland 20-9, but that's before Malik Washington found it. 38-10 loss at Mississippi State, 6-3 loss against San Diego State, 25-14 loss against Miami of Ohio, and 16-10 loss at EMU. Going Ohio. I mean, what am I supposed to say about this team? I know Ohio can score. Oh, they're gonna get them where they want them in the low-scoring defensive battle. Sure. I'll believe it when I see it. All right, I saw Ohio put up 35 points against Bowling Green, 52 against Gardner-Webb, 31 on the road at Rutgers. I know Ohio's somewhat capable. They just have slipped up too many times this year in the MAC, but against a team like this, there should be no problems. Give me the Ohio Bobcats. Next up, let's go to the spot where ranked teams go to die. Tempe, Arizona. The Harvard of the West, Arizona State versus Texas Tech. This is where I make an exception to the ranked teams go to die motto. Because, guys, it's a day game. It's a day game at Arizona State. Guys, again, I've said it before. There is a mystique aura around Arizona State at night. I don't know. Something happens to ASU at night. Maybe I should go and figure it out myself. I don't know. Maybe I should go over there and be the judge of that. I don't know. But never been to ASU. I haven't planned on it. Anyways, I don't want to catch anything. I'm joking. All right. I'm sure there's a part of the very large part, I think, of the student population that doesn't have a disease. I don't know. Stereotypes, right? Anyways, I don't think it's viral bound through the air. Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm joking. Don't take me seriously about the Arizona State sexually transmitted diseases over there. Okay, I'm sure they exist, but in all fairness, all right, okay. I did go to the University of Indiana. I'm sure they were very around there too. Okay, actually, yeah, they were definitely around there too. So again, take everything I say of joking about Arizona State with a grain of salt. Okay, like I went to Indiana. Okay. Anyways, Texas Tech goes on the road to take on ASU. I don't think the STD machine's gonna win this game. All right, I don't think Arizona State can get this one. Well, especially too, again, jokes aside, Sam Leavitt's not healthy, right? Does Sam Leavitt play this week? I don't know. He did not play last week. They go to Jeff Sims instead, who's a very experienced college quarterback. Used to start at Georgia Tech, was a backup at Nebraska, backup at ASU, obviously for Leavitt now. Jeff Sims got to start last week, and ASU got pummeled last week in Salt Lake City against the Utah Utes. Like expected, obviously, we thought it was going to be a little closer if Leavitt played, but I, at the beginning of the week, told you Utah was going to have a lot of success in that game. That's what happened. Utah's really good. There's one team, though, that they can't beat. Texas Tech Red Raiders. That's the team. I mean, I expect that's the rematch that we're going to... Like, the Big 12 title game will be Texas Tech and Utah. I fully expect that. I don't know if anybody in the Big 12 can beat the Red Raiders. I don't know. I don't know if you can beat this team. I mean, what this team did in the offseason in terms of transfer portal, NIL money is huge. They have put together a squad. They have. Brendan Morton, man, he's injured. I don't know if he's playing this week. I don't know. They got Will Hammond as their backup quarterback. And like I mentioned earlier, Will Hammond's capable, man. Will Hammond has played in big-time games for Texas Tech. Last year, Brendan Morton got injured, and Will Hammond came in relief and relieved him and won football games for Texas Tech. He won the AutoZone Liberty Bowl last year. I know they lost that game to Arkansas. But regardless, like, Hammond's played in big games. So if it needs to be Will Hammond this week, that's okay, especially when ASU's probably playing a backup quarterback. An experienced backup quarterback, sure, in Jeff Sims, but he's no Sam Leavitt. He's no Sam Leavitt. I mean, I got to go Texas Tech here. Absolutely have to go Texas Tech. This is the best team in the Big 12. It's the best team in the Big 12, and it's really not that close. Look how good Utah is. And trust me, we'll get to the Holy War in a little bit, and I'll tell you how good the Utah Utes are, right? Texas Tech went to Utah and beat them by 24 points and blew them out. Who had to come in and play that game? Will Hammond. Even when he doesn't play, like, look at the game that Brendan Morton played at Houston. 350 yards against a good Houston team we talked about earlier with Connor Wagman and company. This team just played Kansas and beat them 42-17. And look at Texas Tech's schedule. I mean, guys, there may not be a bigger lock to make the postseason right now, legitimately, than Texas Tech. Yes, over Indiana, over Ohio State, because those teams still have to play really tough teams down the stretch. Again, do I expect those teams to continue to win 100%? Indiana's got the fourth best odds to win the championship. That's crazy. I'm trying to find odds to make the playoffs. What I'm getting to here, though, is that they have one of the easiest paths, because look at the teams that they have to play. I mean, Texas Tech's minus 185 to win the Big 12. You win the Big 12, you get in the postseason. And they can still, slip up and lose a couple games. They can lose one game and still get in. They're fine, man. Texas Tech and Brendan Morton, again, if it's Will Hammond, it's Will Hammond. Will Hammond's fine. He's come in, he's done his job as a starting quarterback at Texas Tech in the past. And I don't even know if Leavitt's going to play. Right, if Leavitt doesn't play, how do you get Chris Tyson the ball now? And it all falls apart from there. So I'm going to go Texas Tech to dominate ASU. Again, ranked teams usually go to die in Tempe, Arizona. It's not a night game, and Sam Leavitt's not there, so that means it's just not the same. Give me Texas Tech on the road to win and cover 10.5 points. Next up, we go to the last game at 1 o'clock. UAB hosts the Memphis Tigers. Will UAB get that bump for firing their head coach? Obviously firing Trenton Dilfer, former Super Bowl winning quarterback, not coach, for the 2000 Baltimore Ravens. Will they get that bump that UCLA got? No, they won't. Memphis is really good. Is Memphis better than USF? I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to find out in 2 weeks if they really are. So, we will cross that bridge when we get there. All right, and we will really find out who the best team down in the AAC is, in the American Conference is. But anyways, we have UAB playing Memphis. Dilfer gets fired. It's his third season, and FAU does their thing in Birmingham. They put 53 points on UAB. UAB's problem has always been their defense, and yeah, the final score doesn't look that bad, 33-53. Okay, FAU was up 28-0 in the second quarter. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It was a pretty bad L. And now you got to turn around and play maybe the best team in the conference. I think Memphis probably is the most complete team. I don't know. Are they better than USF? I don't know. Games in Memphis next week. But USF's really good. I don't know. USF's got the better quarterback, don't get me wrong. Like, I like Brendan Lewis. I think the Brendan Lewis career turnaround's actually been massive. You know, I'm impressed about what he's done, because you go from, fighting for, playing time with Chuba Purdy at Nevada to now being a starter for potentially a postseason team. That's huge, But Memphis, they do a lot. They do a lot well. Brendan Lewis can run. He can throw fairly well. The run game's really good as a whole for Memphis too. I mean, again, it's a good football team. It is. And last week or 2 weeks ago, they played Tulsa. They beat them 45-7. Yeah, they got to go on the road to UAB, and there's a potential. Yes, they are overlooking the Blazers, but I don't think so, because Memphis guys, they'll score every single time they touch the ball. UAB's defense is atrocious. Okay, Navy put up 38. This should scream the most. Not FAU scoring 53, Army scoring 31, Tennessee scoring 56. That should not scream to you, their defense sucks. What should scream to you their defense sucks is Akron scoring 28 points. I don't care how evolved Akron's defense or offense has gotten. I don't care that Ben Finley's taken them back in terms of like, okay, they're playing well now. Sure they are, but you can't give up that many points, man. You can't. You can't give up that many points to the Akron Zips. Also, at the time in which the Akron Zips were playing, and the football Akron was playing at the time, they were playing horrible football. Come on now. I mean, yeah, this is a very easy Memphis here. I look at UAB, good offense. Don't get me wrong, it's a pretty decent offense. Jalen Kitna, center of controversy at times, sure, but Kitna, he's going to air it out. And Kitna has some weapons. It doesn't matter when every time you go back on defense, your defense can't get a stop. And their offense isn't consistent enough that I can say, we're going to be fine if we pick UAB. And yeah, they should cover 21.5 points against the best team in the American Conference or second best team in the American Conference. I don't think so. They were down 28-0 last week against a team that FAU's good. They're no Memphis. And sure, they were in Boca Raton, and now Memphis has to go to UAB. I don't care. I'm taking the Memphis Tigers here. Give me Brendan Lewis and the Memphis Tigers to win the football game. Memphis will get it done minus 21.5 on the road against UAB. Again, interim head coach now in for Trent Dilfer. Dilfer, did he get scapegoated? No, your defense has to be better. I don't know. Give me Memphis. I know UAB fans. Some UAB fans didn't like Dilfer at all. So, I don't know. Next up, back to the South. We return to the Southeastern Conference for a 1:15 start time game as the Mississippi State Bulldogs go on the road to the Swamp to take on the Florida Gators. Florida is a 9.5 point favorite in this game. I guess? Yeah, okay. Here's the thing about Florida. Florida, their losses honestly aren't that bad. You look at the games Florida's lost now, and now look at the games that they've lost, okay? And look at them in relation now to the season, okay? You beat LIU, Brooklyn, your first game, Long Island, the Sharks, who cares? You then lose to USF, which at the time was such a horrible loss, but USF ranked team, and they are a team that I believe they're the favorites to win the American Conference. I can check right now. They are not. It's Memphis. South Florida's third. It's Memphis, Tulane, South Florida, and North Texas Navy. That's crazy. But it's a team that's really good, a team that a lot of people are projecting, are projecting to go to the playoffs, right? And they're going to be right there. If they don't obviously go to the playoffs, they are going to be right there. So you know what? That's a good team. Lose by 2 points to them. You then go to LSU and you throw 5 picks to DJ Lagway and you lose the football game 20-10 against the Louisiana State Tigers. Okay. Then you go to Miami, lose 26-7. Okay, LSU, I think we can say LSU's the best defense, one of the best defenses in the country. Miami has the other really elite defense in the country right now. They're both very good. Miami, ranked in the top 3, they are number 2. If I had to rank the top 10 best teams in the country, Miami's number 2 behind Indiana for me. LSU is in the top 10. You beat Texas, who now is coming off the huge victory, obviously, over the Oklahoma Sooners. And then you go to A&M last week, and you lose by 17 points. Okay, Well, A&M's in the top 5. So all of a sudden, Florida's 2-4, but how bad of a 2-4 are they really? I mean, they're the best 2-4 team in the country. And it doesn't get easier because look at the schedule, man. Mississippi State this week, Georgia, Kentucky, Ole Miss, Tennessee, FSU. Do they win 6 games? Do they find their way into, I don't know, the Outback Bowl, the Gasparilla Bowl that they won last year against Tulane? I don't know if they find 6 wins. Mississippi State, they're going to win this game. Kentucky, Florida State, that's 5. Tennessee, Ole Miss, Georgia. Which one do they win? I don't know. They'll beat Mississippi State, though. DJ Lagway is figuring it out. Lagway's looked much better in the last couple weeks. Maybe because they actually have a little bit of a run game now with Jaden Baugh. Mississippi State has lost back-to-back. They're 4-2, but they don't have a win in the SEC yet. 4 straight non-con victories over Southern Miss, Arizona State, Alcorn State, and then Northern Illinois. Back-to-back losses in the overtime loss to Tennessee, and then a huge loss, a big loss, I'll say, to Texas A&M. Okay, those teams are both ranked in the top 15. So, they have good losses, too. That is the unfortunate problem of playing in the Southeastern Conference. There are 2 elite conferences in college football. They're the SEC, and they're the Big Ten. Personally, I enjoy the Big Ten more. I think the Big Ten is better, but I'm not gonna fight you if you say the SEC's better. I just have to say the Big Ten's better because that's where Indiana is, right? The Bulldogs have got players. Fluff Bothwell, Blake Shapen. The hype on Shapen's kind of gone after the Arizona State game, obviously. That was the peak, and it's just gone down since. But I believe Florida is going to dominate this game. It's in the swamp. Mississippi State has not been that same team legitimately since being on top of the world and winning their Super Bowl against ASU. Not to discredit that, but that's when their season peaked. They have not been the same. I'm going to go Florida here at home to cover 9.5 points. Lagway's played better. Has he been the Heisman candidate people thought he was going to be this season? No, but I have to go with Florida at home to win and cover 9.5 points. Next up, let's go to the other Louisiana team. Well, we talked about LSU earlier, and here are the Louisiana Ragin' Cajuns. All right, here we go. The Ragin' Cajuns are at home against Southern Miss. I love how the Group of 5 continues to sneak these games in, right? We're talking about SEC matchups, Big 12 matchups, big games in the American, and here comes the Louisiana Ragin' Cajuns in the middle of all of it. Now, Southern Miss is a good team, all right? I've been very high on Southern Miss all season long. I've told you how good Southern Miss is all year long, right? Braylon Braxton has been phenomenal this season. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the Group of 5. He could have gone to play up in the Power 4, but decided to follow his coach. Jeffrey Pittman, last Thursday for Southern Miss, they ran him into the ground. We had Southern Miss minus 2.5, and it cashed. The Golden Eagles ran Jeffrey Pittman 31 times for 140 yards, and obviously, right, the Eagles won that football game. It's a good team, man. It's a really good team. A team that I think should probably still go out and win their division in the Sun Belt. Will they win the championship game against JMU? Maybe, I don't know. They got a big game against Troy. Again, I talked about it earlier, potentially 9-2 versus 9-2 last week of the season. Southern Miss versus Troy, a game that at the beginning of the year you probably didn't think was going to be the biggest. Was not going to be the biggest, but here we are. It's just how college football works sometimes, right? Southern Miss is on the road, though, taking on Louisiana. I don't think Louisiana is ready for this. Yeah, I know they score a lot. Again, the move that they made at quarterback from Daniel Beal, who played an entire football game and threw for 5 yards once upon a time against the Missouri Tigers. That's real. Look that up. He obviously was the guy after Walker Howard got hurt. Former Landry Kiffin associate Walker Howard. Reason why he left, apparently, Louisiana, or the reason why he left Ole Miss. Anyways, Lunch Winfield's been the starting quarterback for Louisiana. He's changed the offense because Lunch Winfield is a mobile guy. He's a dual threat guy. Had a really big game against Marshall. And then last week, right, Louisiana falls back down to earth against a really good James Madison team on the road. No shame in that. But unfortunately for Louisiana, they go through a stretch now where they play potentially the 3 best Sun Belt teams back to back to back. That's James Madison last week. Well, hell, if you include Marshall, they play the 4 best Sun Belt teams in 4 straight games. They played Marshall 2 weeks ago. They won in overtime, 54-51. Lose to JMU. Southern Miss this week. And then next week, they go to Alabama to play Troy. This team cannot catch a break. It's one hell of a run that Lance Winfield has been put on now, and the teams that he has to go out and face, as the new starter of this football team, they're not going to beat Southern Miss, though. Southern Miss scores a lot of points, man. 42 points in the win over Jack State. Road victory at Georgia Southern. They scored 38. Braylon Braxton, again, is an elite quarterback for the Sun Belt. Braylon Braxton, there would have been a spot for him somewhere, in the Big 12, in the ACC this season. If Braylon Braxton wanted to, he could be the starting quarterback of the Stanford Cardinal this year. Braylon Braxton wanted to, he could have been the starting quarterback of the California Golden Bears this year. Boston College, he would be the starting quarterback, right? And I'm just naming off random ACC schools. But this guy could be a starter in the Atlantic Coast Conference right now. Here he is at Southern Miss. He's a very good quarterback. Doesn't really make many mistakes. Made a couple mistakes in their loss against La Tech, but La Tech's a really good defense out the CUSA. Braxton's, again, a very good quarterback, and I think they go out and beat Louisiana. I know Louisiana, they score a lot. They do, but Southern Miss does the same exact thing. I think Southern Miss wins this style of game more, or they are more equipped to win this style of game than the Louisiana Raging Cajuns. So quite easily, give me Southern Miss to win the game here. On the road over in not the Cajun Dome, that's the basketball arena, at Cajun Field against the Louisiana Raging Cajuns. Next up, let's go to Piscataway, New Jersey. I think that's how you pronounce that. Rutgers versus Oregon. You know what, Oregon? Sometimes it's okay to be second best. It's okay to be the second best team. I mean, it happens to the best of us, right? It just happens to be like that sometimes, and it's okay. It's a-okay. Sometimes you are not the best team in college football. Sometimes you are not the best team in the Big Ten. I know, again, they're not used to being number 2 in the regular season because last year, Ohio State went into Autzen Stadium. They went to Eugene, and they couldn't beat the Oregon Ducks. And Oregon had to wait till the postseason to find out that Ohio State was better than them. They didn't have to wait this year because they found out who the best team in the Big Ten is. Who's your daddy? I mean, come on now. I mean, come on. Anyways, Oregon's playing Rutgers. I expect Oregon to absolutely decimate Rutgers. Okay, I'm not going to hate on Oregon. Again, I mean, I think Oregon's a very good team. I think Fernando Mendoza said it best, right? This is a band of brothers who are out here to, play good football against a very good team. And Oregon is a very good football team. They are. Dante Moore wasn't ready for that defense, and I think it's a defense that doesn't really get talked about enough at Indiana. Okay? It's a defense that, I'm not going to make this entirely about Indiana, about the Hoosiers right now, but it's a team that defense that doesn't really get talked about enough. Okay? Talk about Mendoza and Surratt. That defense is shut down. It is. Anyways, Oregon and Dante Moore, they still have talent, obviously, right? Good defense, just not good enough. Good offense, just not good enough. Dante Moore's really good. He just ran into the wrong team. And Indiana put pressure on him. Indiana forced Dante Moore to make bad decisions with the football, bad throws of the football. How do they respond? Does Oregon? They'll respond with a blowout here in New Jersey. I get it. It is a cross-country trip. There's not a longer trip Oregon can take in all of college football, at least in the Big Ten. I'm sure they could go to Florida or Miami, obviously. But in terms of in-conference trips, there's not a longer one that they can take all the way to Rutgers. I understand that. The Rutgers Scarlet Knights, they're coming off 3 straight losses. Iowa, Minnesota, Washington. They've not been at home since that Iowa game on a Thursday night that they played, where Iowa won at 38-28, returned their opening kickoff and whatnot, and somehow Iowa won the kind of shootout against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. They've not been at home since that game. You're playing an angry Oregon team with an angry Dan Lanning, and yeah, there's the potential of, Oregon just falls off a cliff like Penn State did after they lost. I don't believe that. I know Oregon's a good road team. I saw them go to Penn State back when going to Penn State actually meant something, And obviously, again, the whole circumstances around the Nittany Lions has kind of changed now because of Drew Aller being out for the rest of the season. Trust me, we'll get to Penn State in about 15 minutes here. They're coming up. 20 minutes-ish. 15. I don't expect Oregon to fall off a cliff. I don't expect it at all. This is still a very talent-loaded team. Rutgers is just not on their level, obviously. Ethan Kalamankis, he is a Big Ten quarterback. He throws for a lot of yards. It's just that offense does not have the firepower to keep up with other really good offenses. And I saw that last week at Washington. Hell, I saw them go to Minnesota and they couldn't, they didn't win, obviously. They lost the game by 3 points. Competitive game, but Ethan Kalamakis got his revenge game, and what happened? Drake Lindsay worked Minnesota down the field with 3 minutes to go and won the football game. Rutgers has been good enough just to lose. And now you're at home against the Oregon Ducks, a team that is still top 10, still very elite, and I just don't think it's going to go very well for Rutgers. Again, I know Oregon can score. I know Oregon can score at will. I don't think it goes all that well for the Scarlet Knights here. I'm going with the Oregon Ducks here on the road in Piscataway, New Jersey. I'm taking Dan Lanning's guys. Give me the Oregon Ducks to win on the road. This is still a very good team, and a team that I expect to still see in the postseason. Look at their schedule. Who do they lose to for the rest of the year? At Washington, maybe, but I don't think so. I think Oregon's probably going to go 11-1. We'll see you again, probably. See you in the Rose Bowl later in the year, right? Anyways, give me Oregon minus 16.5. Next up, we go to Virginia, to Charlottesville, Virginia. I'm going to go plus 17.5 here on Wazoo. I know earlier in the video I said Virginia's the second best team in the ACC, and I believe that. I think it's number 1 Miami. I think it's number 2 Virginia. I think if you play Virginia and Georgia Tech right now, I think Virginia beats them. I think Virginia does beat Duke. We're going to see that later in the year in Durham, and I know that's going to be somewhat of a difficult game for Virginia because it is a road test, but I think Virginia can win that football game. Anyways, though, they get Wazoo this week. They get a Wazoo team that went to Ole Miss last week, went to Oxford, and played a very competitive game against Trinidad Chambliss, Lane Kiffin, the Ole Miss Rebels. A closer game than many expected, right? Wazoo's still not that great. I'm surprised they did it. Good for them, right? They've dealt with some quarterback problems. They're going with ZV Ekos right now as their starting quarterback. He's been better than Jackson Potter. It's the right move to make. But you really lack playmakers. They found a way to stay competitive against Ole Miss, and that's my thing here. I mean, I think they can keep within 17 points of Virginia. I think. I'm assuming Wazoo's staying out on the East Coast this week, right? Back-to-back road games against Ole Miss and Virginia. I assume you're going to stay out there. Again, I know Virginia's not in the South, but I mean, you're kind of there, so there's no point of going all the way back up to essentially, Idaho or Washington and Pullman. This team's got a little bit of momentum right now. They do. I mean, going to Ole Miss and playing that competitive game, I'm going to take that. I think Virginia's really good. I just think 17.5 points is quite a bit considering the way Wazoo just played. Now, would I bet this game? 100% no. Like, would I bet on this? No, don't do it. Because there's better games to bet on, and I think Virginia's good. I think there's a chance they can cover it. Again, I pick every single game. So if I had to make a pick, right, I am going to take Wazoo to cover. But I mean, this is tight for me. This is. I look at Virginia, good team, obviously. I mean, hey, UNT breeds talent, man. Look at Drew Mestemaker right now, freshman quarterback from North Texas. I keep telling you about him. Chandler Morris came from North Texas last season. He's having a pretty good year at Virginia. Virginia, guys, said it earlier. There's a chance Virginia makes the playoffs. There's a chance they go 11-1, make the playoffs. They lose. 11-2. They lose to Miami in the ACC championship game, but it's going to be hard to keep them out. Maybe one of these weeks I'll go over every single scenario. I did that at the end of the year. I did it last year at the very end of the season. I talked about matchups and where I thought each team was going to be in the playoffs. Obviously, we're way too early in the season in week 8 to do that just yet. We're still in October. But Virginia's in a pretty good spot. I like what Chandler Morris does with the offense. They've got a pretty good run game, too. I like their lead back quite a bit in Jamari Taylor. And Wazoo, again, I think it's a good team. Good enough team. I mean, I watched the Ole Miss game. All right, I'm kind of sold. I know they went to North Texas and got blown out. But I don't know. You play Colorado State. All of a sudden now, a Colorado State win kind of means more. Colorado State just beat Fresno. Going to Ole Miss losing by 3 points. All right, I'm kind of in. I would not bet it. Again, I'm not telling you Wazoo's the best. I think covering 17.5, though, is possible for them at Virginia. Would I play it? No. Am I still high on Virginia? 100%. I just don't know if they can win by 18 points. Give me Wazoo on the road to cover 17.5. Again, I'll say this now. I'll say it again. Do not bet on this game. Do not do it, okay? Save your money. Bet it somewhere else. Next up, we go to Kroger Field in Lexington, Kentucky, as the Kentucky Wildcats host the Texas Longhorns. Good on Texas. Seriously. Good on Texas for winning one. I didn't think it was possible. I said for weeks, and I went over this obviously when we were talking about Oklahoma, but I said for weeks, I thought that the Texas Longhorns were going to lose that game. I mean, I had watched the way that Arch Manning had played. I watched the way Oklahoma had played, and I guess again, it just means more in the Red River Showdown. It's just different, okay? And that's all right. And that's all right. Texas now all of a sudden has a newfound, they have a newfound life around them. I mean, I think they can still make the playoffs at 10-2. 100%. If they go to Georgia and win, they beat A&M, yeah, 100% you're in. Can they run that table? Probably not. But for now, they have some very winnable games to get them back on track. Kentucky this week on the road at Kroger Field, at Mississippi State, Vandy at home before, again, that huge matchup November 15th in Athens against Georgia. That's a massive football game. But Arch Manning played, a very good game against Oklahoma. Statistically speaking, is it his best game? No. But Arch Manning took care of the football. Didn't make that many mistakes. But the biggest reason why Texas won that football game is by far the fact that Wisner was actually a factor. I mean, guys, there's a 3rd and 12 in that game in the Red River Showdown, Red River game, whatever you want to call it. 3rd and 11, Manning's going to flush out the pocket. Okay, let's just dump it off to Wisner. Wisner breaks 2 tackles and finds, a 25-yard gain. It's just the little things like that, the dependence now on the run game, something that Texas hadn't had all year long. There has been no run game. It's been, and this is why, again, I think, Arch has been, at the top of a lot of criticism for, valid reasons, but it's tough when you yourself are your team's, you are your own leading rusher. So then you have to make plays all by yourself. It's a difficult spot to be in. Parker Livingstone is a talent. He's an athlete at receiver. He's a good player. He's a playmaker, but there's not many other playmakers other than that. But again, that's when you get Wisner back. Okay, now we're talking. And now this feels like Texas football. Now Arch Manning looks like everything Arch Manning has been promised to be. Now again, has he lived up to the hype yet? No, just because you beat Oklahoma doesn't mean that you're back. But assuming he comes back to Texas next year, I'd assume that's where he'd be. Again, we continuously more progression. By the time he's done with his junior season, maybe we are looking at a true NFL quarterback. Kentucky this week, I don't think Kentucky's ready for this. Texas, their defense has always been good enough. I know Florida got him, but, Florida at their best Lagway. I mean, there's a reason he had, untapped potential around him, at least at times. At least it seemed. Kentucky, you start the year with Zach Calzada as your quarterback. It's now Cutter Boley. Boley, I guess, has been better than Calzada because Calzada is nothing but a game manager, doesn't throw the ball more than 5 yards downfield, or at least can't complete it more than 4 yards downfield, 5 yards downfield. Kentucky, though, with Boley's 1-3 or 1-2, they beat East Michigan, then lose to South Carolina, and lose to Georgia. They can't put up more than 14 points. They're just a low-scoring offense. And I know Texas's offense is not the best. I get that. But their defense at the same time is really good, too. I know the game's in Kentucky. It's at Kroger Field. Doesn't really make the biggest difference, though, to me. I think, again, Texas can easily walk into Kentucky and win this football game. I just don't think the Wildcats are that good. I mean, you're in trouble when you had to bench your senior quarterback in game 3 because he wasn't, living up to expectations. Obviously, a former SEC quarterback going to the FCS, but you struck out with Calzada, and now, okay, we're going to a freshman. It's a rough year for Kentucky. It's been a nonstop rebuild for Kentucky since Will Levis left. Let's just be honest. But so be it, I guess. I mean, they haven't, and really, even with Levis too, they were just a 7-5 team. No, they were really good that 1 year though. With Levis, what was it, 21? Damn, I'd hate being a Kentucky football fan. That's all I'll say. Give me the Texas Longhorns. Give me Arch Manning and Wisner. They feel like Texas again. Are they going to win a national title? No. Are they even going to be in the playoffs? I don't think so. But Texas is back for now. Okay. Wait till they go to Athens though, and that's the real test. Next up, oh man, James Franklin. Oh, what happened, man? Yikes. Guys, there's going to be a team that's going to call for James Franklin. There's going to be multiple schools that will call for James Franklin. James Franklin will get a job next year at a big-time program, okay? He's going to be the most sought-after coach in the offseason. I can almost guarantee you that. Like, he's going to be the guy in the coaching carousel this year. He could never win the big game, though, and I understand the frustrations around Penn State fans. I guess it needed to happen. But they were ranked number 3 just 3 weeks ago. And it was just insane. They lose 3 straight games, and there goes James Franklin. You lose to Northwestern, your time's up here. And that's college football, man. And it's college football when you've been a coach of a team that hasn't actually seen success. And I've detailed that so many times. I went on a rant a couple weeks ago when actually that was just last week, where Penn State lost to UCLA, and they're still getting votes. And I mentioned, and I felt very strongly about this, who has Penn State ever beaten in the James Franklin era? Yeah, they went to the semifinals last year, but they ran into Southern Methodist and Boise State. Southern Methodist is a good team, but if you get Southern Methodist at your home stadium, a younger Southern Methodist team, Kevin Jennings' first real big football game where he obviously choked, and all that talent, Abdul Carter's on that team too. Like, I mean, Tyler Warren, you're expected to win that game. You beat Boise, okay. Boise was a weak number 3 seed. Just call it how it is. You run to Notre Dame, you're up at halftime, or competitive at halftime, and up losing it. But, like, again, how many big games has Penn State ever won in the regular season? They didn't win big games. They did not win big games in the Big Ten in the regular season under James Franklin. They never did. There's a reason they were never all that successful in the postseason. It is the truth, okay? They could never beat Ohio State in the regular season under James Franklin. They could not beat good Michigan teams that are James Franklin. And that's what my frustration was on why they were ranked 3rd just a couple weeks ago and why they were still getting votes after the loss to UCLA. I was like, this team isn't good. They haven't beaten anybody. And to make matters worse, Drew Aller is out for the season. I don't want to call it a fumble, but man, I mean, Drew Aller could be in the National Football League right now. He could be playing for the New York Giants. Guys, after Drew Aller beat Boise and Tyler Warren had the big game and they, took down Ashton Jeanty and Maddox Madsen, there are legitimate conversations about how Drew Aller was the number 1 quarterback in the draft last year. Yes, above Cam Ward, the time above Shedeur Sanders, above Jackson Dart. There was legitimate conversation about, is Drew Aller number 1? If he went out right now, would he be number 1? And then it kind of surprised me that he went back to school, but he did. And now what is he, a day 3 pick? I mean, he did not have a good year this year at all. Penn State fans were actively going at Drew Aller every single week for his lack of play, and now he's out for the year. It changes everything about Penn State because, guys, I don't even think Penn State makes a bowl game anymore. Do they win a game on their schedule? I'm so serious. At Iowa, L. At Ohio State, L. Indiana, L. Michigan State on the road, L. I think, probably. Nebraska at home, probably an L. Rutgers on the road, probably an L. They're going to finish 3-9. They're going to start 3-0, finish 3-9. That's what they are, which is absolutely insane. They're probably going to get one of these games. It's probably going to be Michigan State, I think, because of how piss poor that team's been recently. Maybe it is Rutgers. I don't know. But I don't think they're going to a bowl game. I don't think they even have the Pinstripe Bowl in their future. They play Iowa this week. The Iowa Hawkeyes, who just beat Wisconsin 37-0. You know what they bring. Shut down defense. And Mark Gronowski just does enough offensively. He's not going to wow you. But Gronowski will find ways to get things done. It's what he does. Gronowski can scramble. He can make that right pass at the right times. I gotta go Iowa here, guys. It's in Iowa. You're asking Penn State to go to Iowa City. I just watched Indiana, who, by the way, Indiana had a tougher time beating Iowa and Iowa than Oregon and Eugene. Yeah. This is as big of a lock as it can get. They're not going to get the boost. Oh, they fired James Franklin. They're going to play better now. Yeah, your starting quarterback's out. Your NFL-level quarterback is out for the year. Who are you going to play now? Yeah, GG's. Give me Iowa. Iowa minus 2.5. Penn State will not score. It's a tough place to go play football. Give me the Iowa Hawkeyes. Next up, talk about turnaround. So again, Penn State's hoping they get the turnaround that the UCLA Bruins got. They are hoping they get it. Will they, though? I don't think so. How about the UCLA Bruins? My goodness. The turnaround for this football program is just insane. UCLA loses horribly their first 4 weeks of the season, especially their first 3. You lose at home to New Mexico, lose at UNLV, and they come back and they're part of the James Franklin firing. They beat Penn State at home 42-37 in front of an empty Rose Bowl because, my goodness, it is sad in Pasadena. Week after, you go to East Lansing and you embarrass Sparty. You go into Michigan State and you beat the Michigan State Spartans. Look at the UCLA Bruins now. You're 2-4. You get Maryland this week, and then you get Indiana next week, probably on game day. That should be fun. Indiana by 50, but still, that should be fun. UCLA, as they fire their coach, obviously, interim OC, who's getting all the attention, and now Nico Amaliva actually looks like a competent college football quarterback. It's crazy. Now, they still have roster construction problems, and you'll see when they actually play an elite team. When they play Indiana, when they play Ohio State, you're going to see the holes in UCLA still. But against these lower-level Big Ten teams, this is what UCLA is supposed to do. I like Maryland quite a bit. I do. I would not consider this a best bet at all because I know what the damage Malik Washington can do. I know what Maryland can do at their best. But I'd be lying if I were to say I wasn't a little bit concerned about Maryland here. That's why I'm not going to pick them. Guys, after what they did in the Washington game, they're in control of that game. They're going to beat the Washington Huskies. They let Washington score 21 consecutive points against them at University Park. And then the week after, Maryland goes and plays Nebraska at home, and Dylan Raiola and the Cornhuskers walk into Maryland and beat the Terrapins as well. That's why I'm off Maryland here. Because now you got to go on the road and play UCLA, a UCLA team that's kind of figuring it out. Nico Amaliva is kind of figuring it out right now. So again, got to give credit to where credit is due. You have to. Nico's playing tremendous football right now. I got to go UCLA. I have to. Do they still have problems defensively? They do. I think, again, against good defenses or good offenses, they're going to have problems. Again, Penn State, you look at the final score of that Penn State-UCLA game, and again, good on the Bruins for winning it, 42-37. But again, at the same time, think about the score, 42-37. Penn State scores 37 points. Good offenses will still score on UCLA. I don't know if I want to categorize Maryland in that good offense tier just yet. They're all right. Are they good? I don't know. I think there's going to be a lot of points scored in Pasadena this weekend because I know, again, Maryland is capable of that. I know Malik Washington with this huge arm is capable of that as well. He's a playmaker. He's a very good quarterback. I completely understand. Again, I've been the one hyping up the true freshman. True freshman or redshirt freshman. I've been hyping up Malik Washington quite a bit, okay? Trust me. I'm the one who's been hyping him up. Just asking Maryland to go cross-country them beating a UCLA team that has never had more hype and more confidence around them than exactly right now, that's just asking too much, in my opinion, out of Maryland. A team that has struggled in the last 2 weeks. They obviously did not beat Loyola in Nebraska. They had it. They for sure had it at home against Washington. And unfortunately, they've just taken back-to-back home L's. So I got to go here with the UCLA Bruins. I think the Bruins get it done, -2.5, -145 at home. I would not bet on it. There's better games to bet on, trust me, like the Iowa game. Next up, we go to a game. Actually, I don't mind this one either. We go to the Mountain West. The Hawaii Rainbow Warriors on the road against the Colorado State Rams. I'm going to go with the Colorado State Rams. Okay, they just beat Fresno. All right. I thought Fresno was legit. I thought Fresno was potentially the team to win the Mountain West this year. I was bought in. I was getting really excited too because I will be at Fresno State, San Diego State in a couple weeks. And I thought I was going to watch 6-1 Fresno State at home against San Diego State. And I was getting really excited, like, okay, there's actual hype around Fresno right now. And they lost at Colorado State. Oh, my goodness. Oh, they got blown out. 49-21. Are we serious? Fresno's on bye week right now, so this is my chance to talk about them. And it's not like Colorado State didn't even do anything all that well. Fresno shot themselves in the foot. E.J. Warner threw 3 interceptions. They were down 28-7, 35-7 in that game. Oh, my goodness. Now Fresno instead, and I'm going to go to the San Diego State game, and I'm going now just to see Fresno ruin SDSU's season. Why not? Play spoiler. It's like Jackson Brissau does not do anything all that well. He's, again, a game manager, but, is he really better than Fowler Nicolosi? I guess, because he doesn't turn the ball over. That's what destroyed Nicolosi and eventually got him benched at Colorado State. But we get Colorado State now versus Hawaii. Hawaii, guys, they are a high-scoring team, but good defenses like Fresno State shut them down. Stanford shut them down. I know Stanford didn't win the football game because of their incompetent offense at times. I get that. And also, you take Hawaii away from the island, they're not that good. Take them away from that damn island where, again, the officiating, the commentators, oh, man. You take them away from that, they're so much more beautiful. It's just the truth, okay? You take them away from that environment, yeah. Hawaii's a much more beautiful team. Mike Alejado, again, if you can just blitz the guy and get pressure on the guy, he's not great. But Utah couldn't do that. Utah State couldn't do that. And Utah State just couldn't answer offensively. I was a little concerned going into the week, and yep, it happened. If you pressure Alejado, you can get him in some trouble. Colorado State, they picked off E.J. Warner 3 times. They sent pressure on E.J. Warner. I think they should be able to do the same thing to Mike Alejado. Again, if you are able to confuse a fifth-year senior E.J. Warner who comes from a Hall of Fame family, Hall of Fame father, obviously, Kurt Warner, who really enjoyed calling the New York Jets football game in London. He had a great time on commentary. Bro was literally tweeting during the game how much the game sucked. Obviously joking. I'm overphrasing that a little bit, but it was hilarious. You know what? If I was calling a Jets game too, I'd feel the same way as Kurt. Regardless, though, if Colorado State's able to fool E.J. Warner and trick him into throwing the ball into tight coverages and whatnot, they should do the same to Mike Alejado in a straight just pass-only offense from the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. I can't believe it knows I'm taking Colorado State. They lost 3 consecutive games to UTSA, Wazoo, and San Diego State, which made it so much more disappointing that they beat Fresno outright. Not just, Fresno didn't cover 7.5 points. They beat Fresno. But you take Hawaii away from that island. They're not the same team. Jackson Brosseau is just a game manager, and their defense, I will give them credit, bounced back. After giving up 45 points to SDSU, they bounced back against Fresno. They're not on the road. Again, playing Hawaii on that island and playing Hawaii in the States, or at least the continental United States, is such a big difference. I have to go here with the Colorado State Rams to win the game at home. Give me Rams money line. It's even, -110 for Colorado State to beat Micah Alejado and the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. Next up, we return back to the Sun Belt as we've got the Georgia State Panthers going on the road to Statesboro, Georgia to take on the Georgia Southern Eagles. 2 teams that are both have bad records. 1-5 are the Georgia State Panthers, 2-4 are the Georgia Southern Eagles, but 2 teams that I think very differently about, okay? Georgia Southern may be 2-4, but honestly, I don't think they're a bad 2-4, right? When I see the name or hear the name or see the logo of Georgia Southern, I'm thinking, okay, that's a competitive team in the Sun Belt that has given good teams runs for their money. Hell, look at Georgia Southern's last game at home against Southern Miss. Again, they lose the game, but they're very competitive. They lose it by 3 points. I cannot say the same, unfortunately, about the Georgia State Panthers and how bad the Georgia State Panthers have been. It's unfortunate, but really the career of TJ Finley just has not turned out to the point where TJ Finley, I think, has now been benched. Cameron Brown plays quite a bit in the App State game. And I believe Cameron Brown needs to be the starting quarterback at Georgia State like 100% of the time now. TJ Finley just makes too many mistakes. It was always kind of doomed with him at Georgia State coming in. He was supposed to be at Tulane, stole a truck, so here he is. And obviously with App State going on the road to Georgia State and winning the game 41-20, again, it just feels like the TJ Finley run is over. But regardless of who's in at quarterback, Cameron Brown and TJ Finley, Georgia State's got problems beyond that. Now, does Cameron Brown put them in a better position to win football games? He does. Cameron Brown actually led them in rushing with 7 carries for 30 yards, and obviously had more passing yards than TJ Finley. Brown goes 19 for 35 passing, Finley goes 13 for 26. Yes, in total, that's 32 for 61 throwing the football. But Cameron Brown throws for 2 touchdowns and throws for 212 yards, and he's a more accurate passer as well. I mean, slightly. This is the guy I think you're going to have to go to, but man, it's going to be an uphill climb for Georgia State because they have problems beyond just the quarterback position. Their defense is horrible. They can't run the ball. And again, I've said it earlier in the video too. It's difficult when you are your own leading rusher. I said about Arch Manning, and I don't want to compare TJ Finley to Arch Manning, 2 very different stories, but it's hard to really create your own offense and create your own motion downfield or create your own, passing yards downfield when our run game is, you running the football too. Georgia Southern, with JC French and the guys over here, French has had an all right season. He hasn't really held on to the football, but again, Georgia Southern just plays competitive football games. We've seen that throughout the course of the year. They played Jacksonville State to a shootout, 41-34 victory eventually again for the Georgia Southern Eagles. They lost their last game on a Thursday night to Southern Miss, but a competitive game where they lost again by 3 points. Went to JMU, lost by 25 points. I get it, but as a whole, I have more confidence when I look at Georgia Southern. Again, I say, okay, this is a team that I can see competing. This is a team at home, and I like them in the spot against a lowly Georgia State team, a team that, again, we talk about identities all the time. Do you have an identity on offense? Do you know what your team is? Georgia State, simply put, doesn't know what they are. Georgia Southern, they haven't been the best at executing what they want to be, but they've remained pretty constant. You know J.C. French is your guy. You have a couple running backs you like going to, but you have an offense. Georgia State doesn't entirely know what they're doing, and they're 6 games into the season, and you're 1-5, and you're 0-2 in the Sun Belt. It's an all-Georgia matchup here, but trust me, Georgia Southern is better than Georgia State. There are 4 teams in the Sun Belt that have not won a game yet in the conference. It's Georgia Southern, it's Georgia State, it's Texas State, and South Alabama. Now, obviously, Texas State is much better than the other 3 squads, but someone's O has got to go, and I believe it's going to be Georgia Southern winning the football game. J.C. French in the offense I have a lot more confidence in than Georgia State. This team can run it when they need to. They can throw it when they need to as well. All around, they're a better football team than Georgia State, and also, again, the game's at Southern too. I got to go with the Eagles winning this game at home against the Georgia State Panthers. On to our next one. It is the 3rd Saturday in October. Tennessee Volunteers go on the road to Tuscaloosa, Alabama to take on the Alabama Crimson Tide. Like Ole Miss, Georgia, I like the dogs here. Not to win, and again, like I've said multiple times and countless times in this video, I don't really care who wins some of these games. But when I get a spot like this where I get a team who's ranked and is getting 9.5 points on the road, a line that I could potentially see being 10.5 points by the end of the week, I am absolutely firing on the Volunteers. It just makes sense to me here to pick Tennessee. Both these teams are 5-1. Obviously, Bama had the loss in week number 1 at Tallahassee against Florida State. A loss that's not aging well, but you know what is aging well? The Alabama Crimson Tide in 2025. 5 straight victories in the last 3. Georgia, Vandy, Mizzou, all 3 ranked teams. And here's one more. We talked about that gauntlet Bama was going to play after the Wisconsin game, and we're like, all right, let's see how they get through it. There's some difficult matchups in there. Georgia's obviously difficult. Again, Kirby Smart can't beat Bama in the regular season, but that's a difficult game. Vandy beat Bama last year. Diego Pavia has done it before. Mizzou's going to be tough on the road, and there's the Volunteers too. They are on the cusp of sweeping this 4-game stretch, which then you got to go to South Carolina, then you get LSU and Oklahoma, but guys, Bama legitimately looks like they're going to go 11-1. It's what they are, you know, and we'll see what happens to the teams, again, ahead of them in the standings right now. That's Ole Miss, that's A&M. There's a chance, again, Ole Miss and A&M just run the table. They both go undefeated in the SEC, and Bama's, you know, stuck on the outside looking in terms of, okay, they just have a worse record. I don't entirely know how the tiebreaker works in the SEC, but there's a chance Bama could actually still miss out on the SEC title game, but they still control their own pathway to the postseason. And this team is playing great football right now. They should have covered last game, but their defense decided to go to the softest zone coverage I've ever seen. Well, they covered 2.5. They did not cover 3, but it closed at 3, so they didn't cover that. Or they pushed on that. But I watched Alabama play the softest zone coverage ever on that final drive of the game. Regardless, though, Alabama, they've been incredible. They just have. They've been a really good football team. Ty Simpson is playing like an elite quarterback right now because that's what Ty Simpson is. But I just believe 9.5 points is too much, guys. Tennessee's only loss this year is a 3-point loss. Sure, at home. And again, they blew it in Knoxville at Neyland against Georgia, but it's their only loss all year long. Since then, again, last 2 games, SEC victories. Sure, are they dogfights against teams that are not on the level of Alabama? 100%. They go to Mississippi State, they win the game by 7 points. They beat Arkansas by 3 points. Yeah, those are not games you want to be in dogfights in, but they win. And Joey Aguilar has done a great job terrorizing opposition's defenses. He's done a great job, man. They're going to Deshaun Bishop more at the backfield instead of Star Thomas. I like the receiving core again with Chris Brazzell, with Braylon Staley. They've got guys, they've got weapons. I think Tennessee can remain very competitive against Alabama. Again, do I think Alabama's the better team? Yes. Do I think Alabama's going to win the football game? Yes. Do I think they can win by 10 points? No. I'm going to go Tennessee. I'm going to go with the Tennessee Volunteers. I believe they should be able to get it done again. The work Joey Aguilar's done this season has been great. Guys, they are a Gunner Stockton drive and a missed field goal away, or one of the two. Either Gunner Stockton doesn't lead the Bulldogs on that drive, or Tennessee doesn't miss the field goal. I mean, they're one of those two things away from still being undefeated and 6-0 here for the third Saturday of October. It's a huge spot for Tennessee. I don't think they win, but they need to at least remain close to establish themselves as a postseason team. Again, get back to the playoffs just like where they were last year with Nico. And if they can just lose a competitive game, again, obviously you want to win. But if you can lose a competitive game, 10-2 with victories over potentially Oklahoma and Vandy should probably still put you in, considering you are an SEC school. So we'll see. Again, jury's still out on that one, but I'm going to go Tennessee plus 9.5 here on the road in Bama. If it was in Knoxville, I'd love it even more, but obviously we can't do that. Obviously, this is not the circumstances around this game. Give me Tennessee plus 9.5 here on the road in Tuscaloosa. Next up, let's go to South Bend, Indiana. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish versus the USC Trojans. Guys, this is a trend I'm going to keep going to. Big-time games, but underdogs covering on the road. Not winning the game, because I don't have confidence at all in USC covering on the road at Notre Dame. I don't believe that's going to happen. What I do believe is going to happen, though, I think USC covers. I think SC can cover this game. I'm looking at this matchup here, and, I mean, Notre Dame's defense is really good. It's one of the best in the country. Their offense is looking really great, too. But, I mean, the last 2 weeks, the last 3 weeks, I mean, holding Arkansas, Boise State, and NC State to a combined 27 points is just absurd. I mean, these are 3 good teams, 2 Power 4 schools, and the other team was a postseason team last year. You hold those 3 teams to a combined 27 points. Insanity. After, how Miami kind of shredded your defense a little bit, how A&M definitely shredded your defense. They've come back and they've completely bared down and locked down in the last 3 weeks. And the offense is continuing to find itself out. CJ Carr is playing really good football. Again, the two-headed monster running back we're talking about, Jeremiah Love, we're talking about Jadarian Price. They've got a good team, man. And Notre Dame, for as bad as the start of the year was for them starting 0-2, they're going to be in the playoffs as long as they can continue to win. And this is now their toughest game left on the schedule. Because, guys, Notre Dame gets by this. It's an extremely weak schedule. It is. It's a super weak schedule coming up. Boston College on the road. BC sucks. Navy should win. I like Navy a lot. Navy, that's a huge opportunity for them, but the game's in South Bend. Pitt is doing all right, but probably not. Syracuse at home, easy win. Stanford on the road, easy victory. This is the toughest game left. But when you get CJ Carr throwing for 340-plus yards like he did last week, you're in a good spot. And when the defense is doing their thing like they are, you're in a great spot. I think USC can cover, though. I think they can. I think USC is going to be competitive, guys. This game, to me, I think is going to kind of be like... When I had the A&M game, I picked A&M to cover. I didn't take A&M to win. I'm not telling USC is going to win the football game. I feel like it's going to be a game like that, though, where, SC is going to be really competitive. Guys, since USC's offense is good, Jaden Mavia has been great this season. You've got 3 good running backs, You've got a really good receiver, obviously. In Mekhi Lemon, who I think is going to be a first-round pick. I mean, just based off pure talent alone and pure hands alone, is he the best straight-up receiver in college football? Probably not, because Jeremiah Smith exists, but he's right there with them, I'd say. Mekhi Lemon's second in all of college football in receiving yards. He's 170 behind Danny Scudero from San Jose State, but that's neither here or there. USC's got talent, and I just don't think Notre Dame is 8 points better than them. I think, again, Notre Dame's going to win the football game. It's in South Bend. I just don't think they're that much better than USC. Again, Notre Dame, great run game, great defense. CJ Carr continuing to find it. Just in general, he's continuing to figure it out. But USC's offense is really good. Their only loss this year is a 2-point loss at Illinois. Again, don't forget how good Illinois is at their best. And don't forget Indiana beat them by 50-plus points. Just, if you need a reminder, I'm just saying. I'm going to take USC, though, to cover. Plus 7.5. I believe Notre Dame's going to win the football game, but I'm taking the Trojans to cover this one on the road in South Bend, Indiana. On now to another game, and let's continue the theme of taking the underdogs to cover. I might feel the best about this one than the last two I just talked about. With Notre Dame, Bama, Tennessee, USC. this might be my favorite underdog out of this bunch, not of the entire video. Again, check out our best bets on Friday for that. Florida Atlantic to cover 21.5 points against USF. It's too much, man. It's too much. USF makes too many mistakes to cover this line. And I know what you're thinking. They just beat North Texas 63-36. Oh, they did. That was a game that they were straight up amped up for. I mean, there was a lot building in that game, man. I mean, USF after the game when they find the cameras and say, should have gone to class. Should have gone to class. I mean, like that's real emotion coming out of that football game, right? South Florida, that was their everything winning that football game. Not to say the FAU game's not, but you know what's coming up on the schedule for USF, right? Memphis. At Memphis. Game of the year. I mean, if North Texas was winner goes to the playoffs, well, South Florida, Memphis is just that, but, even multiplied even more. Like, that is a massive football game that's going to happen next week. It should probably where game days should be either there or Bloomington, but they're probably going to end up in the South, but it is what it is. Huge football game next week at Memphis. And USF's just got to take care of FAU first. This is a team, though, man. FAU, I know Memphis beat them by 29 points. Look what FAU did last week. I get it. UAB's not a good defense, but just that momentum you build by scoring 53 points against Birmingham, Alabama, UAB, the Blazers, that's massive. And the fact that they were up 28-0 in that game, and we're finally seeing it now at a Caden Vet Camp. Caden Vet Camp, the struggles with, not throwing interceptions and whatnot have been detailed, or the struggles of throwing interceptions have been detailed. I can watch the FIU game. That was horrible. But the last 2 weeks for Caden Vet Camp have been phenomenal for FAU. Again, former Western Kentucky quarterback, Vet Camp against Rice, throws for 290 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a pick. The UAB game, 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a pick as well. I mean, these are better games we're seeing out of Caden Vet Camp, who I know can be a very good quarterback in college football, and a guy who, again, he's only a junior, he's 6'6", he's an athlete. He should find himself in the Big 12 next year, okay? There's going to be a Big 12 team next year that is going to try to add Caden Vet Camp as a senior quarterback, okay? Don't know where that's going to be. It's going to be somewhere, okay? There's going to be teams down in, Texas, Oklahoma area. I don't know if he wants to go to OK State. There's going to be teams down south that are going to be calling for Caden Vet Camp, either in the SEC or in the Big 12. I think Big 12's more of, that would fit Caden Vet Camp more, in my opinion. Regardless, though, in the ACC, too. Caden Vet Camp's going to sling it, and he's going to keep FAU in the football game. Asking at USF to cover that many points, I just think is a lot, considering the way USF plays, guys. If North Texas just takes advantage a little bit more of those blunders and those mistakes and those turnovers USF gives up, we're talking about a whole different football game. I mean, 2 fumbles out of your first 2 drives out of South Florida. I'm watching that game like, oh, we're screwed here. But again, North Texas just doesn't take advantage, and the Mean Green make errors of their own. And sure, not to say FAU won't do the same thing and make mistakes. I get that. They probably will, but I mean, you've seen it now. Like, USF's a beatable team. They're a good team. Are they the best team in the American? I think they probably still are. They're beatable, though. Byron Brown makes mistakes. That team puts the ball on the ground. They fumble. They're not a perfect team by any stretch of the imagination. So there is definite ways of you beating this football team. Now, again, can FAU straight up win it? No. But asking USF to win by more than 3 touchdowns is just a lot, considering, again, the stakes and what's coming up and what's going to be on the line next week. Potential college game day appearance at Memphis, where legitimately, okay, you win that game, it is looking very good you're going to the postseason, right? I believe we have to go Florida Atlantic plus 21.5. That offense is too good to not stay in this football game. And, Memphis beat them by 29. Yeah, again, look at how FAU's playing now. And look at South Florida last week and the mistakes they made and how FAU can probably take advantage of that this week. I'm going Florida Atlantic on the road. I know they're away from Boca Raton, but I'm going to go FAU plus 21.5 at USF at Raymond James over in Tampa. On to our next game, on to the ACC. Syracuse at home. They are an 11.5 point underdog against the Pitt Panthers. So I know last week, right, a lot of people didn't believe in my Pitt plus 11.5, and that hit fairly easily against a bad Florida State team. More on them at the very end of the video. But now we turn Pitt into a matchup against the Syracuse Orange. As, again, the Pitt Panthers go on the road to take on Syracuse. And Syracuse, they're struggling. But I do believe Ricky Collins is figuring it out. Okay, he still throws a bunch of interceptions, but Collins has been a little bit better after a piss-poor performance against Duke. The Southern Methodist game wasn't that horrible. They go on the road and lose by 13 points against a good team. But Ricky Collins, again, okay, 280 yards through the air, 60 yards on the ground. Signs of improvement is what that is. Full week off, full bye week to prepare for this football game, and you get a Pitt team that's coming off of the highs of beating Florida State. So, right, Mason Heichnel, new starting quarterback for Pitt, freshman, came in, dominated against BC, threw for 4 touchdowns. FSU game last week, 320 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks, but it's enough again for the Pitt Panthers to win. Huge victory in Tallahassee. They didn't just cover, no, they straight up won the football game. Unbelievable stuff, honestly, on the Pitt Panthers. Like, I thought they were going to cover winning. That's a whole other thing. I think they're going to win here, but I actually think Syracuse is going to cover. I think, again, Ricky Collins is figuring it out, guys. Again, Angeli was great for this team. He was no Kyle McCord, and obviously what Kyle McCord did for this team last year was nothing short of phenomenal, except for that one game against Pitt on the road. But Ricky Collins, again, it's a very quarterback-friendly offense. You just got to figure it out. And Collins, who lost the quarterback battle in the offseason, obviously, right? Collins transferred in. Same thing with Angeli, right? They're both transfers who came in, battled for the starting role. Collins just getting used to the system and getting used into this pass-heavy offense. It's just going to take time. And I believe, again, with a full bye week coming off of this cover, coming off of the lost SMU, full bye week going into this game. Pitt had to play last week. Syracuse has been nothing but, again, locked in on this Pittsburgh matchup. And the game, again, by the way, is in upstate New York. It's at the JMA. I always want to say JRA. I don't know why. It's at the JMA Wireless Dome in Syracuse, New York. I feel pretty comfortable taking Syracuse here. I do, especially with how many points we're getting. We're getting 11.5 points for the Orange. Again, this is a team that went to Clemson and won, right? And I guess that's their only signature victory of the season. I think the only thing we can say that, they beat UConn in overtime. But hey, UConn's a good school. I think UConn, again, we went over it earlier, I think UConn's going to beat Boston College, who play in the ACC. Now, again, I like what Heichnel did in his last 2 starts. He's been good, taking over for Eli Holstein, who I guess just wasn't cutting it for the Pitt Panthers. Desmond Reed, oh my goodness, the game Desmond Reed had against FSU was insane as well. Des Reed had the huge 50-yard touchdown catch. Also had a decent game running, but 8 catches for 155 yards. Again, that's just what Pitt can do to you sometimes. I get it. Expect high-scoring action, but if Ricky Collins, again, can just get in this high-scoring mindset, Syracuse, this, okay, get on the ball real quickly. We're scoring every single time that we touch it. We're going to, tempo. I don't mind Syracuse in the spot, especially at home. Again, coming off a bye week. Give me Ricky Collins and the Syracuse Orange at home. I'm taking Syracuse plus 11.5. Next up, back to the South. The final SEC game of the week. The Auburn Tigers host the Missouri Tigers. So this is another huge matchup. Again, the SEC's got some big games, but again, that's the Southeastern Conference every single week, in all fairness. Big-time football games, week in and week out. Right now, Missouri versus Auburn. Huge one, man. Absolutely huge football game. Mizzou is a 2.5-point dog on the road, plus 105 for Missouri, minus 125 for the Auburn Tigers. Missouri coming off of that competitive loss to Alabama, right? A game where Bama, I don't know, man, struggled at times. Missouri went for the fake punt in the fourth quarter, which was kind of odd. Bama stuffed it out. Eventually, right, Bama goes up by 10 points. We're thinking, we're going to easily cover, 3. Missouri comes back to push. It's okay. Bo Prabula leads the team in passing and rushing, and ultimately Bama's ability to stuff and stop Ahmad Hardy changed the football game, right? Ahmad Hardy's worst rushing game of the season, only 12 carries for 52 yards, and obviously game script-wise, it wasn't really working out for Ahmad Hardy, considering they were trailing the entire game, and they were trying to, again, get as many points. They're trying to get back in range as soon as possible. Grinding it out with Ahmad Hardy isn't really the entire way to go there. Obviously, right, Missouri, 5-1 team. Auburn, 3-3. Did they get robbed last week against Kirby Smart in Georgia? Yes. Again, yeah. I'm just clapping. I'm just clapping, right? Because this is what I do when I clap. Anyways, Auburn has lost 3 in a row. I'm still taking them to beat Missouri. Their 3 losses, look at them. They're all essentially, the Georgia game was 10 points, but still, all close losses and essentially 1-score losses in the SEC for Auburn. Week 1, they went to Waco and beat Baylor. Good win. All right. They lose at Oklahoma. Jackson Arnold, the revenge game doesn't go well. They lose at Norman. They go to A&M. They go to Kyle Field and they lose. And they play competitively against Georgia. They're up against Georgia. They get robbed against Georgia. More than just the timeout thing or the clap thing. I mean, how is that not a touchdown earlier in the first half? Auburn got robbed blind in that football game. And there's no other way to put it. I mean, they were in great position, and I guess Kirby just had the refs in his back pocket. I don't know. I don't want to get all conspiracy theory mode here, but it was a very poorly officiated football game is what I can say. Also, guys, Missouri hasn't played a game away from Columbia yet. They haven't played one away from Missouri. First 6 games all at home. Central Arkansas home. Kansas home. Louisiana home. South Carolina home. Missouri home. Bama home. How do they do this? Now, they have four of their last 6 games are on the road. At Auburn, at Vandy, at Oklahoma, at Arkansas. Sandwiched in there are 2 home games against A&M and Mississippi State. But it's been nothing but home games for this team. And usually I would not make a big deal of this. And again, if Missouri had played if they just played one game on the road earlier in the season, like say that, game that, Kansas was on the road. I don't know if they win that game, but it was a very competitive game, high scoring game. But say if they literally have any game on the road early in the season, I don't really care. I'm like, all right, that's fine, But the fact you're making your first road trip in week 8 of the season, you've gotten 2 months, and your team has not left the state of Missouri. And is the trip over to Alabama, to Auburn, Alabama, the longest trip? It's definitely not. But you got to go. I mean, it's just, you haven't done it yet. It's difficult to just pick up and go ahead and do it and go on that road trip for the first time, especially at this point in the season. Coming off a loss, too. And there's more factors than just the football game here. And also, again, Ahmad Hardy, who is ripping 100-yard-plus games back to back to back. Last week, it's stuffed out by Bama. Again, he only ran the ball 12 times, but just wasn't in the game script, right? I'm taking Mizzou here to lose. I'm taking Auburn. I know Auburn, again, on paper, has not been the most impressive football team, but it's the South. It just means more. And I will say, again, Jackson Arnold's not the most impressive quarterback, but Jackson Arnold has yet to turn the ball over this season. I mean, he hangs onto the football. He gets it to his running backs. Jeremiah Cobb gets run. Jackson Arnold's going to run the football too. They just do enough right. And that's simply put, that's what they do. Again, it's not flashy. It's not crazy. I know they're a 3-3 team, but it's difficult to beat a team that just doesn't make too many mistakes. I'm going to take Auburn. I am. I think, again, they feel like they got robbed last week. They feel like, again, they should be 4-2. They're not. And they're going to take it out of Missouri. A team coming off a loss, too. Again, you don't know how teams react to losses. And oh, by the way, a team that just is going on the road for the very first time. Got to go Auburn here. Next up, maybe the biggest game of the week. I mean, it might be the Holy War. Brigham Young at home against the Utah Utes. This is Utah. This is football. Okay? This is exciting. I mean, guys, cheapest ticket to get into the stadium in Provo, $300. One of the most expensive tickets of the entire week. I think it may be the most expensive ticket of the entire week. More than Bama? Bama tickets $50 get the Bama game this weekend? Are we dead ass? Seriously? Nope, that's wrong. ESPN had it wrong. Yeah, Bama's $300. It's still about the same expense as going to the Bama game this week. It's an expensive ticket for BYU and Utah. And I'm telling you, Utah's running them out the stadium. I'm not going to save the pick. Yeah, I mean, it's on the screen. Utah's going to run them out the building. I'm so serious, guys. This is not a competitive football game. 3.5 for Utah. I don't do this. I don't do this often. I never really have. If you want to ladder the spreads here, I think you can do it. I think you can go. You go 2.5, then you go 3.5, and then you go 6.5, then you go 13.5. No, 6.5, 9.5, 13.5. I think you could even go 16.5. Yeah. I think Utah blows them out, guys. I know, again, Holy War, oh yeah, it's in Provo. I know historically, I think Holy War games have been close. I'm pretty sure. I'm looking, I get it, rivalry games that you can throw all that out the window sometimes. I watch these two teams, man, and I just don't know how BYU hangs in this game with Utah. I don't know. I've been thinking it for a while. Like I watch BYU every single week because I've been waiting for that team to beat BYU, like whoever it is. I thought Colorado was going to get close. Again, we had Colorado covered. We had Arizona to win. Those two teams didn't do it. We knew WVU wasn't going to do it. Utah's the team to do it, man. They are. I mean, again, if you've been watching, I'm very high on Devin Dampier. I was high on Devin Dampier last year when he was with the Lobos in New Mexico. I've been very excited for the Utah move. And I think Utah again still outside shot to make the postseason. Do I think they get it? Probably not, because they're going to have to go through Texas Tech eventually again in the Big 12 championship game, and I just don't think they can do that, and they won't put them in the playoffs. 11-2 at 2 losses to Texas Tech. They just won't. I believe what Utah is, though, is a difficult matchup for the BYU Cougars. It's an extremely difficult matchup for the BYU Cougars. I mean, Devin Dampier is everything Bear Bachmeier is, but just way better. Dampier actually throws the football. Dampier is faster than Bear Bachmeier, and he's way more experienced than Bear Bachmeier. And I know, again, Devin Dampier and Bear Bachmeier aren't going to line up from each other and play against each other. Obviously, they're on different sides of the football. But what I'm getting to here is Devin Dampier is a damn problem. And it's a problem that I don't think BYU is able to stop. Brigham Young, guys, they haven't played a good team yet. And that's why they're still ranked 15th and they're undefeated. The reason they're even ranked below Georgia Tech, two very unproven, undefeated squads. And sure, if BYU wins this game, they will jump into the top 10. It'll be their first ranked victory of the season. They're not beating Utah. They're not. Utah's got a great defense. Look what Utah has done the last 2 weeks. I know WVU's not great, but West Virginia to 14 points. By the way, BYU let WVU score 24 points. The bad WVU Mountaineers. Yeah, West Virginia went to BYU, went to Provo, scored 24 points on a Friday night. Utah goes to Morgantown and gives up 14. Arizona State game, I know Sam Levitt doesn't play, but still, I don't care. You held that team to 10 points. Yikes. Yikes. I mean, did I call Jordan Tyson Chris Tyson earlier? I think I did. I apologize. I just caught that right now. I was just thinking to myself, I think I called Jordan Tyson Chris Tyson earlier for Arizona State. That's bad, because isn't Chris Tyson never mind. That's the Mr. Beast dude, right? I think. Oh, whoops, my bad. That's a horrible slip up. Anyways, Utah's defense is a problem. Their line's really good. They've lost one game all year long. And again, this game should show you again how Texas Tech is. And I'm trying to say how good Texas Tech is because you know how highly I think of Utah. Yeah, they played Texas Tech and Texas Tech beat them by 24 points. That's not because Utah's bad. No, that's just Texas Tech's really good. That game was competitive until the fourth quarter. I understand. It was a very close game early. But that should just go to show you again just how good that team is. Texas Tech is. And at the same time, Utah's beating up on everybody else. Different UCLA team that they beat by 33 points, but they beat UCLA 43-10. They beat Cal Poly 6-9. Who cares? Wyoming on the road beat them 31-6. WVU and Arizona State back-to-back 30-plus point blowouts. And for Brigham Young, man, eventually they're going to run into this team, and this is this week. It's going to happen. Eventually they're going to run into a team that they just can't bully, and they can't just play 1940s football against, because that's what Brigham Young has been doing. We're going to line up. You can load the box. We don't care. We're just going to bully you down low. And here comes either LJ Martin's going to run it, or Bear Bachmeier is going to run it. Yeah, we can kind of throw with Bear Bachmeier. He's not a very good thrower of the football, but we're going to let our quarterback run, who's essentially a running back, and here comes another really good running back to an LJ Martin. I mean, guys, Bear Bachmeier's run the ball 70-plus times this season. Their very good running back, LJ Martin, one of the best in the country, 100 carries this season. Bachmeier's got 71. It's just what they do. They run. They've got a good defense as well, but Utah's offense is very difficult. I just think Utah stuffs this thing out. I don't think BYU is able to bully them. Utah's got some dogs and some big dudes up front, man. And I love the explosiveness out of the Utah offense with Devin Dampier, man. This is the game where it's going to be on full display how good Utah is. They win out, man. They'll beat Cincinnati in a couple weeks. They win out. Probably going to be ranked 11 going in the Big 12 championship game. They just need to win it. I don't know if they can beat Texas Tech in Texas too. Ooh. But yeah, give me Utah. They're going to go 11-1 in the regular season, and they'll just need to find a way to beat Tech in the championship game and get their rematch. But yeah, give me Devin Dampier and the Utah Utes. Easy in the spot, man. -3. Again, I was talking about that ladder thing. I don't recommend it. I was just thinking, I do think they blow this team out. I think once they keep getting stops against BYU, they're just going to take over. Crouch be kind of split. Salt Lake and Provo are like 30 minutes away. I know BYU's won the last two Holy Wars. It is what it is. Historically, Utah has dominated the series. BYU has won the last two, but the 2021 that was No, it was not Zach Wilson. That was Jaron Hall. 2024 is Rhett Slaff. Bear Bachmeier. Well, he's no Zach Wilson, obviously. He's no Jaron Hall. He's no Jake Retzlaff, at least not yet. Give me the Utah Utes here on the road in Provo. They'll take care of business against BYU. And last year, BYU won with the game-winning field goal, right? Game-winning field goal as time expired, 50-plus yarders. So that game was crazy last year, don't get me wrong. I'm taking Utah. I am. And I know BYU went to Salt Lake last year and won. Utah's getting it back, and they're getting it back in Provo. Give me Utah to win the Holy War. Next up, let's go to the Big 12. Oh, goodness. I mean, staying in the Big 12. Oh, we've got 3 just really bad games in the video. That's brutal. You'll see in a second. Like 3 teams I've just actively crapped on all year long. Cincinnati dominates Oklahoma State. Game's not close. 21.5 points is the spread. Wow. I mean, it's just crazy how how bad Oklahoma State is and how much they have just fallen off, man. And I say it every week, and I act shocked about it, but it's just like every week now. Oh, you're 21.5 point favorites at home to Cincinnati? Really? The Bearcats are good. Cincinnati, low-key playoff contender. They'll play Utah in a couple weeks, and they're going to lose. But how about Brendan Sorbsy? I'm seeing, guys, Brendan Sorbsy's getting low-key. Like, I'm seeing on socials, on TikTok, on Twitter, people are getting excited about Brendan Sorbsy now. Like, there's actual conversation. Is Brendan Sorbsy, like, very capable? Like, yeah, he's an NFL quarterback, but is he going to be, like, a day 1 or 2 pick in the NFL draft? I'm seeing it. It's kind of crazy because I've been on Brendan Sorbsy for quite a bit. And that's great. I'm really happy. Is he an NFL starter? No. He will be a senior next year. There will be places in the South that'll be calling about Brendan Sorbsy. I'm telling you, there are going to be Big Ten teams that'll be calling up if Fernando Mendoza goes to the NFL, which he probably will, this is the IU quarterback next year. He should be. He should come back next year. I know, again, he left because Chris Rourke came in. Best decision for him. Come back to IU. I'm so serious. He wasn't bad in 23. They were just stuck on playing Taven Jackson. Brendan Sorbsy should be the guy next year at IU. Oh, Alberto Mendoza. He needs a couple more years. Okay. I think it's Brendan Sorbsy, but there's other quarterbacks as well that they could easily get. Again, we'll see. I think Fernando's going to the draft. I think he's going to win the Heisman, but we'll cross the bridge when we get there. Hey, would Dante Moore like to come over to Indiana? I'm joking. Damon Williams. Anyways, Cincinnati dominates Oklahoma State. Absolutely dominates them. Oklahoma State, they every week, man. I mean, every week it's something new with the squad. They're just trying stuff at this point. They played a receiver at quarterback last week. I wish I was joking. They played Sam Jackson the 5th at quarterback, just because they're just trying stuff now. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Zane Flores wasn't working. 3rd-string quarterback wasn't working. So they're playing quarterbacks and receivers and linebackers at tight end and receivers at quarterback. I mean, what the hell are they? They're trying anything they're just trying anything. But it's cool, I guess. It's like when Kendall Hinton, the practice squad receiver for the Denver Broncos, made a start at quarterback because all the quarterbacks in Denver, Drew Lock and company, they all had COVID. Well, Oklahoma State's problem, nobody's sick. It's just everyone sucks, so they gotta play receivers at quarterback now. Oh my goodness, man. I mean, they're trying. Shamar Rigby threw 1 pass for 63 yards and a touchdown against Houston. I don't know, dude. It's really bad. It's really bad. Houston blows them out 39-17. I mean, Oklahoma State, this is what I will say about them now. Like, going to Stillwater, you can expect something crazy, at least, like a couple crazy plays, because that's all that they have. They only have, gotcha plays. They don't really have just a, straight offense. Sure. But, I mean, Brendan Sorbsy in Cincinnati is a very good team. Again, they will probably lose to Utah because they're going to have to go to Salt Lake in a couple weeks. And I know they played kind of a low-scoring game against UCF. But Brendan Sorbsy, I'm telling you, is a very good quarterback, a very capable quarterback who's going to be very sought after next year in the transfer portal. The Bearcats are just all around a better team than than Oklahoma State. And we've seen, again, the amount of losses OK State's taken throughout the course of the season. It's ridiculous, right? I mean, Mike Grundy gets fired and OK State, right? You lose to Oregon 69-3, and now Oregon, right? I mean, hey, going to Oregon, I don't even want to talk crap about OK State, but, just in general, man, going to Oregon and winning's not for everybody. Ohio State. Anyways, OK State then lose to Tulsa, lose to Baylor, Arizona, Houston. I mean, it's nothing but L's. Here's another one coming. I know you're at home here, but I think Cincinnati dominates on the road. I think Brendan Sorbsy's going to have a day. It's going to be another great numbers day for him, and he's going to put some great film in right now to anybody in the transfer portal. If you want Brendan Sorbsy, watch this game because he's going to look tremendous and putting on film next year for future schools or for the NFL as well. It's going to be Brendan Sorbsy and the Cincinnati Bearcats to win and cover 21.5 points on the road in Stillwater against Oklahoma State. On to our next game, and we go to the Mountain West. Again, I said we were going to conclude this video with 3 teams that have just played piss-poor football all year long. The last one's a little bit of a stretch. And no, we're not talking about Oregon State. I skipped Oregon State because we don't talk about the FCS games. Not making an exception for them. New Mexico versus Nevada. Oh, I'll take New Mexico. Nevada's so horrible. I mean, they are so bad. I thought, maybe going to Carter Jones is going to help them. It did not. I get it. SDSU is really good, San Diego State, so I think I need to kind of temper my expectations here and not entirely think New Mexico is just going to blow them the hell out, even though I think they will. And I get it. I guess San Diego State might be better than I think they were. Like Jaden Denegal, he's nothing all that crazy, but the run game's really good, and they just control the rock, and they play good defense. It's just what San Diego State does. Nevada's 1-5 now. They're 0-2 in the Mountain West. They scored 10 points last week in San Diego State. Prior to that, they lost 20-17 at Fresno, even though they're going to lose 20-3. But again, Carter Jones got them out of hell, basically, and brought them back, only just to come up a little bit short. It was the Chuba Purdy experience. Obviously, if you don't know, brother of Brock Purdy, Chuba Purdy still plays in college football, and he was really 1-4 as a starter this year. Got bailed out in a Sacramento State game, and here Nevada is now. They're 1-5. They benched Chuba Purdy. By the way, they got rid of Brandon Lewis, who's now starting for Memphis, and now again you have Carter Jones instead. Jones just did not play a good game last week. I think now that there's film on Carter Jones, and Fresno was kind of freaked out by the fact that there's an actual competent quarterback in. We know they're not going to go 3 and out every drive now, throw an interception. We have to actually lock in and play defense against Carter Jones. There's film on him now, and San Diego State went to UNR and dominated Carter Jones in Nevada. Nevada goes to New Mexico, and hey, Nevada, lost to Boise, but stayed in the fight. Lost 41-25. That game going into the fourth quarter is a 3-point game. Boise does score 21 consecutive points in the fourth quarter. Because again, it's 20-17 going into the fourth, and Boise makes it 41-17 before New Mexico scored a garbage time touchdown plus the 2 to make it a 16-point L. But they were in that game through 3 quarters. They were, and they're trying stuff now. You've got James Labstein also in at quarterback now, again alongside Jack Lane. Lane wasn't really playing well, so you go to Labstein late in the game. Okay, that's fine, I guess. New Mexico's at home, though. Again, UNM is just a better team than Nevada. They couldn't run the ball at all last week. But again, that's against Boise. You go from playing one of the best teams in the Mountain West. You play San Jose State the week before. You play Boise. Everything should open up a lot more this week in terms of the offense. Again, I talk about how bad Nevada is because of their offense, and it is horrible, regardless of who's playing quarterback. Again, yes, is Carter Jones better than Chuba Purdy? He is. But the offense is just bad in general. Can we talk about their defense, though? And every week they get shredded. Again, Fresno should have put up way more points than 20. It was ridiculous that Fresno couldn't take advantage of that defense more. But WKU put up a bunch of points because Middle Tennessee is not a good offense at all. Middle Tennessee, they only scored 14, but still, they lost to Middle Tennessee. Oh, God. Nevada's so bad, man. The Wolfpack are so horrible. Dead last, in my opinion, in the Mountain West. They do not play Air Force this season, but I can almost guarantee you Air Force is going to get a win and Nevada will not, again, this week. Air Force will beat a team like Wyoming, and Nevada will, go to New Mexico and absolutely get shelled over in Albuquerque against the New Mexico Lobos. On to our final game of the week, and it's the game I probably will be attending this week as well. I think I'm going to this one. Yeah, I love the 7:30 games. Like I said earlier, these are the ones I can get out to. Stanford versus Florida State. I'm taking Stanford. I am, guys. You can't tell me you watched Florida State last week, and you watch Pitt go into Tallahassee and win, And you're going to tell me they're going to go cross country to Stanford and cover 17.5 points? Are we serious? I know Stanford's not very good, and they are the team that I've clowned all year long for the most part. I get that. Stanford's going to put up 21 points. Yeah, they'll put up 21 points. Can FSU score 38? 39? No, definitely not. Do I think Stanford's all that good? No. Ben Gulbranson, did throw for 444 yards against San Jose State, against SMU. He put up numbers, but the team did not play well, and it was just kind of garbage time for the most part. At least his stats are. Florida State's lost 3 straight games. You lose 3 straight games, all on the East Coast, 1 in Virginia, 2 both in Tallahassee, and you go cross country now, the longest trip you ever have to make. Oh, wait, California to play Stanford, and you're 17.5 point favorites. Technically, if you look at the ACC standings, Stanford's ahead of Florida State. Just saying. Stanford's 1-2, FSU's 0-3. FSU, after starting the year 3-0, they beat Bama, beat East Texas A&M, beat Kent State. They lose to Virginia on the road, a huge Friday night game. They lose to Miami, and then lose to Pitt. I was called crazy for taking Pitt last week. Look what happened. And it's a problem again. You have a good defense, good enough defense, but it's a problem when you have a running back playing quarterback. I'm sorry, again, guys, Castellanos is not that good. I've been saying this about Tommy Castellanos. He's not a guy that's just going to be the determining factor. He doesn't have that X factor to win you a football game. He doesn't, in terms of throwing the football. Running the ball, he's a great scrambler. He's tough to contain. Stanford's going to have their work cut out for them, 100%. Straight throwing ability, though, you're not really that concerned about Tommy Castellanos. You're not. And why would you be? Why would you? I mean, he misses wide open balls sometimes. Again, he's a capable quarterback. He's not a great quarterback. Stanford at home this year has actually been pretty good. They're 2-0 at home this year. They beat Boston College 30-20. They beat San Jose State 30-29. Huge come from behind victory. Walker got through for 500 yards. Again, the Stanford defense is bad, but I mean, okay, go score FSU because Stanford can score too. And at home so far this year in Palo Alto and at Stanford, Stanford's 2-0. 30-20 victory against Boston College. 30-29 victory over the San Jose State Spartans. Away from Stanford, they haven't been very good. Hawaii lost, Provo, BYU lost, at UVA lost, at SMU lost. But unfortunately, again, that's just what Stanford and Cal are going to have to go through. Like, legitimately, can Stanford and Cal ever win the ACC? ACC, no matter how much talent they get? Probably not, because those trips back and forth to the East Coast, they're just not going to cut it. I don't know why they didn't just try their hardest to get in the Big 12. I don't know. Or, I guess, back in the Pac-12. I don't know. Whatever. They're ACC schools. It's weird. The coast-to-coast Atlantic Coast Conference. But in a game like this, there is no travel for Stanford. And if anything, again, you do, for as much of a disadvantage as you are in by having to go cross-country for every single conference game that you play, or at least road game that you play, you make teams like Florida State come cross-country to go play you in front of an empty stadium, a weird stadium, late at night. It's 10:30 Tallahassee time, or I guess is the Panhandle Central time? It might be. 9:30, 10:30, whatever, right? You're playing a late night game for FSU. Across the country, at Stanford, in front of 0 people. Nobody goes to those games. I'll be there, probably, because I'm hoping I can snag a ticket for like $10. I'll be there. I'll be watching. But nobody's showing up to that football game, okay? Stanford students don't give a damn. Bay Area sports fans don't care about Stanford, okay? It's a weird environment to play in. It is. It's a weird, kind of eerie environment. You're playing a D1 college football game, ACC football game, late night, ACC after dark, and there's nobody at the game. It's an ESPN game, there's nobody at the game. You look in the stands, you don't see anybody. I'm taking Stanford to cover 17.5 points. Will FSU win? Sure. I think there's potential Stanford could actually win the football game. I think there is. There is potential that they can. Again, I don't want to put that much trust in Ben Gulbranson. He's got weapons. I think Sam Roush is a very good tight end for Stanford. They just need to actually use him. FSU, again, not a great team. They've lost 3 in a row, and I don't believe at all in Tommy Castellanos. So give me the Stanford Cardinal to win the football game at home. Sorry, very clear. To cover the football game at home, because covering's a win for us. Plus 17.5 for the Stanford Cardinal at home against the Florida State Seminoles, again, in Stanford. Folks, thank y'all for watching our full college football predictions here for week number 8. Oh man, we broke the record again for longest video on my channel, if I'm not mistaken. We keep on doing it every single week. 59 games here in week number 8. I just want to thank you guys for watching. Again, it's a lot, I understand, but And we're doing it every single week. We've committed to it for the entire season, and I will continue doing it as long as you guys, again, keep enjoying. So I just want to thank you guys for watching. Again, the full 4 hours and 17 minutes or however long this video is. Hit that subscribe button again if you did get this far. Make sure to leave a like. We'll be back next week for Week 9 predictions. I think there's about the same amount of games next week. It is what it is. We'll be back, folks. Make sure to check out the best bets coming up on Friday. 10 best bets for college football against spreads and money lines. We'll have our NFL predictions out tomorrow. We predict every single game for the NFL as well. MLB best bets daily here on the channel too. Also, again, the NBA season's coming up fairly shortly, and I do college basketball best bets every single day on the channel as well. So a lot to look forward to here on the Greedo Plays channel. If you have not yet, though, again, make sure that subscribe button down below for more. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy the video. Make sure to comment if you do disagree with any of the picks, folks. Thank y'all for watching, and Mamba forever.